Ow! What is happening, guys? Yeah, are we alive? Are we alive? Whoa, phone's blowing up. Um, of course. Um, yeah. What's happening, guys? It is a Sunday edition of the Vodka Stream. Why is that doing it like that? Here we go. So, hold on. Come on. No, that's not what I wanted. Crap. Crappy. Sorry. I'm just trying to bring up the page here, but let me go ahead and say hi to everybody. Hope you guys had a good Christmas, all that stuff. What is happening? Let's see. How was your Christmas? Mine was good. Watched Wonder Woman 84 twice. Well, like I said, I was having a quarantine Christmas, sadly. So it kind of sucked. I mean, it's whatever. It's fine. But yeah, so I just kind of just stayed here, chilled here. I guess we're gonna catch up. Me and my immediate little family are going to do our like gift exchange stuff like that like next week or something. I don't know. See what happens. Happy Boxing Day. Happy Boxing Day vodka stream. Look at that. You have to explain that one for me. Boxing Day. Is there a boxing match tonight? What's going on? Or is it? Yeah. Okay. What's happening, Ram? He made the stream. Good job, Chiro. Appreciate it. What's going on, Jose? How you doing, bud? Jason, he's here. What's going on there? Bizzle, Rob Biz, Viper. What's up, buddy? Have both been letdowns in your opinion? Okay, yeah, we'll do. We're gonna have a lot of, I think, Wonder Woman hot topic talk tonight, as I meant to say. What's going on, Darren? How you doing, bud? Yeah, second time around is always a better one. Always a better one. Let's go. Hope your Christmas good. Yeah, you watched it last night. Good, as everybody should. Support, at least support. Yes, I did, sir. I saw that. Let's see if I can bring that up. See if I can bring that up right now. Hold on, but let me bring this. Where am I at here so I can make sure everything's running smoothly? All right, so I hit the wrong thing. All right, so then we got that up, but I need to change the default. There we go. That's better. But yeah, if you guys checked it out, Mr. I was wondering too. I was like, is he actually going to ever? Is he going to acknowledge that this was happening? Oh, by the way, guys, if you notice that I'm sitting at my desk, I don't have the vodka the stream lounge. I'm not in my lounge right now because I was just too lazy. It's been a lazy day. I tell you what, this thing that's trying to I'm trying to get out of my body. Like, I tell you what, I mean, I felt fine like for the last couple of days, but today felt a little strange. No fever. Don't worry, no fever or anything. But I just was feeling just off today, So I slept really good last night. I did. And then I slept some more today. Just kind of, yeah, it's weird. But cough kind of came back. And then I was just feeling just a little weird and a little bit unmotivated too. And then I was like, you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and just I'm not going to set that up because, it is a little process to set up the Vodka Stream Lounge. So it's all good. So, but it'll return. The Vodka Stream Lounge will return. That's for damn sure. So, Dave, do you believe the DCEU needs an order to finally not suck once and for all? Tom Hanks ballsack 69. He. Do you believe the DCEU needs an order? Needs in order? What do they need for it not to suck? Well, I mean, I don't think it actually sucks, but I mean, we got Zack Snyder Justice League coming out, so there's that. There definitely is that. Yeah. But anyways, yeah. So just a little bit of laziness today, and like I said, I was just I didn't have the cough yesterday, but then I had the cough today, and it felt strong today. It was weird. So hopefully I won't cough during this whole thing. Hey, what's going on, Brian? Mr. Scully, Merry Christmas, man. Hopefully, and what's up, Will Morris as well. So hopefully I don't have to cough, but I'll just hit the mute button right here. I'll hit the cough button if I have to. So yeah, just letting you guys know. But yeah, so yeah, I was just like, you know what, I don't feel like setting it up. I'm just gonna have it at the desk, just have the normal desk set up right now for this Saturday version of the vodka stream. And as you can see, my hair is really reaching towards the heavens big time. I need a fucking haircut so badly. I really do. But, that's probably not going to happen until next weekend. So, but I thought, you know what? I'm not going to wear a hat tonight. I'm going to go ahead and just, we'll see what happens. But it is definitely reaching towards the cloud, to the heavens. William Powell, man, what's up, bud? The further these films drift from the, I guess you said from the original version, the less of an impact they have on you. That's no good. Yeah, we'll talk about stuff like that. I mean, I know everybody has their critiques and everything. It's just weird because right now, currently, Wonder Woman 84 no longer certified fresh. No longer certified fresh on Rotten Tomatoes. They took the certification away. It's at 65% right now, 74 with the audience. So, it's still in good standing, but yeah, it's just weird how like the first wave of reviews came flying in and just we're all about like, I mean, like I said though, guys, what's great about it is the fact that people are flocking out to the movie theater, to the IMAX theaters, and people are watching it on HBO Max. So even though, of course, we still look at the Rotten Tomatoes thing, even though, because I'm not one of those people that totally ignores it. I just say like there should be no power into it. And the fact that we're at a spot where, streaming and everything, the power is taken away. And anyways, but I forgot to say cheers, guys. Hopefully you had a very Merry Christmas and you feel plump and juicy. You're full of a bunch of Christmas food and all that stuff. I'm sure you are. Like I said yesterday, Jack in the Box was my friend. So cheers. I shit you not. Like, I'm like dipping into my reserves in my freezer when it comes to food. Because last week I didn't want to really go too many places, but I had some reserves. But yesterday I didn't really set anything out, so I went to the drive-through of Jack in the Box twice, for breakfast and for dinner. That's right, 2 different Jack in the Boxes too, by the way. Yeah, I spread it out. But yeah, that was my my eats yesterday. It was Jack in the Box twice because that was the only thing that was open. Yeah, when in doubt, Jack in the Box and everything. So, okay, so yeah, Ryan, you have a 7 out of 10 for you. That's fine. You're saying I feel like the majority of the good reviews that came are just like why people at first gave. Yeah, there's that too. I mean, I don't know. It's such a weird thing because now instead of just like a full-on embargo that comes out. Instead of a full-on embargo, now it's like, oh, you get to have a social media reaction first, and then there's an embargo like a few days later. It's very interesting how it all works out now, and it is weird how it just seemed like, oh yeah, Wonder Woman 84 is a winner, and now it's like I've seen a bunch of negativity, and then I think a lot of people are like kind of partial too, like I was. I mean, I posted my spoiler review today. Hopefully you guys check that out. Most of my gripes were spoilery, so that's why I had to really like wait and talk about some of the stuff, which naturally, if you guys haven't seen it, don't be here because anybody who's going to be dropping by today is going to be talking about it. So yeah, so you got 8 out of 10. See, I mean, a lot of people, even though like I've seen like negative stuff, it seems like a lot of people, DC fans appreciated it. But and I've actually seen more people like tweet out like, good critiques. It's okay. You don't have to just be like, it fucking sucked or I loved it so much. You can put out your critiques. And I've seen a lot of people do that. And there's a lot of similar gripes. I think the fact that the movie was like tonally was kind of like, a little choppy at first. And I think a lot of people actually agreed with that. I think we all kind of took that in, that the opening of the movie was a little choppy, but the final act, pretty much maybe like the last hour of it, a lot of people were like going, I enjoyed the shit out of it. So see, but then there's some people that say 3 out of 10. It's fine. Some people, I saw somebody saying like, DC raped another character. I saw that on my timeline. I was like, whoa, all right, that's being a little too dramatic. Just a little too dramatic right there. But guess who asked a question to Miss Jenkins though tonight? I love this guy right here. He's such a fanboy, you know? And I think that's why Snyder really connects with his fans. But he had a little video for Patty, and he asked about this, which I think it's pretty brilliant. So if you guys haven't, I'm sure you guys saw it, but here it is.
Hey, Gal. Hey, Patty. Quick question. One of my favorite parts of Wonder Woman 84 is the amazing action sequences where Wonder Woman uses her lasso as kind of her main weapon. Sorry, it's not what I just did. Don't. It's not. It's much better. So my question is, how did you develop all those cool techniques, and what kind of R&D did you have to do to figure out how she would use her lasso in combat? So that's it. That's my question. You guys are doing awesome. Congratulations on the movie. It's amazing.
It is amazing. So there you go. We have Mr. Snyder asking a question. This is what Patty answered. She said, "It was fun to find new ways she could use things like the lasso. We did tons of R&D and love the idea that she found a way to generate enough speed with the lasso that she could block bullets and create momentum. Thanks, and can't wait to see your Justice League." Yes, that is a lot of us. Love the fact that Captain Marvel is currently trending right now. Everybody's doing that whole comparison thing, and I'm just like, shut up. Shut up with the comparison thing. First off, Captain Marvel sucked. Gross. But, to me, I guess there were some people that were liking, because, Captain Marvel takes place in the 90s. Obviously, Wonder Woman 84 takes place in the 80s. I thought they captured the 80s pretty good. I think they captured that era better than what Captain Marvel did. I don't know. But that's just me. That's just totally me. Let me go ahead and I forgot to post this on Vero. So I'm going to post this on Vero. All right. So there we go. No, not that. Whoop. Go. Hold on. Join me. I am live. Oop, I am Love. Yeah, I'm also Love. I'm Love and I'm live. All right. But anyways, it's cool to see Snyder. Yeah, cool to see Snyder participate. It seems like he's pretty heavy in it. But I mean, he's a producer. What do you expect? Of course, he's going to be heavy in it. And I love the fact that he brought up the whole lasso thing. Snyder ain't no dummy. I think he realizes that some people out there. Remember when there was a whole debacle about the fact that she's not using a sword and a shield anymore. She's not using all that. So there was that whole back and forth. People were saying like, oh, they're fucking, they're softening her up and everything. There was that whole thing. I almost want to believe that was part of the reason why he brought that up, because he felt that it was like, you know what, I'm going to address this. I dig the lasso stuff, and which is good. He's showing that he's on board for this. He even said it the first time I interviewed him. It's different. Different directors are going to direct these characters differently. We're going to see a different Diana Prince in a couple of few months in Zack Snyder's Justice League. That's just the way it's going to be. It's going to be a different kind of Wonder Woman that we will eventually see in March. And there's nothing wrong with that either. What's wrong with that? Well, I love you too, Marvel versus Capcom. Yeah. Yeah, no one dies in the movie. I know. It was almost like, oh, look at that. Up, Cheetah. Cheetah's going to get electrocuted. She's done. Good job, Diana. Oh, that didn't destroy her. I'm still, if you watch my my spoiler review, you'll see that I brought up the fact that that we didn't see the transformation, the Cheetah transformation. I'm pretty sure that there was a transformation that we missed out on that was probably like too freaky or something like that. But yeah, some of you guys were talking about this. Mr. Tom Hulkenborg, Mr. Junkee XL, he tweeted out the comicbook.com article that had to do with the video that I cut out specifically displaying the his score in Justice League. So that was awesome. That was awesome. So he did that, and then of course he actually went to. Oh yeah, I have to share that. He actually put the snippet of it on his Instagram, which was pretty cool too. So he had this right there, and he just put the eyes. That's it.
Oh my God! Is that the XL right there?
What's that?
Is that Junkee?
Yeah, that was a little XL right there.
Yeah, I love how it's just I love how he just casually was just like that. Oh yeah, that was a little XL right there. That's right. I'm just gonna go ahead and drop this right here. You gotta love that. Fourth, I saw that you made a donation. Thank you, sir. Wonder Woman is down there with Justice and Birds of Prey, a cinematic stillborn film dumped on HBO Max like Cloverfield Paradox was dumped on Netflix. Ew, man. Harsh. Okay, but that's how you feel. That's how you feel. So, but you know, it's just everybody's gonna feel different about it. I get it, guys. You know, like I said, it was you guys saw, like, I did my first reaction, I did my regular review, and then I did my spoiler review. You guys heard my gripes, but overall it's like I enjoyed it, and I'm curious to get some of these other guys in here. I'm gonna start sending out the invites. Make sure you hit that like, thumbs up button if you'd be so kind. Go ahead and hit that like, thumbs up. We'll start getting the panel in here. Like I said, there was gonna be no special guests tonight because I wasn't sure if I was going to do it today because, you know, it's Christmas. Certainly wasn't going to do it yesterday. So, but I was like, all right, let's see. Let's do it today. Why not? Let's fucking do it today. Huh? Let's have some fun today. We're all good. So, all right, let me go ahead and start sending these out. Boop. All right. That's but yeah, hopefully, the cough is sounds like it. I mean, like I said, it's when it comes down to suppressing a cough, man. Just good old. I mean, I miss the bourbon. The bourbon really coated the throat. I tell you what. I was tempted. I was tempted to go get some bourbon, but yeah, I was like, nah, I'll stick with the vodka now. Why not? Why the hell not? So, but yeah, some people making some good posters out there. Has joined the stream. All right. So let me go ahead and tweet this out. Let's see. Wow, shit. Too many tabs open. All right, here we go. All right, we got Mr. Scott McClellan in here. What's up, sir?
Hello.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
There you go. You looking very Christmassy. You got the robe, you got the beanie, I mean, and you got the mug. I love it.
Oh yeah, this beautiful triptych.
Look at that.
That Jim Lee did for Fandom.
Oh yeah, that's right. Shit, I should have got that. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look for that one. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
that is beautiful. Yeah, I remember the posters. Oof, so good.
So yeah, it's cold.
It's cold. How cold is it over there in Alabama?
Okay. Well, you know, of course, you know, Northerners will laugh at me for calling it cold, but I'm Southern. Like this, you know.
Dude, I'm from Southern California. I mean, come on.
I mean, like I just want to go. Yeah, you come here in July and see how you go. Yeah, it is currently 34 outside.
Oh, see, that's cold. That's cold.
And I'm in my basement. The heat's on
your basement.
Yes.
So no wonder you're bundled up right there. Yeah. See, it's currently 54 where I live right now. So, you know, that's cold for me. You know, if I go outside, I'm going to be shivering just because I'm a weakling little Californian right there. So how was your Christmas?
It was very nice.
Good.
You know, I thankfully because of our potting, my Christmas, basically, it just some extended family stuff got canceled, but Christmas Eve was still with my wife's parents, and yesterday was still with my parents and my sister and my nephew. So, like, you know, the 2 main days didn't really change for me. So, I'm sorry about you, though. By the way, I hope you're feeling better, man.
No, I'm feeling all right. This is just a weird thing. Like, I mean, the way that this thing, I mean, of course I didn't get tested, but I'm pretty sure I've had it just because of just the up and down. And I've had people explain to me how, like, when they've had it, I mean, it's just like I was fine the last couple of days. And then today I woke up today and the cough was back and I was feeling just out of it and weird most of the day. It's just a weird thing, but no fever at least. So,
Oh, good.
You know, so there was that, at least no temperature, no nothing. So, but yeah, it was kind of like, you know, I mean, I talked to family members on Zoom, at least that was cool. Talked to some of that. And then of course, you know, talked to my mom and everything. She says hi, of course, Scott, because she loves you.
Oh, well, the love is mutual.
Mhm.
I've never even met her, and it doesn't matter.
Right? Nah, she's a sweetheart. It's just, I think the fact that she was like blown away, like, wait, he lives in Alabama? Oh my God. Well, that's where you were born. I'm like, yes, I know that, Mom. I know I was born in Alabama.
I know these things. I know these things.
Yeah. You know, and I know we've actually talked back and forth, like similar places that, you know, because you're more the Birmingham area. We were more southern, of course. Good old Fort Rucker, Alabama. So, but anyways, we got fourth here, or no, not fourth. Danny saying, "Hey Dave, I was expecting more from the film after watching it, though I realized why Zach is such a vital part with the storytelling side and visuals. Wanted to love it, but I have to rewatch. Yeah, it's always good to rewatch.
No, I will tell you this. I saw it for my second time today.
Yeah, you call it an IMAX, you lucky dog.
I know, and because my wife and I started it last night on HBO Max. She made it to about the last hour, and I mean, it's Christmas Day. She's bushed.
Yeah.
So she went to bed. I finished it. I had thoughts, and then I saw it again today in IMAX. One, theatrical experience is a whole nother animal. I will say that. Watching it with my wife there, fully awake, and just giving a second time where, you know, like you talked about in your review, how the things you loved more, the things you disliked more. And actually for me, it was the things that I loved more, and things that I disliked, it smoothed the edges off some of the stuff that I disliked.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure seeing it on that big, huge screen probably, you know, helped with a lot of stuff. I hope, I mean, I would hope to actually go see it on the big screen, but it just doesn't seem like that's going to be the case over on where I'm at. But, you know, it is cool that I could actually, you know, that's what I did yesterday. I had like a little bit of a double feature. You know, I haven't watched the first Wonder Woman in a bit. So I was like, you know what, I'm going to put that on first, and then we'll go right into Wonder Woman 84. And I mean, the first one, you know, I love the first one. It's great. But like, to watch them back to back, I mean, there's nothing wrong with like the fact that we have gloomy, gross World War I London, and Diana is just jumping into this world and she's totally a novice. And then you have 84 where it's like, what's one of the things I pointed out in my initial review is like, you see that transition where she's just full on, even though she's lonely and stuff, she's confident. Her confidence level, even like just Gal, it's just her.
I think her confidence as an actress also has grown incredibly. And it showed in this movie because, Tim and I recorded our review this afternoon. Like literally, I walked in the door coming home from the movie theater. He was at home and I was like, dude, can we go ahead and record our review like right now? And so we knocked that out. He's going to produce it tonight. So it might come out late tonight. It might probably more like tomorrow is when our review will post to DC Film Squadcast. But that was something that I was noticing. Of course, I slip that in there. But that was something that when Gal got those scenes, she acted the hell out of several scenes. And I didn't know and I think it was a mixture of the material that she, you know, she wasn't being forced to play the naive, I'm going to kill Ares and I'm going to end the war, you know, character.
Because, I mean, that's the big thing of like the first one is like, she's so naive where Steve is going like, yeah, okay, but we're just gonna go through this war thing. You know, I'm gonna take you through this. Yeah, Ares, cool. And then of course at the end he's like, holy shit, if that's who I think that she's fighting, oh my God, I was wrong. But I mean, but at the same time, it does sound ridiculous how she's just like Ares, this god of war. and she's such a novice, and she just openly just says it like as if everybody should just understand it. It seemed like with this one now, when she's like thinking to herself, she's like, well, wait a minute, I don't know. She doesn't just blurt out things, obviously, she's just the confidence level. But like you said, even Gal just doing some of these scenes. I mean, rewatching it, I mean, those scenes, like I said, the scenes that I love, really, I just ended up loving them more. And obviously, like I said, you guys have already been warned. We're gonna go into spoilers big time.
Spoil the crap out of this movie.
Yeah, we're all gonna you can watch it literally right now on HBO Max. And so like when it came to, I mean, obviously the biggest scene was when she had to let go of Steve Trevor again.
That scene, oh my God, her acting. I mean, it has my favorite line that Steve Trevor has, which is you can't say goodbye because I'm already gone.
Oh my God!
Don't rip my heart out.
Dude, I mean, like everything about that scene, because Steve knew, like, hey, you're gonna die if you don't let me go, because you are getting weaker. And when it came to that aspect of it, I mean, I was like, yeah, I mean, it's Superman 2-ish, obviously, but I mean, obviously Superman 2, he got all his powers relinquished, but I think there was there's some inspiration there too. We all know that there was some Donner inspiration, but no, yeah, when she does that, and then she just starts pouring her, just the fucking waterworks just come down, and then she says she'll never love again, and then he even says, like, I hope that's not the case, and it's just like everything that Steve said in that moment, it was like, yes, that's exactly what you needed to say right there. And that line, that is probably one of the best lines of the movie, is the fact that he's already gone. He tells her that I'm already gone. He already lived this life, and he was glad that he was able to come back and, kind of see where things were at. But it's like, hey, I'm already gone. Just let it go. And then when she walks away, and then she's just fucking tears. And then she, what was it? She renounces her wish.
I renounce my wish, and it was sorry. I while you're doing this, our review just dropped.
Oh, is that what happened? Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I'm writing. I was like, keep talking, Dave. I'm writing a tweet right now. Just keep talking.
There it is. Yep. All right. I'll go ahead and give it a retweet, and I'll definitely listen to that later. Curious to see hear what Tim has to say about it.
It was a good conversation. I really appreciate it, because once again, what I love about you do the solo show thing so well. What I like about doing it with a partner is when I like something and he doesn't like it, and he doesn't like something and I like it, and and we can have that great conversation about kind of balancing out what we like and what we don't like. And it's great because it doesn't make our show sound cookie cutter, because it's not like we're just sitting there saying the exact same things. It's like, no, I like that part. I don't, whatever. But we also, because we've been doing this for so long now we know cool, let me hear why you don't like it. Now let me talk to you about why I do like it. And I like that back and forth, because there's always that audience member who's going to agree or disagree with one of us. And I like it when we can present, both sides of it. No,
I totally agree. Yeah, I know. I mean, that's what I like about having this, is now I can bring all you guys on, and we're all not going to agree with everything with each other. I mean, I don't know if Garza and Everett's come on. I know they have different opinions about it. Steven.
Oh, I'm sure they have thoughts. When do they not have thoughts?
I know, exactly.
But they don't like Tenet, so their opinion is automatically valid.
I know, right? I know, Garza. I saw Garza he put a whole Wonder Woman better than Tenet kind of thing on his thing. I know he was trying to stir the pot, though. I know, but it was just funny seeing
Garza stir the pot.
Never does that. I know. It was so hopefully he gets in here and we could talk about some of that. We could bust his balls about that a little bit. We got Fourth right here also saying, I need a Wonder Woman sequel with Amazons in a Jason and Argonaut style. Okay. Oh, yes. I think Scott like that.
Oh, no. Oh. I'm going to tell you right now, preview of our review. Okay. That Themyscira opening.
Yes.
Best scene in the whole damn movie.
Fucking A, right?
I mean, just the action, the Hans Zimmer score, all the elements came together for that first 10 minutes.
It really did.
It just
Yeah.
chef kiss.
I know that, and that's why I was kind of disappointed that it never went back. And I was like,
I
was like, come on, at least can we get like something where like some kind of lesson was taught to her from her mom, or it was like, that's why I was kind of disappointed. I'm like, oh wow, we just never go back to Themyscira. So now it's like, and I'm kind of, rewatching the first one. I mean, obviously it's an origin story, so there's going to be more Themyscira, but it never really like went back, I guess you could say. It never really like, so maybe there was never the idea of flashing back, but I don't know. I think I was just because when I saw the trailers relied heavily on cutting back and forth. You see little Diana running.
Yes.
Regular Diana. So I was like, all right, are we getting a hint that there is going to be like this, like they're going to be jumping? And I was kind of like, I think I set myself up for that because I was really hoping for that. And then what was running through my brain too, Scott, was like, I was like, oh man, when I was watching it, when I watched the screener, I was like, hey, they never went back to Themyscira. Connie Nielsen, Robin Wright, barely in it. I interviewed Connie Nielsen about this movie, and I not realizing that she's in it for like a whole 2 minutes. And I'm like, oh man, that must have been like kind of like, because she knows how much she's in it. She probably had a day's worth of shooting, and that's it. It was just 1 day shoot. Maybe there was 2 days. I don't know. And I'm just kind of like, oh man, I just was like thinking about that. Like, oh man, she's not. I was hoping she was gonna. There's going to be some kind of, because when it comes to these DCEU movies, man, they really like to they bring back the mothers, bring back that mother. Yes. And that's why I was hoping there was going to be some kind of other scene where we get her like back or something, some kind of life lesson that she taught her when she was a kid. But then again, hopefully we get this Amazon spinoff. Which will,
you know what? The thing about that was like, when I heard about the Amazonian spinoff, I was very lukewarm on the idea. I'm going to tell you, after watching that opening scene, I have changed my tune.
Seriously, I mean that's the way I felt about it too. I was like, oh, okay, that's cool, but then I'm like, oh yeah, okay. There's so much they could do, and I mean, there's a lot they could do. Now that I was like thinking about it, we should talk about it a bit. We got Mr. Ben Everts. What's up, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
How's it going, man? Merry Christmas.
Apparently,
Merry Christmas to you guys.
Dave has not gotten the dress code.
I know. I guess I should probably
we gotta wear Scully
beanie on. I know. I actually like. I don't know. Which is weird because it's like. Yeah, it's weird because it's like, I need a haircut so badly. It's like, I don't know why I'm not even wearing a hat. So maybe I'm going to have to put on my Batman hat, my Batman winter hat with the wings on it in a little bit here just to.
You're fine. You're fine.
How was your Christmas, man?
It was good. It was quiet.
Yeah.
It was sort of okay.
Sort of okay.
It was different this year. The whole social distancing and Zoom calls, and it was a little bit weird.
Yeah, it definitely is strange. Like I said, I was talking at the beginning of the show. Is like, obviously I'm quarantined right now because everything. So it was just like phone calls and then a Zoom call with with some family members, and it was just kind of like, you just miss all. I miss like going to my Nana's house and just talking to everybody and just eating all this food and just. Drinking Coronas with like my uncles and my dad and stuff like that. And just, it was just kind of like, it was a little sad, not gonna lie. But I mean, of course I had Christmas movies that I was watching yesterday. I went through, of course, I watched the Wonder Woman movies, and then I watched the Santa Claus, watched Gremlins, of course, last night as well. That's obviously a classic.
Christmas
Story. I didn't. You know what? I didn't. I know. I'm very. It's disappointing, especially being the film junkie. Obviously, that's like the ultimate Christmas movie.
Yeah.
But what's funny is it was not in my top 5. I will say that it is
really?
not. Yeah.
I actually never saw it until I was a freshman in high school.
Oh wow! So there it is.
Well, that movie's not that old, by the way.
What do you say?
That movie's not that old, by the way.
Not that old? I
thought
it was.
A Christmas Story?
Yeah.
That movie came out, I believe it's in 82 3 or something like that.
Right, when I was 1 year old.
Okay, I was about to say, okay, I was like, if he says like early 2000s, I'm gonna be like, wait a minute.
Wait, when did that movie come out?
You know what? I love the fact that you said that. You made us all feel young here, buddy. You really did, because I was like, wait, because both Scott and I were like, wait, no, this movie's pretty, it's over 30. It's like almost 40.
83.
Yeah, I was 1 year old when this movie came out. Everett, come on.
If it's 83, that's the year I was born, man. So yeah.
Yeah, I keep forgetting I'm the old fart in the group.
I was like, wait a minute. I'm like, does Ben know that it's older? I'm like, oh, okay, but he's 82. And I'm like, thank you, Ben. You just all made our night right there. Yeah. Like, yes, it's not that old, guys. Not that old. Not that old.
It's only almost 30 years old.
30, it's 37. I can tell you that.
Yeah, 37. You're right.
Years old.
Yeah, my math is all messed up too. Apparently.
We got. Yeah, you know what? I almost like don't want to say your name because it sounds like I'm gonna say it wrong. Ash, Wonder Woman 83, where she goes back to Themyscira, maybe visits Mount Olympus, where the old gods died, and the underworld. There you go. That's an idea as well. I'm really hoping that. I mean, who knows when we're going to get the third one, when we get the third one, and, because what's going on with Patty, I honestly think she's going to pass down the reins. I think she's.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's too busy. And it sounds to me like she's like, you know what? I got the Star Wars gig. I got the Cleopatra movie. When is this next Wonder Woman movie going to be able to get out there? And, they'll find a good director, hopefully, that could just totally approach that. And I really hope that we definitely get her going back to Themyscira, because like I said, we were both, what Scott and I were talking about, Ben, was like the fact that, that opening scene in Wonder Woman 84 was just so fucking awesome. And now we want more.
That is the general consensus, because I have a couple of friends who I have been going back and forward for the good part of today. And that's
is one of them named John?
No.
Okay.
That's steer clear from John. No. Well, no, we talk about other things like with him, like anything that has to do with the show, we don't talk about it because it doesn't feel forced and phony when we do it on camera.
Yeah.
So we try not to talk about it, but just other friends that are like, I wish we would have stayed in the whole entire thing in Themyscira. And that was the highlight of the movie.
Yeah, it's definitely a good way to start it off, and like it's just executed perfectly. And I was disappointed that it never like went back. And but I mean, I understand. Yeah, it's supposed to be in 84. You're not supposed to be like so much on Themyscira. It's not an origin story this time, but I don't know. I was just kind of hoping there's just going to be something that just like went back to, just some lesson that she learned as a child, from, her mentors, and especially her mom, because like I said, the DC movies really go back to the mom aspect. I mean, that's why I wanted that. And I was glad that I think it was Meg who actually asked that question to Connie Nielsen, because how did it feel to be that character, that mom character? And then why do you think like DC like kind of just like relies on it, not relies on it, but really just goes to it with Martha Kent, with of course, Queen I always say her name right, Hippolyta, right?
That's correct.
Right? Yeah. Okay, good. Thank you.
Not Hippolyta. I was corrected last time by Scott.
I know. I think I did that during like that vodka stream before I put it on. I put Hippolyta. Yeah, I was like, damn. I know. It's just tomato. But so I was a little disappointed in that. But and then I try to even like at the end when I talked to Connie, so I was like, so what's next? I mean, I heard there's a little spin-off thing. Are you going to be a part of it? What's going to happen? And I was actually thinking, I got a video coming tomorrow that talks, I talk about the mid-credit scene, and I'm wondering, like, would that character of Linda Carter's Hysteria, if they were going to do that spinoff, would she be a part of that movie or that series or whatever? I don't know. I mean, what'd you guys think of that mid-credit scene with her, by the way?
Ben, you go first.
It didn't live up to what I expected, but that's because like us, we are so connected to this universe. We were expecting some connectivity to something else, and we made the assumption that it connects to BBS. That no, it connects to Zack Snyder Justice League. It connects to something. It never dawned on us that it was what it was. To me, it felt like a really nice homage to, without giving too much away, to the original show, which and to me it was fine. It was nothing earth shattering or groundbreaking or anything or something like, oh my god, it's so and so. I kind of expected when she was already in the movie. I was like, oh, that's her, and then I was like, shoot, that's she's gonna be there sometime in the movie. And then when I didn't see her through the entire movie, and then that's what I was like, I think it's gonna be her in the end credit scene, and it was. But it was fine. It was fine. It's just I would just wanted it to be connected to BBS so I could be right in Robert and John's face.
Yeah. Too bad. And then you could just tell John,
You dick.
Yeah. New drop.
I do it anyway.
New drop, guys. Yeah. What did you think about it, Scott?
It was cute. I mean, it was when it happened. But you know who that was for?
It was for her.
It was fans like my wife who, when she saw her on screen, my wife lit up like a Christmas tree, and that was just like, and that's the beauty of going to see it with somebody else.
That's from the 80s. Like when my wife saw it, she was like, "Who's that?"
My wife, if you haven't seen my social media feeds, my wife was so happy. She got the popcorn tin. She was wearing her Wonder Woman sweater. I mean, she was ready for today. And that's who the Wonder Woman fans, that's who that mid-credit scene was for. Because being a nerd like we are, yes, I wanted something universe building. I wanted some connectivity. Yeah. What was it? It was a cute character fan service cameo, legacy casting. That's what it was, and it made my wife smile. And that was the thing where I just kind of went, okay, they finally got Linda Carter in there. That was my reaction last night. Today, my reaction was, okay, that's where it is, and it gave me, and it gave me another appreciation for it. It's not earth shattering. It's not groundbreaking. It's a cute little wink to the audience. And if you pay attention to the movie, when they talk about Asteria being like the greatest among them,
that's what I was
like. It was like,
yeah,
it's Linda Carter.
Yeah.
Okay,
that's one of the things that I liked was the fact that they established it a little bit, and it was like, oh yeah, of course you're gonna have Linda Carter play that role. And I thought like, okay, it's not just like hey, there's Linda Carter, there's a cameo. Oh, she's actually a character that they established, they talked about the golden armor, all that and everything. I'm like, obviously, yeah, she's gonna be the ultimate, and it was a good wink to the audience, like you guys were saying. But I did like the fact that it just wasn't just her popping up and that was it, but it was actually a character that they discussed and talked about. So I was kind of going like, I'm kind of wondering if there's going to be, any kind of future, anything with her. I don't know how she would feel about that if they were to do that Amazonian spinoff where they go back to Themyscira. Would she make an appearance in it, or is it just like some kind of one-off? Do you think she would actually do anything more with that character, or that was just it? It was just for simply just wink.
I think it was simply just a wink.
Okay.
I think also it's the beauty of it being a mid-credit scene and not being in the movie proper, because that's a scene that would be distracting if it had been in the movie proper. That if you're talking about mid-credit scenes and end-credit scenes, that's something that you literally shot that. You never intended that to be in the movie. You intended that to be just a little Easter egg in the middle of the credits. Go for it. And I think that's what it is. It was a way to finally get Linda Carter in a Wonder Woman movie.
Yeah. I agree with you too. And the whole idea of having this Themyscira show is, if they make it before the whole war between the tribe of men and then try to escape to Themyscira, then yeah, that would make sense to have her there. But then wouldn't that predate her though? Because right now she's like in current date, so that wouldn't fit for her to be in
Yeah,
the
true. Yeah. See, that's the thing we got to realize too, is like the fact that this did take place in
in the
84.
80s.
Yeah. Now it's like if we do get this Amazonian series, is it going to be modern day? I'm assuming that that's going to be the case. So yeah, that's another thing we got to remember is the fact that this was taking place in 84. But I mean, like the scene went, like I said, it was fine. It was, it would have distracted if it was in the middle of it. I like the fact that they were trying to like, oh, is that supposed to be Gal? But of course, all of us were like, no, that's not Gal. Come on, she's just walking casually right there. And then there was like the reveal. I mean, I'm glad that, when something fell down, she didn't get electrocuted by it and die. Zing with the Titans. I think I made that little zing on my spoiler.
Oh, that's
yeah.
She died of electrocuted.
Yeah, because I mean, come on, it's kind of hard not to like zing at that a little bit because, it was like, I mean, it just seems like when it comes to the Titan series, they don't know how to do a season finale.
They do not know how to do a season finale. And that's the thing is that like Titans is one of the shows like the costumes beautiful.
Yes,
the arcs of the seasons really good. Damn, they can't stick the landing.
They really can. They really can. It's just, and that's what was so disappointing about. I mean, it was like the whole Deathstroke thing. I was digging and everything, and then it just get to that last episode, and it was like, oh, okay, there's Nightwing, and here we go, and then all of a sudden they just decided to just put that in there, and it's like she got electric. What? No, she literally. Oh, she's okay.
Yeah. Did you guys create
on about that? Yeah.
Did you guys create a list of your best, your top to bottom DC movies like everybody else did?
Oh yeah, and actually, I'm kind of saving mine because Ben, I'm not sure if you heard, but Tim just published our review.
Yeah, I saw the tweet.
That's how we end the show.
With a list.
We re-rank because I didn't do a complete rewatch, but I did several rewatches, and my list went through a lot of fluctuation. Like things moved up, things moved down, some things stayed exactly where they were. But yes, I did re-rack my rankings in preparation for this.
Okay.
Yeah.
How about you, Dave?
I'm probably gonna do like a video sometime in the next week of my rankings, my new rankings, because like I said, it shifts. I mean, it's all pretty much a given of like, pretty much the top 2 or 3 are always probably going to stay where they are. But what shifts is like the middle. When a new movie comes out, I kind of, and maybe I'm going to end up with like
top 5.
Yeah. Especially after watching the first Wonder Woman again, and then watching 84. And then I'm actually wanting to revisit Aquaman again. And I watched Shazam. That was one of the other movies I watched yesterday too.
It's interesting that you say that because that's the movie that everybody's like either moving up or moving down. Yeah.
See,
is either Aquaman or.
Actually, I'll tell you this: Aquaman and Shazam stayed exactly where they were.
Oh wow!
Because Tim and I have 2 movies each. My 4 and 5 are his. See, because we're up to 9 now. I'm trying to remember 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 movies if you count Justice League.
Okay.
My 4, 5 are his 7, 8. And his 7, 8 are my 4. So it's like our top, our bottom, and our dead middle are the same. And then we have 2 that 2 click with him more than they click with me and vice versa. And so it's really interesting watching our lists.
No, that's good. That's good. Yeah. Like I said, that's why I was like, Shazam's a Christmas movie, which I would say
it is.
Oh, it is. I watched it like Christmas Eve or something. Yeah. Like, oh yeah, I'm gonna watch Shazam again.
Yeah. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna put it on. Why not? I think I was after I watched Gremlins or something like that, and that was like the last movie I watched last night, and I just wanted to see where it could fit now that I've seen Wonder Woman 84. Do I like it less or more than it? It was just so. Like I said, I'll do a video about the rankings and everything, but Let's
I'm
see
sorry,
it.
Ben. You asked a really nice question, and
Sorry.
we're all like,
No. I
check our
don't have a
content
list.
channel. Sorry.
Well, you know,
No, I
that's
just
the
want to
way it
know.
is.
right now.
You know how it is, Ben. You know, I mean, when people
I know.
ask, like,
Look who I'm talking to. You never let God say goodbyes.
It happened one time.
One time, damn
One
it.
time.
Thank you, Scott.
But how come, like, on every episode, everybody's looking at, is he gonna let him do it this time?
You dick.
No, I don't. I do not have a list. I
Yeah.
don't.
No, but like, you know, it's just like when it comes to, you know, what we do, obviously you want to save it for specific, like, okay, let me like break it down and, you know, put it out there in our little
I'll
outlet.
tell you what happened to me this time, though, is that I am the more we get movies added into this franchise, I'm moving away a little bit more from numbered rankings and and going to more to like a tier system, which is
there you go.
That's pretty good.
I put these movies in this tier because I'm learning that some movies, I know that they exist on this level, but which one I like more than the other, really, I'm learning is just what's my mood the day I watch it.
Yep. And that's why I said that I couldn't put it on a list where I have BVS and Man of Steel. I cannot see making that comparison. How can I put this movie where I have Man of Steel, BVS, and what's my other Dark Knight, which is a DC movie. So I cannot, like, I'm going by CBM. I'm not going by the DCU. I'm going by the CBM. So I'm like, I cannot put him in the category. So I'm like, what does this movie feels like? So to me, it feels like something similar to Shazam. It feels similar to Aquaman, even to its detriment to 2017 Justice League. So that's where that movie lives. Like, it's in that category. This is in this group. This is where you pertain. Like, I don't feel like I should put it on that where I have my BBS, my Dark Knight, my
See, I mean, especially when it comes to,
and
like,
that's not a bad thing to do, by the way. I'm not saying that it's because it feels so drastically different for me to even.
It's almost like I'm saying apples and oranges. It's like even when we did our review, if we made any kind of comparison, we just compared 84 to the first Wonder Woman movie, because it's like, okay, same character, same director, same stars. Right. Like, that way I felt a little bit more comfortable saying, you know, if I'm going to compare it to something, here's something I can compare it to. Because when you try to start comparing it to other movies from other filmmakers, it gets muddled because movies have different intentions, they have different audiences,
right?
And that's why even when I make my list, it's like, okay, I'm just going to rank this franchise. So these 9 movies so far is all I've bothered to rank.
Okay,
makes sense. Yeah. So look forward to that. You'll get our rankings and stuff like that on individual stuff, you know, on the Film Junkee channel, and of course, you'll get on Squadcast. Cheers. So let's talk about
drinking hot chocolate. It's okay.
Nice. So let's talk about some of the things, you know, some of the spoilery kind of things in there. Like, how did you guys feel how they brought Trevor back? Were you guys okay with it?
Not a fan.
Now, here's what I said. Here's what I said. They never addressed why he had to be brought back in some rando's body.
Yes.
There was never any concern about taking
that was
over.
Not the only thing.
They didn't express any concern about him spending time in the other person's body, taking over that other person's life. They never explained why. I mean, if you wanted to do the whole monkey paw situation, like that, that the wish costs you something. Which, by the way, The Monkey's Paw, great short story. If you've never read it, it's a short story. That's called an illusion. I'm sorry, I'm being really condescending right now.
No, it's totally fine, dude. I love it. I love it.
Facetious and condescending.
But it was the idea that, okay, they could have addressed the idea that, great, you made the wish to bring your boyfriend back. The cost is that you sacrifice this poor schmo's existence to bring your boyfriend back.
Yeah.
But no, they established the cost of the wish was her powers.
Right.
So that got a little muddled where, okay, so he took over someone else's life, a real person's life.
Yep.
And we never address it whatsoever. I had issues with that as far as the writing was concerned.
It was like the only thing they like showed. I think like the thing that they wanted to make a point was, I guess, like that actor who plays that dude looks similar to the Steve Trevor from the TV
80s
series
from Lyle
so
Wagner.
Like, when he looks in the mirror, when he looks in the mirror and it like you see that reflection, I think like that's what Patty was trying to emphasize. So I think they were more focused on like that more than, hey, what does this guy have a life, family? What I mean, literally, like what happens like right after? I mean, does he just go like, oh, wait a minute, all of a sudden I'm back. Why am I tired? Why do I feel like I've got punched in the face a couple of times? And why does it feel like I had sex with a goddess? I feel kind of great from like, the waist down, but a waist up, I'm a little bruised up and broken, but I don't know. I feel like I got laid a couple of times here by, that's where, of course,
a couple of liters.
Yeah. I'm like, they did, do the, but don't, they did do the nasty, obviously that we saw, but it's just like, but it's literally, and I know some people were like on Twitter going like, well, did she just like, did she rape the guy? Because I mean, my God, it was another dude. And I'm like, I'm sure the guy's fine. I'm sure if he was, not taken over by somebody who's been dead for 70 years, he probably would have given consent. Don't worry, guys. Right. It is Diana Prince for fuck's sake. But that was just immediately where my mind was like, okay, so what happened? So we do see the guy at the very end. They bump into each other, and he's just kind of like, Snow. Cool. Hey, pretty lady, what's going on? And it was just, but it just didn't seem like he was affected by it really at all.
Apparently he didn't lose his job, so I guess the whole thing didn't last more than a couple of days.
No, that's the thing. This movie only takes place because literally we see Diana and Barbara meet for the very first time.
This is a guy that broke practically to the White House. They have cameras with this guy and Wonder Woman. It's like, we gotta find this guy. What he's doing.
He might be on the most wanted list.
Exactly. And all of a sudden at the end of the movie, he's just unexplainably just like, whoop-a-doo. It's like, what's going on here?
And these are nitpick things that,
Yeah, it is. It is.
But I feel like that was something that just was never addressed.
Never. The only thing that they say was that he slept in a futon. It's like, okay, this is some loser guy, which shout out to everybody that sleeps in a futon. But apparently Scott does because
no, he has a futon. He always has
a futon. I'm looking at my futon actually right now.
If I ever show up and stay the night, I'll be sleeping on that futon.
It's fine to have an extra futon, but if your life revolves around going to bed and you bed is a futon, you have to reevaluate a couple of things.
But it was almost like they didn't need Steve to come back and just inhabit someone's body.
Yeah, why everybody's wish came true like they're supposed to, but him have to be in somebody's body. That was never explained. That didn't need to be the case because it was kind of weird too. Or like, she's at that gala and all of a sudden he's there and he's dressed in a tracksuit. How did you get there, dude? I mean, this is like people are dressed up in suits and it's a gala for fuck's sake, and you got into this place. Yeah,
a tracksuit. I mean, it was just kind of like, no. I mean, they could have just, they could have just done where he just came back. He just came back, and there was just something, and then she was like, I had to keep close.
Now that you mentioned, sorry, Scott, because before this goes away, because I was thinking about when she was walking into the gala. Every guy, every man was like a predator. It's like, what the fuck is going on here?
Well,
so it wasn't me. Am I overthinking this? Because I saw she walking out, every guy turned on the left, on the right, then she goes in, like every fucking guy's like gaga with this woman. Okay, mind you, she's beautiful. But not every guy is a fucking idiot drooling over women that walk.
But here's my thing to that. Because one, you see, it also sets up every guy doing that to Barbara as well, because remember,
No, when
Barbara's
Barbara walks in, she gets the attention of everyone, women and men. Like, how you doing? Where are the shoes? Those are beautiful shoes, blah, blah, blah. But it felt different. Like, you could go watch it again. I was like, let me see if I'm not just screwing eyes in too much. And then I went back. It's like, no, yeah, it's that.
Yeah.
I didn't see
Go
this.
on, Scott. I'm sorry I cut you off.
No, you didn't cut me. That's fine. It's just, I feel like it's just, I took it more just like they're communicating the fact, kind of like how she always, except for in 2017 Justice League, she always turns down a drink. You know, it's always like, it's kind of like that. And it's also supposed to show the, she's only there to find Barbara and figure like she's literally on a mission, because she would not be here for any other like she doesn't she makes the point,
even though she had that dress that was just like, holy
let
shit.
me just throw this thing on, let me go and get Barbara.
I don't know.
She doesn't, I know, I mean, that's, I mean, but I mean, you have to do that. I mean, when you have this gorgeous, you know, lead of acting, you gotta put her in the best stuff. I mean, even though they established like, oh yeah, I don't really socially go out and blah blah blah, but it's just like,
You know, all of a sudden she has this.
Yeah, and it's like, no, she's got
universe dress.
Yeah, she's got the stuff. She got the stuff. She got the dresses. She's got everything.
What I would have loved about him with Steve not coming back in someone else's body was, I just envisioned what the goodbye scene when she announces the wish, like him like fading away or turning to dust, like what him just disintegrating, like doing something like to even, because when she says goodbye, this is one of my critics. Like, I love the scene where they say goodbye. I mean, that scene.
No, it is. I do too.
It's right there. But then he just kind of like, I go behind a wall as she runs off, and it was like,
I love you, Diana. I always will, or whatever the hell he says.
Yeah. I thought that scene was fine, and one of the things that my big takeaway from that scene was Gal Gadot acting chops have exponentially gone up.
Yeah, definitely.
From the first movie, you could tell like there were choices that were made because her performance wasn't there, so they had to cut the movie in a certain way that didn't make it too apparent. But now she was like, "Damn!" I was like, "Oh man, she's really stepping up her game." Now I have no qualms with her playing Cleopatra. I think, I tweeted about it.
And also the fact that obviously she's grown in her relationship with Patty Jenkins, that Patty and Gall are able to, they feel comfortable enough to get that performance. And then considering that Patty is also going to be directing the Cleopatra movie, once again, you're just building on that relationship between a director and an actor.
It's gonna be gonna be great. In which we all love to see. I always love when directors work with the same actors. It's just something you know that there's gonna be like a bond there, which is always great. So we got Mr. Stephen Colbert, Mr. John Garza. What's up, guys?
Wait. Can you hear me, or is it loud?
No, I can hear you.
It's not too bad. Are you driving?
Yeah.
This guy.
That's funny.
I could hear. I heard it a little bit, but I think you're good. You're good, though.
He's like the live stream version of the dude doing vlogs behind the wheel of his car with sunglasses.
What I was
He does.
The movie's time frame, the time jump. I mean, they're obviously in July 4th, right? And then you have Christmas time. I mean, I don't know.
Christmas time. That's at the end.
It does, jumps to the end to Christmas time, And I mean, that was an interesting little time jump. I didn't even think about that, but I think you almost wonder, like, were they always planning on releasing it on Christmas Day and put that scene in there? But I mean, from my information, that scene was going to be there even if they were released back in June or July or something.
Well, and it goes to the full IMAX aspect ratio when you watch it.
Yeah, barely. I was so pissed off at Patty when she said, "See it on the biggest screen." I was like, "Okay, Patty, I'm gonna go see it on IMAX." And guess what? Literally, the opening scene and the fucking ending scene. That's it. Like nothing. That's it. I was so pissed off because I literally went to IMAX and I was like,
"Did they?
You know what?
Did they do that with the original?"
Dick.
I feel like the original Wonder Woman was also the opening and closing, or maybe they didn't even have IMAX for that one.
They didn't even have. Well, I mean, they showed it on an IMAX screen, but it wasn't filmed with an IMAX camera.
That's right. I didn't even see that in IMAX, so I don't know why I'm.
I know. Like, yeah, I mean, I know you could notice the aspect changes when you watch it on here, right? But it's like, but I don't know. I guess with me, it was just like I didn't really like take notice too much. I mean, obviously, you want to record that first. You want to have that first scene, the Themyscira scene. You want that in like as big and huge as possible. But I didn't even like. I think I just totally zoned out when it came to the end. I didn't even
It's
notice.
weird. Well, somebody said, I realized something about the cinematography when somebody said on Twitter or something. Someone asked if the IMAX ratio was preserved on HBO Max, and I didn't know. I was like,
No,
I'm
it
not.
is.
I have no idea. It is.
It is.
Yeah, but
it
I was
is,
like
but
that.
it still has like bars on the top, a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay. Because
No.
when I started to think about that, I'm like, I have no idea, and it made me realize like I didn't really pay attention. Like it didn't ask me to pay attention to the cinematography. Really, that's not
No.
saying it's like bad. It was just there was nothing, like with other movies that I'll often like I will pay attention to the aspect ratio because I expect something from the aspect ratio, or they're doing things cinematographically that makes me that makes me pay attention to that kind of thing, and I'm paying attention to focus and lighting and I didn't feel like they expected me to care about that with this movie. So I didn't notice the aspect ratio changes.
I noticed it because what I've noticed so far sometimes when I not on my TV, but when I saw it in the theater, was everything suddenly just gets even more like crystal clear and it just pops more. So when I was watching it in the theater, the snow and the light, like everything that was Christmassy about that final scene just really sort of came into focus. And that's made me go, and that's when I started looking at the top and the bottom of the screen going, oh damn, this is an IMAX.
Yeah.
There's a few scenes in the movie where I didn't feel like it was overall like and I heard you say that this theatrical experience is totally different. I didn't feel like the movie necessarily suffered from seeing it on the small screen a whole lot, but I do know there are certainly scenes that if I had seen them on a big screen would be like I imagine the scene in the jet is like makes more sense because it's colors and brightness and
the highway action scene. That was one that popped.
Someone in the comments said that one was also IMAX.
Was that
okay?
IMAX?
Okay, I'm not surprised because that one popped as I was watching it, and when the truck flip happens, like my seat like rattled, like like I felt the truck rattle.
No, it's a good scene. I didn't like how it ended because I was just like, really, you're gonna end with that little trope of the kids?
There were a number. It was really weird to me watching it because I remember with Justice League, they started releasing clips, and that was when I first started being like, what's going on here? And I know I've seen in the past where they'll edit that stuff a little bit, maybe for spoilers or something like that. And so at the time I was like, oh no, it's this is probably not what the actual movie is like. I bet maybe it's just it flows different for whatever reason. And I saw the movie and I was like, oh no, that's what the movie is. And this one, it's not that the clips were edited differently, but stuff like, for example, the highway chase, when they released the clip for that, I was like, that was the first moment where I started to like kind of tap out on the movie a little bit because the action is just not like, it wasn't kinetic. There wasn't a sense of physics. The motion was all wire worky. Her pushing the truck not only is just like that truck would roll, right?
Yeah.
Or there was no there was no friction. Like I just didn't understand how any of the physics work.
Yeah.
Or maybe she would just like blow through it. Like in the previous movie, maybe if she had hit it like that, it would like split in two. Like there's all sorts of stuff where it's like it just felt weird. Yet as a whole, I loved that scene, or not loved it, but it was much better in the movie.
You know what it reminded me of, and I did say this in our review on DC Film Squadcast that just dropped, that it felt like that scene in Raiders.
Thank you. I was like,
and when you
that
go
was
back to
intentional.
Right,
maybe
it
worked better in full because it has that whole, because the Raider scene is absurd too. I mean, if you picked out a 10-second section of that, you'd be like, what is this Indiana Jones doing? This is Harrison Ford. He's supposed to be a serious action star.
Yeah.
But in full, it's kind of like, oh wow, this is just a whole ordeal here.
Right. Well, and I think the point is, and once again, it's about context. It's like, okay, I heard the interview that Patty said, I didn't just want to make a movie that took place in the 80s. I wanted to make a movie that felt like it was made in the 80s. And I felt that in like that mall scene. I do not like the mall scene at all. Like because it went from Themyscira, which was the highlight of the movie,
and then to the mall.
To the mall scene that felt like the low light of the movie, because I'm not even call it Donner. I'm gonna call it Richard Lester, because that felt like the opening of Superman 3 to me. Go back and watch the opening credits of Superman 3. That's what it felt like. But watch the overacting and experiences, and it feels like a really bad scene from an 80s movie. And then you get stuff like the highway chase that goes, oh, but this feels like greater. This feels like an Indiana Jones movie from the 80s.
Yeah. Well, and you wonder if they were trying to run us. I actually kind of have a theory. I normally try to avoid the like release the patty cut stuff. Ooh, I like that sound though. Release the
That's why I said it.
Patty cut.
I heard about that. I was like, you can't say Jenkins. Patty just sounds bad.
It's gotta be release the patty cut.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I'm not saying there's a patty cut, but yeah, we'll have a whole dance.
Patty cut.
Someone sitting at home clenching their fist. How dare he talk about the patty cut when he wasn't Snyder cut day one? What a snake. Someone pointed out that she has mentioned, like in interviews or maybe on Twitter,
even today,
she keeps on being like the number of times she's been like, oh, that's lost on the cutting room floor. Yeah. And we know she cut 15-20 minutes from the theater. Not that it needed 15-20.
A couple of few times today during the live watch.
I feel like it landed.
Changes. The movie was delayed, and they even said on when they delayed the movie, to change the landscape and whatever. So they were making changes to this movie at that time.
Yeah. Well, and it's in a weird place where like it didn't feel long to me, but it felt bloated. And like, for example, that first act, like you could cut the mall scene entirely without even any reshoots or anything. Literally just cut it. And you're fine. The only thing that does is references the jewel, or the stone, which they include exposition to explain what that is anyway when it shows up. And you could also cut the entire subplot about Steve Trevor's body. Yeah. Like it's a magic witching stone. Why did you invent a scenario where magic does this back-ass word, put you in someone else's body? It's magic. Like there's a dude later on who's like, I wished for a farm and I didn't mean for it to be in the middle of the city. And it's like, oh, you're telling me you can make a farm appear, but you can't make a body appear. Like, just cut that whole section. And
that's what we were talking about earlier.
Because when I was watching with Amanda, it was right before they stole the jet, maybe or something. She lives with scripts all day, all the time. Like story analysis is like her thing. She like does like performance coaching and stuff. And there's a point in the movie where she picks up her phone and looks at it and looks over at me and says, the first act was 52 minutes long. And I had my issues from that because I'd already seen it. But when she said that, I was like, whoa, that's what's because everyone has said, like, there's a bunch of people I see on Twitter that like, I tapped out after 30 minutes. And then other people who say like, oh, once you get through the first half, which is, just a little bit, 20 more minutes from that, basically.
Pretty much. Yeah.
So like, then it's great, which I agree with. If you could make that first 50 minutes into 20 minutes, man, not only would it pace better, but then you get to that point where everyone already agrees, like, oh yeah, it's smooth sailing in the second half for the most part. So I feel like either cut it down to like an hour, or I mean not an hour, cut it down to like a 2-hour movie, or with all the like the 80s, the overdoing the mall scene, the Indiana Jones scene. If that's the kind of stuff that was lost, I feel like the alternative is a 3-hour movie that just leans into that harder. But the version we got is like half of the Wonder Woman movie from 2017 with all of this extra 80s movie homage tonal stuff. And it doesn't ruin it, and it's not whiplash or anything, but it's less than either thing. It's not fully the 80s throwback, but it's also not fully the sequel to the 2017 movie. So which is
I mean, like when it comes to that mall scene, it almost seems like it's like even like before that, when she's just saving random people from like falling, and she just swoops in and does her thing, and then they even see them, even after the mall scene too. It's kind of weird. It's like, oh yeah, the mysterious woman that just comes around and just shows up. People are aware of her, but not at the same time. I mean, I know it's like, but it's my question was how long has she been doing like this kind of stuff? I mean, obviously we could say she's been doing it since the first movie's timeline, 70 years, but then at the same time, I'm like, well, maybe she wasn't. Maybe there was a time period where after, like, you know, when you see that image of Etta and she died, obviously her friends have died that she once had, maybe then she went back to them.
She helped out in World War II because there's a picture of her and the Oddfellows saving concentration camp prisoners.
But what they said was, I think the radio or TV or whoever it was said something like these
citing for the past year.
They said past year, but they specified a time frame. I was going to say 6 months, but yeah, a year, which they don't specify if that's like when she moved to DC. Like maybe she was somewhere else before.
Yeah.
Or if she did move to DC, then why didn't she start doing it until a year before? Yeah,
it's all a little wonky. And then it almost feels like the mall scene was just like, we have to have something. You know, we have to show her in action doing something. Cool.
And also, it's an '80s movie, and so I feel very much like that's one of those darlings that they should have killed. But yeah, but because it's
I saw Walden Books.
Robin Sparkles.
I did too.
You saw what?
Walden Books. I mean, come on. I mean, like when I was a kid, when I was reading like crazy, I would love to go to Walden Books and just start, you know, digging in the sci-fi section.
I think that's right.
Wasn't there this movie had some
got a spinner?
Oh, that little spinner, yeah.
Wasn't this movie supposed to have some elements to George Orwell, 1984?
That's what I was kind of wondering.
Yeah, because that was not there.
It was not there.
It was not
there at all, and that was discussed heavily.
I thought since like it was 1984, okay, yeah. Wasn't there a mention of like that was like the perfect time to do it?
Well, think of the first image that was released. It was Diana looking at that bank of monitors, which was going to suggest the Big Brother is watching. Brother, I thank you. When they showed the particle satellite, I was sitting there going, like, I even looked at it on the big screen today, like, is there any little Brother Eye Easter egg? Any of the plans?
Like
OMAC, right?
Well, especially once they introduce that, is like, is she going to go there and snap his neck? Like,
right?
Yeah, because then you get the whole Maxwell Lord lead up to Infinite Crisis and all that stuff. And
that's right. I totally forgot about that first image where she's looking at all the monitors. I mean, that's like a different tone in and of itself.
Right? That's why I thought Steven was going to go into the whole Patty. They released the Patty cut. I thought. Because like I feel like there was something that they were going for, and it might have been changed. It might have changed halfway through, because I felt some of the elements were there with the government, with the president, and Russia.
That whole surveillance thing in her apartment with all the monitors.
Exactly, that too. So I was thinking that I feel like something was there, but something was just not connecting the way that I thought that it would be.
Yeah, well, it feels very there's some random things in it where like I don't know, it's hard to hypothesize too much because I hate going too far down tangents if I'm like am making baseless assumptions, but it feels like there was that kind of stuff was cut and that could easily fit in it, right? Like you could add 20 minutes of like because the whole nature of like the government surveillance and the satellite, you can I think tie into the wish fulfillment thing to an extent, but I feel it almost feels in some ways like a reverse Justice League situation where like it was written from the beginning like the way Jeff Johns wanted it, and then they started peeling all this stuff back, and it kind of has this overriding Patty tone at the end, but she was working with what they shot when it was like much more of a Joss or not a Joss Johns thing. And I don't know. It was weird because like I didn't like I liked the movie. I enjoyed the movie a lot. There's just a lot of these puzzling questions. That's like, what? Like,
I think Steve. I think that's a point to make. Is like, I like the movie. It's not a subjective. It's not a bad movie.
No, it's not a bad movie.
I like it. I just don't love it. Okay. And before anyone like accuses us of like nitpicking, like, no, guys, this is just four nerds that like. Now that we're sitting down, we got each other to go, okay, what did you think?
Well, in the
And that doesn't take
context
away the fact that I enjoyed the movie, and it improved on a second viewing. I
agree too. I had the same
Yeah, I
experience
picked
with you,
up
where
on
the
a-
problems
yeah.
melted and the highlights were better. Like it was more emotional, and the stuff that I disliked the first time was like, I don't like that, but they don't hinge anything on it. It's not a joke that undercuts drama. None of the jokes undercut drama.
No,
So even if they don't land, you're like, that was dumb, but
yeah,
what it
didn't
is, what
take
it
me
is.
out.
Yeah.
Yeah, like this, the corniest joke that was like, okay, but it's still, I was able to enjoy the entire sequence when she pulled out the steering wheel, the brake still works, and the shoes took off. I was like, okay, that's funny, but it's
All right.
corny, but it didn't take me out of that scene. So some of them did land, some of them didn't land, but you're right, it just didn't ruin the moment for me or the entire scene that I was trying.
I really liked what Scott was saying earlier about not ranking anymore. I've always hated ranking.
Yeah.
Because like it changes on the day, it changes based on what I ate. Like, and what are we ranking on? Are we ranking on story, on cinematography, on just like epic scale? I mean, there's different things that like maybe like that's why people can't agree on what's better, Man of Steel or Batman v Superman. Like Man of Steel is arguably a more cohesive, like polished ordeal, but Batman's not in it. Right. And so like how do you factor that
my
into
logic of it all right there.
Right. So and so that means like if you put BVS at number 1, then literally your standard is like how much Batman is in this movie, and then rank it down from that. But so what's really weird about this is I kind of have a tier system also, and for me it's like BVS and Man of Steel and Wonder Woman are this separate, clearly a step ahead of everything else.
That's exactly what I said earlier.
And then next for me is like probably Aquaman, but it's a different tier. It's not the same type of movie. It's not trying to be the same type of movie, and I enjoy it for what it is. But it's not even trying to do as much, and it does a pretty good job of not doing as much as Man of Steel and etc.
It feels like that movie fits in that on that group.
Yeah, and so what's weird about this is it's a sequel to a movie in tier 1, but it feels by design like it fits next to Aquaman and my tiers. And so that's what's so confusing, because if this was like the first movie, I'd be like, it's a pretty, like that's fun, it's cool. But like this is so weird because it's like it was fine, but like it wasn't. This is a totally different, like, and not just like a different genre. It's not like there's some franchises that'll hop even between BVS and Man of Steel, drastically different looks. It's still Snyder, but like you got different cinematographers, you got even different tones. And this isn't just a different tone, but it's like they break the like I was talking about with the action scene, for example. The action in that first one is so grounded, and there's friction. There's not like everything is sliding all over the place in this. It feels like nothing has like everything is just sliding on all. Yeah, nothing is heavy. Nothing is even. Did you guys catch the pillar in the White House that bounced?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I saw that the second time. Like literally bounces like next to her. I was like, oh, that was, okay. Yeah,
like it's like
it was
that
almost
was
like a guy just like was like throw it next to her. Okay,
Yeah, exactly. But like that should be like a normal movie, like with VFX or whatever. They would like they'd like whatever you call it, we'd like freeze that portion of the screen or whatever, so that but no, this pillar falls and then it goes like boom, and it's like, oh, that weighs like that's a 5-pound foam pillar that just fell down.
That's so funny because I totally noticed that the second.
And that's more of just like an editing, like filmmaking thing. And there's even a part of me that's like, maybe they did that on purpose, because that kind of stuff happens all the time in 80s movies.
Mm-hmm.
True.
But even then, it's so different from that first Wonder Woman, where there's dirt flying, and when things break, they crunch, and like there's just this tangible nature to everything. And so when she's like whereas in the first one she's got like she'll lift the tank and throw it and it crashes and everything burns, and then this, it's like, oh, I can just it's not about the strength, it's not about the whatever, it's just the act of like sliding a truck like that is just not consistent with the way she interacts with her environment in the first one. And so yeah, it's so weird to kind of evaluate it unless you decouple it from the fact that the other one exists.
Yeah,
which feels like that movie's so great.
It is.
Well, and I'll tell you this, something that happened during my rewatch, because I rewatched Wonder Woman again, and it shot like I was way too harsh on that movie when it first came out. And I rewatched it a couple days ago, and I just watched it, and the whole time I was like, Scott, get over yourself. Seriously, this is actually if I decouple my feelings about what happens after Steve Trevor because as soon as Steve Trevor dies, reshoots kick in. Like you can see it in the VFX, you can hear it in the writing. Like the reshoots happen right after, like it, or at least it just becomes glaringly obvious after Steve Trevor's death, and she goes berserker.
Wild, yeah.
Right. If I would just, I was like, dude, it's like a 2-hour, 20-minute movie. Do not judge the first 2 hours and 10 minutes based on what happens in the last 10 minutes, and acknowledge that this movie is beautifully shot, wonderful chemistry. And I added, it jumped up in my rankings. I added another like half a star to my rating. Yeah. It was like, I got over myself because I looked at all the other movies that are those mid movies. Yeah. Like we've gotten a lot of mid movies in this franchise for the past couple of years. And I just was like, no, this belongs up there.
Yeah. Well, and like with, it's so weird because that's why I appreciate the tier system, because it's hard for me to even criticize Shazam or Aquaman or something like that, because it's not, it feels unfair, because I think they're both very competent, mostly well executed movies. It's just that, like, if you put it next to BVS, it's not Shazam is a terrible BVS.
Yeah,
right.
He's just like,
but it's a great family.
It really is.
Exactly. And why does that? And so why are we, especially any fan of this genre, this director should know better than to say this movie is bad because it doesn't fit in this box over here based on the expectations or desires that I have for it. And so even if it's not like what I would prefer to watch or whatever, I think Shazam and Aquaman are great and fun, and just not on this tier. And with Wonder Woman particularly, it's weird because I've always been a defender of that third act, not because I think it's the best way. Like I think that what they were going to do would be better, and there's definitely a clear, like, ironic feeling of like it has a killing blow set up that's like you see it coming,
right? Because you can't. When I kill Ares, the war will stop.
Yeah. And the further down that plot she gets, you're like, no.
Ares, it was not supposed to stop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Well, and you even can tell that I think that while they reshot the third act, I don't think they reshot that part where after it ends and people are like still fighting for a second. Oh, I guess they did because they twisted that a little bit. But
right.
And so I definitely would have preferred that. And so I think that is the superior version of the movie. And there is a feeling like they pull a punch when which is ironically like what they make the character do also at that moment. But I still think that it doesn't hurt it so much that it takes it out of that tier, like you said.
Yes.
Yeah. And because throughout the rest of that movie, when it nails its emotional moments, there's a quote like it's usually Steve Trevor will say something, and it is like boom. Or like she says like what is this what people do when there's no more wars to fight? Mm-hmm. Or whatever, like that moment with it there's no man's land, and then that happens, and it's perfect. And then there's I love I can save today, you can save the world, I wish we had more time.
Yes.
Like I think I'll like right before, like that's right before everything changes. And I think that's all that is next. Like when you're comparing it to something like Shazam or something like Aquaman, that kind of stuff is not, they don't aim that high.
No, they don't. And I think that's the point. They don't aim that high. So I'm not going to judge it on the tier of something that it wasn't trying to achieve that. So why put it on that level?
Right. And now there are moments in Wonder Woman 1984 that I feel like do. Mm-hmm. There's when she leaves Steve, I think is that way. A little bit even when he shows up, although that's wonky because that's where you get that mix of like the Freaky Friday thing of he's in the other body. And maybe I just nailed why they did that.
You know what? That's what I thought about. I mean, how many times have you seen an 80s movie where there's like some magic rock that is going to be doing some, I was thinking of Vice Versa from, with Fred Savage and Judge Reinhold when they switch bodies. There was like that. It reminded me something like I guess you could say in that kind of essence of it. Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. It's I don't even know how to talk about it. I'm clearly rambling, but it's just it's how do you reconcile?
Boring.
All right, another new drop. Another new
Oh,
drop.
no.
Yeah.
Oh,
You know what?
man.
I had I when I watched Scott Pilgrim a couple weeks ago, I'm like, I gotta get that drop.
This is boring.
I feel attacked. You were thinking of me when you added that, weren't you?
No, not at all. I was thinking of Garza. What are you talking about? no, but
Garza,
like,
your mic is off.
yeah, your mic's off, Garza. Yeah, there's no audio.
Nope, still.
Nope, still nothing. A little couple.
You know what I'm still waiting for Dave to do is probably be like Ben Stein from Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Whenever I'm on, he just goes Bueller.
Okay, so another thing I have to ask you guys is about the invisible jet. What did you feel? Okay, I already see Scott's reaction.
I have.
I mean, I talked about it, of course, on my spoiler review, and I was just kind of like, all right, cool. I mean, if you're gonna have to put that in there, put it in there. I mean, yes, she mentions that her father hid an entire island, and I made a coffee mug disappear one time, but
I found it.
yeah, somehow I'm gonna make this plane disappear.
Actually, I liked all the invisible jet stuff. I hated the jet part though.
Yeah,
Yes.
well, Steve Trevor's like he hasn't flown a jet. You know,
Yeah,
was
but I
just
think
he's
but
like,
he's also like we see him fly. Not that it's the same thing, but like I can
Thank you.
accept. I'm willing. The suspension of disbelief at that point is already enough to say,
Yeah,
like, you know what? He's a highly skilled pilot. I
come
believe
on,
he
you
can
can-
figure it out.
Can y'all
You
hear me
can't
now?
disrespect.
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
you
we
can't
hear you,
do
John.
that.
I
Here's
realize
here's
We
the
can hear you
first
now,
moment
John.
where I went.
Thank you. You cannot
Yes.
fly a 1917
By
plane
plane.
that was
By
again
plane.
fucking
Here's the thing,
modern
though.
1984 and take off like
Listen,
it's nothing.
That's not where I go. Where oh my goodness, you know where I go? Oh my goodness, because I even told Avery, I was like, are they really walking into a fucking museum and all of those planes have
Are fueled up?
yeah,
Yeah,
they're
ready to
fueled
go.
up to make a flight of
Well,
Cairo.
and it's funny because like Patty was just making a big deal recently about how her dad was in the Air Force.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like she knows. Yeah, so like I said, that stuff was weird. And
It was very
like I said,
weird.
I'm willing to suspend my disbelief enough to say like Steve could figure it out. Yes, I know it's ridiculous, but like
Yeah,
there's so many other things going on.
I
But
mean,
I think
at
with
the end of the day, we're not pilots, so we don't know if they've really upgraded like all of the switches and all. Like I don't
well,
know.
this button says
Oh,
fuel.
come on, man.
I mean, it's like saying that like using a computer is like using
It's
a
just like
calculator.
starting a Hyundai.
It's like riding a
Can it be a
bicycle.
car? Can it be just like a car though? Right?
No,
Yeah, no,
remember,
a
car is
back
still-
in
you're still-
1918, those things were propellers. He's
Yeah,
flying a jet.
Yeah, we're talking
Yeah.
open air.
Thank you.
He went from a prop
A Model
plane
T. A
It's
Model T.
away.
a Porsche.
Yeah.
The cars we
You
drive
have to
today are the same
crank it.
technology as the Model T, just better,
Way
right?
out.
Whereas a jet is a different, fundamentally different.
because my
thing.
father-in-law is a pilot. I'm just
Oh, what did he?
The
What
similarity they have is Bernoulli's principle, right? And that's about it, right? So
yeah. I was
Well, can
when he started explaining fly, I was like, oh, I watched a Storybots episode like this on Netflix. Okay,
Can I bring up? I know you guys were talking action, and I wanted to get into it. And I showed Steven this, and I showed all of y'all. I think I don't know if I did, but I looked it up, and yes, the action was. I was thinking it was going to be more. We're going to have some action, right? I mean, that Themyscira. I heard you guys earlier. I was pissed off. I wanted more Themyscira, which made me realize Zach is literally going to give us all of that, which in my mind, that just blows my mind. We're going to get so much Themyscira and Hippolyta and Antiope kicking ass in the history lesson.
Antiope. I have to say that. Sorry.
Antiope.
Antiope.
No, Antiope. Antiope.
Antiope. That's what I like to say.
yeah,
Antiope or Antiope?
Antiope.
Where Scott's like,
Wrong! It's just my accent, I guess. I don't know.
Diana Antiope.
Yeah, Hippolyta. I mean, at least I don't say Hippolyta. Okay, stop.
yeah.
So,
Hippolyta.
so the fact that we're going to see both of those women kicking ass in Zack Snyder's
my
Justice
God.
League with Amazon, like, dude, I mean, I feel like it's gonna. They're not going to be able to. The haters aren't going to be able to say anything about misogynistic or anything. They're going to be like, no, dude, he showed
still
warriors
will,
kicking
but-
ass. I know. But so when it comes to the action, right? And Steven made it a point to say, in Wonder Woman, the first one, it was Damon Caro. Damon Caro obviously has done literally since 300 all of Zack Snyder's action scenes, right? Well,
You could tell.
I looked up who the stunt coordinator was for this one. And you know what? At the end of the day, it's whatever. Like, you got to start somewhere, right? But this movie was her second film, okay?
Oh.
Her next film is Fast 9.
Oh shit.
Yeah. And her first one, hold on.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious what the first one was.
Well, no, I think there's more than one stunt coordinator.
No,
on
well,
this
no,
film.
this is the stunt. This was the stunt coordinator. Like Damon Caro is the stunt coordinator.
Well,
right?
yeah, but like there's multiple stunt coordinators credited. on
Oh, the
Justice
first
League
one.
and-
The first one was Solo, a Star Wars story, and I went through the entire IMDb, and I couldn't see. So
And
either way, this person has worked on 2 films that technically got really fucked with, right? Solo, obviously.
okay, so that's what you're kind of getting at. Is like,
Yeah, it's like, yeah, well, maybe, but I don't know, because her 3 credits, right? 1, Solo, got fucked with. 2nd, Wonder Woman, wasn't that great. I mean, it was all right for what it was, but
Yeah, so
And-
the coordinator that you want to look at is Rob Inch. And
Inch?
he did
sounds like a porn name. Yeah.
he's doing Black Widow. He did one in 1984. Jurassic Park: Fallen Kingdom, The Last Jedi, Transformers: The Last Night, Rogue One, Force Awakens.
God damn.
And he was stunt coordinator.
we did a lot of
Uh,
work.
and all those.
Coordinator,
Um,
the action scenes we know. We all kind of went agreements that it was not as
Well,
great as the first.
But so I don't. But so
And-
my point, I guess, is I'm saying I don't think it's a quality or talent issue so much as a directional decision
Well, right.
issue.
Yeah,
That they
I mean,
decided they want it to be wire worky and less kinetic.
Well,
But-
and to bring up what you guys had said earlier, because I'm just catching up. So sorry, I was listening. But that mall scene, like, you're right. Like, the fact that they go from Themyscira to the mall, it was such a jump. Like, it literally,
Sorry.
like,
Whiplash.
it basically was like watching
Joring.
Zack Snyder's footage and Justice League, and then going to Wheaton fucking reshoot. Like, you're like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Like, it's,
'Cause it was-
it's so different,
That
thematic.
team was just masterful.
And
Well,
so,
and it felt like once again, I think that their intention there maybe was to make Themyscira more like, that was going to be thousands of years ago, right? Is when that happened, because Diana was a little girl.
because she was
Also
great.
it's a different place. It's in a timeless place in the world, and whereas this movie was, I think, wanted to be very much like the 80s were a different time, and so that's why they're like, it's the mall, people dress weird, and
And again,
I
they
think
could have, like you
The
said,
transition
ripped
was
that
the
out.
issue.
Yeah, they could have ripped that out, and you would not have missed a beat.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
literally,
what I
you
said
just see that stone at the end, and they easily could have said this stone was found in a black market.
I think they do when
Yeah.
they get the stone at the Smithsonian. They have a 2 seconds of exposition that's like,
It
The
is.
supervisor tells you
better
everything
than
you
the
need to
Honda.
know.
yeah, they're like, this is
Here's
from the
the other thing too.
It's
is
from the
you don't
black
know.
market, and it was
You would-
stolen last week, and here we have
The
it.
only reason why
With the
they should have
jewelry
had
store.
that scene, which they didn't even make mention of, is that those guys were hired by Maxwell Lord, right? That would have made sense, okay? But the only thing we know about Maxwell Lord trying to get that rock is that he's been trying to find this rock. That's it.
I've seen a
It was
million
supposed to be
movies though.
delivered to him. That was the whole thing of her going
get
back
that,
to the
but
box
Unless
and
it's
finding it.
unless that's
the
revealed
manifest.
via like images, like if he has pictures of them. But like it's very like I've seen a million. I feel like it's even in like a Superman, one of the Donner Superman movies, maybe, I don't know, where there's like they reference a heist, and then later on it's like, oh, it turns out Lex Luthor organized that.
Yes.
But you don't have to see it on screen. Like if they had
Right.
said this was part of a heist, and then later on when they introduced Maxwell Lord, if he was like, oh, those guys failed in the heist, I'd be
Exactly.
like, oh, I get it.
That would make you put it
I don't
together.
need to
That's what
see
I'm
it
saying.
on
They don't
screen
do
to
that.
have
was
that.
part of it.
We
You're
don't, we
right.
don't ever deal with that. So I was like,
Interesting.
okay, cool. And then whenever, like you said, with Amanda saying 52 minutes was the first act, dude, that first act is it took its time, and I appreciated that because you're getting character buildup. But
Yeah.
Well, I love the
same
character,
time-
character stuff is all great. They give me all of the
Right.
Steve stuff, all of the Diana
Yes.
stuff, all of the Barbara stuff, all of their interplay.
I wanted more
Right.
Barbara stuff, to be honest with you, because I
Yeah.
felt like that relationship needed more.
And Kristen,
Growth.
when-
Then
the-
a fucking
her-
dinner. Yeah.
her line delivery was amazing. That was one thing I said
Oh,
to
yeah.
Amanda
Oh,
during
yeah.
dinner with her. I was like,
Kristen was
"There's no." I was like, the way she's reading these lines, there's no way it's written that way in the script, and there's no one that could coach her.
No, she has a very
100% her.
The way that Kristen Wiig like brings out these lines. She says it in like a quick kind of way, and I don't know,
take breaths at awkward moments, and she'll throw these little things under her breath at the end. Like
she's like at the White House. She's like, if you go anywhere near Max Lord or you touch him,
yeah, it's a.
Dude, I was like, God, like, there was no joke.
I know that's where she shined. She shined.
I was like, shit, dude. Like she's full on fucking good. And so when it comes to like those tones, like even with the mall, we know that the mall was filmed early on, right? Because that was like the first
Comic-Con.
Like 3 years ago. Yeah.
And it's funny looking back on that when people saw that and they were like, "This is gonna be different." And and we kind of forgot about it because it was so long ago. But now that we see it, I'm like, "Oh, I know now." I feel
not only that, but I think they purposely I think Patty implemented that in just to have fun and pay homage to like those 80s and all that. Oh yeah, that was not going to be the tone of the film, and I can appreciate that because once we got out of that and you get into like the whole, with Steve coming back and all that, like it's such a serious shift that I was like, I don't know if they did that on purpose to like make it.
Yeah, it's a little wonky. It's a little like jarring, like we said, because it goes from Themyscira, which we arguably is like one of the best series in the movie. Yeah, and then it starts to get back. But then of course you have Barbara doing like the tropey stuff where it's like, I got super strength now, or I'm sexy now, and now guys are seeing me, and I'm going to go to the gym and deadlift like.
You know what? I didn't mind that part because it felt like good development for Barbara's character, and it fit the tone at that time. Yeah. And but you notice as the movie gets more serious, it's when she starts to take that darker tone. Like when she finally kicks the shit out of that rapist guy.
Oh, it was, absolutely, dude.
Like that it lets out of the room. You're like, whoa, that's
there was no joking. And even with the homeless guy that she was a friend with, he's like, hey, what?
The homeless guy that she always like helps out is like, Barbara, what the fuck? And then she was just like, mind your business.
And that's why I say like I feel like there's another version. There's the Joss Whedon version of this. Or there's the Marvel movie version of this where she kicks the shit out of that guy and then she ends it with like I don't know, some like oh no, I broke my nail, I gotta get used to this fighting thing, and then like or something like, why did you do that? But no, they like left and just like there's no, I don't even think there's music.
He's just like bleeding out, dude. No, there's no music. He's bleeding out.
And the camera is a static shot on him. You're waiting to see if he breathes, right? Like you're right. You're waiting. Like, is he gonna groan? Is he gonna move? And the homeless guy goes up and he's like, "Hey, man," and then it cuts, and you're like, he's probably dead.
Yeah.
Like, that guy
wait, dude. Like, that was.
If he's not at the hospital in 20 minutes, brain bleed.
The only thing that I criticized about her art was nothing to do with Kristen Wiig's performance. It was, I felt like there was a scene or two in the beginning. I mean, I know you guys are already saying the first act is already kind of long, but I almost feel like we could have sacrificed some of the Steve stuff to give Barbara. I feel like there needs to be the way Barbara breaks bad in that White House scene feels like she feels betrayed by what Diana is doing. But we literally just saw them meet for the first time at the Smithsonian in their first scene. And so for there to be that sense of betrayal, not just the I don't want to give this up, but also the sense of how dare you do this to me?
Well, not only that, it's the looking.
But didn't we see this in Iron Man 3 and Spider-Man 2? Why are we not seeing things for what they are? Because her story seems so similar. It feels like we've seen it. I'm not trying to be like the Debbie Downer of the group, but it feels like her arc, it feels like we already been here before.
I feel like it was. I don't know if
what my wife said when we watched HBO Max last night. She said, "Is this kind of like Selena Kyle from Batman Returns?"
You just interrupted her.
There's a little bit of that.
Sorry.
I think she does a better. I told Amanda, I think she does a better job at the dorky part than Michelle Pfeiffer because Kristen Wiig can play that. But I mean, but she when she like puts on the dress and fixes her hair and everything, it's also got that like there's a big.
Yeah, when she walks out with like the shoes, she's like, I don't know if the shoes are gonna work. And that even that chick,
exactly.
the girl that was helping her was like, you look amazing. And it's like, yeah.
And so like to Scott's point though, I feel like they could have embraced that a little bit more and even gone more in the Dark Knight or not Dark Knight, the Batman Returns direction with if they had made it not that so she was brand new, but had a scene or two of Diana working and her like spying on her as a coworker, like shy in a cubicle, and then like Diana doesn't even know she exists, and she's watching her.
Yeah,
and then that's the first time they're to lunch, and Diana like thinks she's new, but she's like, no, I'm watching
like,
you.
there was like a scene where like this one lady was like, "Hey, have you heard of a Barbara
No,
Minerva?"
the interviewer.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden it was like, "Hey,
Yeah, you interviewed me twice.
Yeah, you interviewed me twice." So
And I
there
thought
a
that was
little bit of
funny.
that, but it was quick. Yeah.
Right, and I thought that was funny, and so I'm not saying that I didn't like that, but I think that to get at what Scott was saying, they could have efficiently, without using too much time, implied that she'd been working there for much longer,
Yeah.
and was was jealous of Diana and watching Diana and like not like uncomfortable to approach her.
That would have added to
motive
her
there.
wish, like being like, "I want to be more like Diana."
Yeah. You don't want to be
Can I ask
somebody
you-
like you met 2 days ago. Like, I don't know your life.
Yeah, that'd be fucking weird, dude. But so like for me, Steve Trevor being in this film, and I don't know how to feel about it because, like, again, I love this film. Obviously, it wasn't as good as the first one. There's reasons for it, but like, I feel like I don't think Steve Trevor needed to be in this fucking film. Like, dude, they could have used something else.
And I think
Yeah,
that's,
but we would've
that's the
missed
coin
out on
toss of is having more Gal Gadot and Chris Pine on screen
They have
together.
great chemistry.
Is that
I know they
is
do.
that worth the trade off? And I think it is. Like, I don't think he's necessary, but also if I'm going to cut things, I'm going to hold off on cutting him as much as possible because I think that they could have. I think maybe they gave him too much prominence because and how do you make him a minor plot point? I know, and that's a hard thing. But like, imagine if he was her wish and like came in a little bit later, and was just like a little bit lighter. Like, for example, you could cut all of the apartment alternate identity.
Oh yeah, well, the
stuff
change
out of there and make
totally.
it just where she's like, oh, I wish Steve was here, and then he shows up, and
changing clothes part out too, and then going back to the apartment of how he found her.
Yeah, exactly. And that was a fun thing. Like, I enjoyed their
Right.
interplay. I thought Steve was funny, and it was a reversal of the triumph
first
scene
movie,
from the
yeah.
first movie. But it something has to go, right? And so I think that's what it is. What I do really appreciate about his character, though, is anybody who is a fan of the genre and hates certain tropes is the I feel like any other movie doing this would have brought him in and made him much dumber and like more and
But he was
they did a
actually
really good
pretty
job.
smart. And he
Yeah,
likes
they did a-
Pop Tarts. He likes Pop Tarts.
Exactly. They did a really, really good job of making him ignorant of the times.
Yes.
But
That's
smart. Because Steve Trevor is smart. He's
Right.
a
He is
smart
a
dude in
smart
the first
dude.
one.
Yeah.
Obviously,
he's
he
the
flew
one
that
that's
plane.
realizing this.
I mean, he flew. He
That's what
took a
he's
modern plane and just took off like it was nothing.
Oh, you know what? They should have had him fly a simulator at the Smithsonian. That would have been. I bet. You know what? I bet that's a cut scene. At the Smithsonian, he flies a jet
There you
simulator.
go.
Those things are. No, I guarantee you. I will put money on that. That's a deleted scene because they go to the
Think so?
Smithsonian. Oh, because that's a big thing at the Smithsonian.
Yeah.
That they've got these.
Oh, no, I
Yeah,
love
They have
I
simulators,
remember
right?
the simulators when I went to the Air and Space Museum.
Oh,
Okay.
it's a thing. If you go
It's a
there.
thing. Yeah.
And it's a big washing machine that you sit in that's suspended off the ground, and it's got an authentic or close to authentic. I guess I've never
Did you
flown
say-
in a real
Somebody get that drop.
authentic cockpit. Sorry, I should finish my sentences.
Yeah, you said authentic cock.
Too late.
Everybody got that?
Great.
Yeah. So
Great.
with the,
But
I was
what
going
I was saying is that, let me finish that because I went on a tangent there. Because I do that. But
yeah,
what they didn't do with him was make him like the bumbling. The fish out of water could have been played up in a way that really destroys his character. But like he comes in and he's like, okay, so I'm back because of a wish rock and there's magic stuff going and he didn't do the whole like, wait, what do you mean a magic rock? Like he's in on the plot, he's up to speed with her on everything. And there are other versions of this movie where like he's just a drain on like not only asking what every single bit of technology is all the time, but also where there's a version of this where she's like keeping something from him. Like imagine if she had a boyfriend and she was trying to hide him from him, or like there's so many subplots that I feel like people would be tempted to play with having him back and that they didn't do. that I really
Yeah,
appreciate.
it
Like they were
could've
on the
been
same page.
really cheesy, but I thought they handled it pretty damn well. With
Well, when it comes to the physics, and I know you guys talked about it earlier, but I'll bring up something else that we can go into. But yeah, you're right with pushing the car and having to save everybody all the time. What's funny is that when Zack Snyder's film comes out, and she's in that in the Bailey, I think that's what it's called, right?
Yeah, the old Bailey. Yeah,
she literally does the exact kind of save where she catches somebody's head when he falls down. And in the stunt video, in the stunt viz, we see her do that. She does that in the White House with one of the guards. She like catches him.
Yeah.
She stops him from hitting the pillar, and then she brings him down. Well, on Zack Snyder's Justice League, she does the same thing. So those two things that are going to look kind of similar.
Mm-hmm.
But I just didn't like that she had to save these kids again that were playing in the middle of the
seriously,
fucking street.
like
My problem with that is
what
that they had the
up with
kids run into the street.
Right,
Like they would
I
have
know.
seen those things coming from a mile
And I'm
away.
sorry, but that role that they
Yeah,
they had
those
with you,
kids-
those kids died. Those kids are dead.
fucking brain damage. Brain
Me and
damage.
Avery were like, "Oh, I guess okay, cool, whatever."
Yeah.
dude.
Yeah, no,
Total
those kids
brain
are
damage.
crushed and lost all of their skin on the road.
But-
She's holding lumps of meat in her hands.
Right. And so this is the only thing
was
that I'll say that I was
horrible
kind
Got a
of like,
broken arm or anything.
yeah, fucking easy. And she's the one that's beat up. I was like, bullshit, dude. Obviously, you guys have fallen. But the only thing I could appreciate and not really appreciate, because this is what I was going to. Sorry, Ben, is that yes, I can appreciate her flying. She obviously flies. Like that's never been a question. Like obviously in BVS, she didn't need to fly because Doomsday's not flying. Okay, at that point when she gets into the fight, he's not flying, but she obviously needed to because she was in Metropolis. She has to get her gear, her sword, and her fucking shield, and literally drop down in an abandoned port in Gotham. Okay, there's no taxi that's going to be like, or Uber that's like, oh yeah, you want to go to the abandoned port? All right, let me get you there in 15, 20 minutes. No, she gets there right in time because she flies down. The whole reason why she drops down. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, the reason why the flying, I think personally looks awkward is because unfortunately they don't have the stunt coordinators and the vision, and no slight against Patty. She just doesn't. That Zach does whenever it comes to flying.
There's one other thing.
No, go ahead,
Scott, go
Scott.
first. I keep on going first.
Or if we go back to she shot this intentionally, doesn't that look like the way flying looked in those movies? Like,
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So once again, if we go back to, or this was an intentional choice to make it look that way, and I don't like it. No, but I have to acknowledge that. But if that was the choice that was being made, does it execute that way?
A lot of
Yes.
mental
It
gymnastics
does.
to come to that conclusion if you were just a general viewer in public.
Yeah, well, I think that's what's weird about it is we can say like, oh, it's an 80s throwback, but I don't know how many people are. I mean, I guess the general audience likes it better than like.
My wife liked it, by the way.
Yeah,
I was critical of it. My wife had no problem with it. The only thing my wife had a problem with was doing this. She was like, "That's Superman. That's not what Wonder Woman does."
I was like, that's
criticism.
I was like, that's a cool homage, but it's weird that they closed the scene.
Yeah,
but they punctuated it because you should have. Well, I think what would have made more sense is for her to do that as like it's Superman, and then she's like, no, but I'm doing my own thing.
Well, and then going back to watching like Shazam, I mean, they made fun of that. He's all Superman. Which arm is it?
Which arm is it?
that was great. I mean, rewatching that scene
Yeah.
again, that scene is fucking hilarious. The way that he just yells that out is great. So
I think the other thing that changes the look of it a little bit, which there's other problems that come with it. So this isn't to say like this makes it look better because they could have executed this better also. But like to compare it to like the way Superman flies, I don't think is fair because it functions differently. I don't know if she is flying for sure or if she's gliding, but she does not have whatever it is that Superman does to propel to move himself.
No, she rides the wind.
Yeah,
like
she
Thor.
doesnshe have her own propulsion. She's
doesn't have
using her
her
lasso. She's using momentum off of other things. But what
she
she's
literally
doing-
makes like a left turn by riding the lightning. Like that whole scene is like she literally like goes into like storm clouds and then just goes, all right, I'm gonna whip on this, whip on that to turn this way.
to change directions, right? Because she doesn't have the ability to use her brain to say, I don't know, manipulate gravity or whatever the Superman is doing to like turn on it. Like I don't think she could stop or turn on a dime or hover.
Yeah.
At least for not long. She did something like that in the first Wonder Woman movie.
I love how the comments are saying I'm a biased fanboy. Like I'm talking about my complaints about the film that I love. Like,
Right, guys.
how is that
In
even
our
a point?
opinion, we're all biased.
How am I how am I biased in any other
I don't
thing
know.
else? Like,
I'm
that's
kind
weird.
of sick of a lot of the discourse around like this movie
Yeah, it's
already,
weird, dude.
but this movie,
Yeah.
Shazam and Aquaman a little bit, I think
They fit in the same group.
yeah. Well, and it's frustrating though because there's this like I can totally understand it not being your cup of tea. I can totally understand like being maybe a little bit disappointed by aspects of them being like, oh, I wish they didn't do it that way.
Yes.
But like the Knives Out, I'm just sick of the Knives Out for everything. It's so exhausting. Like
Weird.
I get it, you like Zack Snyder movies. I do too. I also like Speed Racer. Like, you know, there's other like
And John likes.
you know what? I love Garden State. You know what I mean? Like, dude,
Hey, Garden State's pretty good, dude.
It's a great
good flick.
It's a great
Garden
film.
State. Dude, they don't play A Beautiful Lie in Garden State.
I know exactly.
Miss me with that.
We were gonna get to
Rescore that with Junkie XL like it's meant to be.
Oh,
Like a great indie movie.
get on it.
You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. It's like, you know, you can like other movies and just go, yeah, but BVS is still my favorite film. Like,
I think
who gives a fuck?
Well, that's why we were talking about the tier system. It's like I think all of us kind of agree that BVS and Man of Steel are like always the top when it comes to like the DCU. But it's
it's hard to say. It's
I always feel like the odd man out because I want to see everyone's ranking listings.
Yeah.
Two movies that I put kind of like in a higher tier. It's like and Dave, we've talked about this. I dug Shazam. I like it for what it is. And unlike a lot of people, I saw Birds of Prey twice in theaters because it weirdly connected.
Birds of Prey is my third fucking favorite film in the DC.
Look at this. See?
Yeah.
Watch
Like,
out.
dude,
guys.
you know what? Here's the reason why, and everybody's like, "Oh, I can't believe you'd fucking do." Dude, first off, it's an R-rated goddamn comic book that literally reminds me of Tarantino. Okay, that right there alone, that's enough for everything else that we've gotten. Right, with even with Wonder Woman, it still was kind of like, you know, that third act still has a problem. But with Birds of Prey, I'm like, dude, it's fucking just. It's
Yeah, but I don't know whether the question is your choices, whether they're good or
right.
bad.
I don't understand
your
that. I'm
choices.
saying, like, people are always like, "Oh, I can't believe Birds of Prey." I'm like, well, I don't know. I can't believe Aquaman.
Well, what's going on with a lot of these rankings that's really weird is like I think, like to Scott's point, that we like, you know, Aquaman and Shazam and stuff, but to me, that's if I were to rank, I would say like tier 1 is like BVS, Man of Steel, Wonder Woman, then tier 2 is Aquaman, Shazam, or Birds of Prey, Aquaman.
But you can't even put Birds of Prey with Aquaman.
Yeah, it's weird that. But I would put
it's an off. Yeah,
actually, you know what? I wouldn't even put it. You're right because it's more intentionally different in its tone.
Yeah,
but what's frustrating to me when people do ranking, or not even when I don't care how people rank it, but when they get angry about like the Knives Out attitude for stuff like this, is that like there are people out there who like Aquaman is their favorite and Shazam is their favorite. You know, those are like the top two. And that's not the way I see it. Like the difference with like me and Scott or like most of the people on here is that we put everything into these tiers. We then also say the type of movie we want is that tier 1 movie. So we rank those first. Yeah, I could see somebody using that same tier system and saying like
for Shazam
and putting that second tier that we have first, just because it's the type of movie they want. And then those people oftentimes will say like, I see what BVS is doing. I see what Man of Steel is doing. They'd put Wonder Woman at the top of that tier. And they're like, and I just don't. It's not my cup of tea. Yeah. And that's fine. Like, you know, it's wherever Suicide Squad fits into that. These are all movies that like there's various levels of like problems with them, and I can acknowledge like filmmaking mistakes or creative bumbles. And to me, that middle tier is like there's there's very few creative mistakes made. Filmmaking technique and intention is all good. They just set out to make a movie that I'm less interested in.
Well, you could tell what it is because unfortunately, and I hate to bring it up, but it's because Jeff Johns' influence is on it. I mean,
exactly.
You could easily tell the Jeff Johns' influence.
Oh yeah, and I think that's what's frustrating about it is that because in the Snyder movies, the competition was between like the Snyder style versus the Johns style, or what Johns doesn't even have a style, but the Johns. But I mean, the point is that Johns wants.
And still, he got denied. They were like, "No, you're not."
Yeah. Well, someone said in the comments earlier, why does Jeff Johns make great dark comics, but not
Oh,
movies.
yeah.
And
You
the
wanna know
reason is
why?
because with comics, he doesn't
gotta
have
be
the burden of
formulaic.
pleasing an audience.
No,
And I think that
there
the
was-
problem with the movies is not that he dislikes
There.
dark movies or is incapable of writing dark material. It's that because he was like, I just got the art book for BVS and was reading like the foreword is written by Jeff Johns, and it talks all about how, of course, it's you can never take this stuff as like literally someone's opinion because has to write a foreword for an official art book. But the things that he says in there about Zack Snyder being a true artist and bringing these characters into dark and new interesting places, and he says a lot of things that I would agree with and 100% coming from him. I don't think it's necessarily that he thinks that those are bad decisions. He was trying to. Snyder says he makes movies for himself. Jeff Johns tries to make movies for what he thinks other people want to see, and that's why he fails at it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But the reason that people hate that is because that style was the alternative to the Snyder movies. He wanted to make Suicide Squad more that way. It's not a Snyder movie, but he wanted to make
but he wanted
to make more that way. So as a result, that tone became the enemy, as opposed to the fact that it was being forced. The act of forcing a tone, regardless of what the tone is, on a creative. So
indeed,
Oh, no,
we
there
got to
was-
talk
there was
about
a
some.
point-
Wait, what were you gonna say, Gary?
Oh no, I was going to say there was a point where something happened in Wonder Woman 84 that was reminiscent of BVS, and I'm trying to remember it, but I don't know if I know exactly
Beautiful
where
Life?
it is. No. But I thought it was during that point, but it was.
yeah, there was something else. in there.
No. Oh, I know what it was. So it's when Steve is first getting introduced, right? And he says the word or he says something, and it's written out. And I think this is the Jeff Johns write out, right?
Mhm.
Is when Diana kind of takes offense to it. Like, why would you say that? You don't even know who that is. That right there, that little sentence, right? Imagine if Batman said that when Superman is literally throwing out Martha, right? Instead, all Batman says is, "Why did you say that name?"
Mhm.
He doesn't say anything else other than "Why did you say that name?" Because that's important, right? He doesn't need to say, "Why did you say that name?" Nobody should know about that name. Why would you say like?
Yeah. Well, who says that in real life? Who talks that way?
Right.
Yeah.
It's exposition. It's like they're not talking to. She wasn't talking to him. She was talking to the audience.
The audience.
And that's
It's like the invisible jet thing happened. We're looking at invisible jet, but Steve has to say it's an invisible jet.
Right.
Thank you. I can see that's an invisible jet.
And that's the subtleties that you get with I don't know why Jeff Johns feels and that's the thing. That line of why did you say that name? You know, nobody. You shouldn't say that name. That works in a comic book, right? Because you're not seeing them talk. Like you need that in a comic book.
Well, but it's not just Jeff Johns doing it in movies, though. I mean, I know you don't watch all the Marvel movies, but I mean that is like standard blockbuster.
Yeah.
That's a lot of why I don't like. That's a lot of why. That's a lot of why I don't like. Like some of my biggest criticisms with the Rise of Skywalker. Or not the Rise of Skywalker. That's got a ton of it. So that is a lot of criticism.
Oh, yeah.
My criticism with The Last Jedi is that, well, I don't want to open that whole can of worms, but there's a lot of dialogue in that movie that is literally just like unnecessarily detailed exposition that like a normal Star Wars movie would just be like, oh yeah, it's the thing, the flux ion meter, and then like they move on. And here in The Last Jedi, they're like, we need to say all this information about fictional technology that the audience doesn't care about. That means nothing in canon. Like,
hey, real quick, 407 Viper GT. Zach did not confirm that that Wonder Woman doesn't fly. He said she does fly in his world.
She does fly in his world. Yes.
Yeah, I don't know where you got that from.
And another thing that we got to talk about too is just Max Lord and how great he is. And we're gonna bring in somebody to talk to. We got Mr. Enosh.
Hey,
Bud.
What's going on?
Yeah, how you doing, man? How was your Christmas?
My Christmas was awesome. Got to spend it with my family, and then my Christmas has continued. My wife brought me home a bunch of Star Wars stuff today, so that's
Nice.
that's all good. They went out shopping today, bought a bunch of video games and stuff for the kids and stuff, and they brought me home gifts of Star Wars toys. So I'm always happy about that. And of course, we got to go watch Wonder Woman 84 at the theater. So,
you got to see it in the theater too. So you're one of the lucky ones. So, So what did you think about the we're going to dive into some Max Lord stuff.
Sure,
We haven't talked to him yet, but we've covered some stuff already.
Yeah.
I'm sure you've heard some of it. So what are your thoughts?
So I actually quite agree with a lot of you guys. I don't understand this push now that it's like we either have to. I agree, especially with what Steven was saying about there being these tiers, of DC movies. Every DC movie is not going to be Man of Steel or Batman v Superman.
To be fair, I stole that from Scott and then just talked about it for a long
Well,
time.
Scott.
No, Scott has a list. I had tiers.
Fucking hard fact.
I can just go off of what I heard. But I totally agree with that because I don't understand why because all day today I've been getting message after message and DM after DM and stuff, and people just be like, "This movie sucks. It's awful. It's not anywhere close to the last one." And I'm like, guys, it's a different kind of movie. You know what I actually did last night when I came home from watching it? I went on HBO Max and I watched the season 3 premiere of Wonder Woman, the series back in the day with Linda Carter.
Mm-hmm.
And that was when they did the time jump from the first 2 seasons where she was in the 1940s and they brought it, into what was the current day then. I think it was like 1980 or something like that.
It was the 70s.
Was it 70s? It was like late 70s.
Yeah, right, late 70s.
Yeah. And so it was interesting because
I was in college by then.
Yeah, geez, man.
There's a lot of correlation there, though. There's a lot of correlation there, and you could see a lot of similarities in how they did this time jump. And it's like people going on about the cheesiness and the cringiness of it. And I'm like, there's cheese because it was the 80s. That's there is that level. I mean, people dressed like that, people acted like that. And so I have learned, I guess, in my fandom to take everything just as it's presented, and every movie doesn't have to be the same to me. Everything. I look at this as a genre film. It's going back to a time in my life when I was like 8 years old, and I remember those days, and I remember going to the mall, and I remember, experiencing all those things and the funness and the colors of the 80s and what it was. And so what I loved about it though was Diana was timeless even then.
Yeah.
There was a lot of stuff happening around her, yet she was timeless in her approach, her way of acting and her presence in the movie. There's a lot of things that you can dig into and go, well, I didn't like this and I didn't like that and I didn't like the way they presented this and whatnot. But in the end, it was a fun movie. I was really happy with it in the end. I walked out entertained. I thought it was a great next chapter for Wonder Woman, given the era that it's set in. It's not like it's set in the Batman v Superman era, where obviously there's been some changes even in those years. And you see this.
I talked to Dave about this earlier, and I said, because he was like, they were making it obvious that she was lonely. And I said, well, I had to think about it. I was like, well, the reason why they did that is because if they would have done it at any point in time, right? Anybody that she had met in 1919 or whenever she was in the World War, they would have all been alive, right? So she wouldn't have had that loneliness. Now, at this point in time is when everybody has died.
And I don't know, it wasn't super like in your face, but there was a brief montage or like they caught
the pictures.
With I assume that was Etta Candy and
you're supposed to know that it was Etta Candy because Patty said that tonight, but it was Etta Candy, and you even see like the black or what's his name, Samir and
Steve and Charlie's way.
You know what? Also, when he was sitting there having a glass of wine, that dude went in. It was a waiter or something, I think, went in.
Yeah.
And I even thought that, like, to him, it reminded me of like a younger version of what's the guy's name in the first one that plays the piano. It kind of felt like they were like she was seeing her friends' faces. Yeah. It felt like she was seeing her friends' faces in the.
I think that was important to show because at this point in time in this era of her life, everybody that she has known has now died, right? So she would technically be kind of like, fuck, like, dude, I don't know how to feel about this because I don't age. So all these people now are out of my life. I don't have.
Well, she has no connection to her own home or to her new home,
and so anybody. So it was like I understood. Then I was like, dude, that'd be fucking tough, dude. Of course you'd be like, you know what, dude? Like I haven't dated or fell in love because I've had my friends around me, and they remind me of Steve. But now that everybody's gone, it's like dude, all I would care about is Steve right now. Like that's it. Like,
and I totally agree with that. I totally agree with that. And the only other thing that, and you guys just touched upon, so it was like perfect time for me to jump in, because the only other thing that kind of stood out to me was like the flying scene. So I understand Wonder Woman flies. I don't have a problem with Wonder Woman flying. I was even sitting there, like you guys were just talking about, thinking, about Batman v Superman, how she gets there in the end and all that stuff. Is it just weird to me? Like, even though I know she flies, there was something about that scene that was just kind of like, okay, I'm fine with it. It's okay. But like, it looks a little strange. It just feels a little strange the way that she was doing it, maybe.
Well, like,
but I didn't have a problem with it. Like I've literally gotten DMs from people like slamming that so hard and telling me how stupid the movie is.
And they're comparing it to first.
And it's
Flight,
like,
probably.
good God, why are you all so angry?
Yeah. I mean, I think,
Yeah.
like you said, there's a lot of people, comparing it to First Flight. I even said like, oh yeah, she gets her first flight. Is it as good? No, but it's still, this.
No, but like also,
this is after a scene where she literally had to say goodbye to her love again. So it was like,
and now she's flying because she's thinking about what he said. Like, dude,
Yeah.
I mean, makes sense. You know what I mean? Like,
it does make sense.
Clear.
Hold on, we got Ben. You have to leave, huh? Baby stuff.
Yeah,
Oh, you gotta leave?
Okay. Yeah, Ben's got to leave.
Dude,
We got
he hasn't
baby.
even been drinking. I feel like he hasn't even been drinking either.
No, I haven't.
Yeah,
Hey,
no.
what show were you part of, Bill? Because I'm
he's
gonna.
gotta have an insurer before he goes to bed. He didn't want to get too full.
I mean, fine. Just
Get the fuck out!
I mean, dude, he's usually like literally plastered at this point in time. That's why he's
Yeah.
usually like,
fatherly duty.
Yeah.
All right.
No,
Take up, Ben. Plug yourself.
Uh,
Kind of weird.
Hey guys, you can catch me every Wednesday with this guy here. This guy here at 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, and on Sundays tomorrow 6:30.
tomorrow we're gonna do our full one.
Yeah. I guess we're gonna regurgitate everything that
No,
we just
no.
talked
I'll
about.
have some new thoughts. Believe me.
Oh no, you know Garza is holding back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know his. But yes, thank you for having me, guys. I'll see you guys on Twitter.
All right.
Bye, Ben.
Where are you from, dude?
The real emotion.
There you go. Thanks. Man.
There you go.
That's a good sign. All
God
right,
damn, man. I'm
easy,
just trying
man.
to drink.
All right. So what are we talking about? Sorry.
No. So the only thing I could think of with kind of like looking at it from a different perspective, right? And the reason why I loved it is just because I could feel that it was Patty's, film.
Yeah,
it's cool. I mean, now granted, is she the best director? No, but you know what? She did her film. Like I didn't feel like there was things in there except for the mall scene, which obviously was filmed early, and she was a part of it, so I can't really complain about it. But there was nothing in here that was like, ugh, that's fucking stupid. Like, why the fuck would you even do? Why would you add that shit in here?
Yeah,
there was just things where I was like, well, that doesn't need to be in there, but whatever. Like, okay, like it was Patty's movie. I couldn't complain about it.
There's nothing that killed the movie like at all.
No, but
It's like,
it was leading up, and this is what I think was changed. I personally think so. I don't know. I have no idea. This is just my personal opinion, right? And again, this movie could have easily, and I do fucking mean easily, rewritten everything that happened in DCEU. Okay, if this film, if some wish was, let's say it was Batman, right? Let's say he does something with his parents, and all of a sudden we have a new Batman now because he wished his parents didn't die. And so
Let's say she finds a way to solve it without getting rid of Steve.
Exactly. Or she gets to keep Steve in, but all of a sudden now we're on an alternate timeline. Like, dude, this movie could have easily. Yeah.
Or imagine
everything
if recanting your wish did not like for example, once the nuke is in the air, saying I recant my wish isn't going to make the nuke disappear or the wall fall down or
exactly. And so that those little elements I feel like were added in late because it's like, wait, all you got to do is just say no. I don't want.
Yeah, you just got to renounce it. That's it.
What did the guy have to give up in the very beginning to get the coffee? Like, what was his fucking punishment? You know what I mean? Like, you get what I mean? Like, he wished for a coffee. So, what did the stone take from him? Like,
I always thought the joke was that when he drank it, it was like, oh, hot. Like, that was what he had to pay. He got punished.
Okay. So this is what I'll say, right? Okay, cool. Well, in the actual, when they're reading about the monkey's paw and they're going, that is a serious moment, right? And where they go, well, we got to destroy this thing. And all of a sudden, Wonder Woman or Diana realizes, holy shit, that's what Maxwell Lord meant when he said, "You're looking at it. I'm gonna have to fucking kill this dude." Right? I mean, that was there for a reason, right? And that was in the middle. That was when everything was getting real serious. So I'm almost like, I feel like, are we really about to see a fucking neck snap?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
because that's in the book.
Your mic's off.
Yeah.
Your mic's off, Steven.
Yeah, your mic's off, Steven.
I was gonna say either that or the fact that they tease it doesn't necessarily mean it was there and they cut it, but they know that you're going to expect it because they built up a situation that seemed like a
Opportunity for next.
I've got another thing to say there, but I'll get into I'll get into a beautiful lie if I start talking about it too much. I know that's going to be a whole section probably, so I won't.
Yeah, well, yeah, we're going to get into Max Lord right now.
But when you get to that section, though, I think that they intend for there to be she have to kill him, kind of tension, which I don't think they ever intended on executing, literally.
But he should still be alive though in this world, right? With Lex and everything. So
yeah, but he's not. I think that an interesting thing about the end that I'm surprised people weren't more mad about, considering how they were about like Black Mask, is he's not like the Maxwell Lord from the comics at the end.
But he still was very,
he's alive, but he's not like what they did at the end of the movie. They can't now bring him back in the future as like the second tier Lex Luthor, whatever Maxwell Lord is supposed to be in the comics, right? Like that, like his character for all intents and purposes is like maybe there'll be an Easter egg for him or something, but they're not going to bring him back as a villain character, and that's like Superman accidentally killed his son in the Metropolis battle.
I get that. Right? But my point, though, his adopted son, by the way, just so y'all know,
is it?
Yeah, it's supposed to be his adopted son.
Establish
never really said, which I'm pretty sure was filmed, but they just took it out because they're like, it didn't matter.
Because they were talking about his mom, so it was adopted with.
Okay,
I didn't
he adopted with whoever he was with, and obviously they got separated. But
okay,
so
that's a weird detail to include when it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I know it's weird. Like, why wouldn't they just say
very strange?
And so I wonder if there's a plot there, like maybe.
Yeah. Which is why he didn't really even though the kid, the actor is actually like half, I guess maybe Latin American. I don't know.
Exactly. Yeah, he's biracial. He's
a mix.
He's Asian Latino. Yeah.
So it makes sense, but whatever.
I wonder if they did the casting and then after they'd already cast it and had like shot stuff, they're like, we need to explain this or people are going to get upset.
Yeah. Never mind. So,
but what the reality is though is with these movies and with the passage of time from the 80s to the time that Batman v Superman and everything else after that happens, it's amazing. We see it in the real world all the time where people do very diabolical things. People do things that we think that they'll never come back from. And it's amazing what a little PR work and some money.
But you still know about it.
And a desire to not focus on the fact that Matthew Broderick has killed people.
Yeah. I mean, we see it time and time again that people always are able to seems to weasel their way back into society's good graces. People that we would never think that would. And so based on that, I'm not saying it's not entirely possible that Maxwell Lord doesn't come back or couldn't come back, I should say, as what we want him to be or think him to be or whatever. I'll be honest with you. What I liked about this movie too was there were a lot of things that I was kind of predicting in my head as it went along, and I was kind of following as it went along. I was thinking next snap. I was thinking, just various different scenarios. I was thinking, hey, is Steve going to once again sacrifice, somehow and do all this? And I love the fact that in the end, there were a lot of different scenarios that could play out. And then there was just one definitive one that was taken by their choices.
Once she ends it the way that she does, also to me, there was very much a moment of like, you know what? I think that makes the most sense. She's got the lasso of truth. Like, and it wouldn't be fair for her wish Steve Trevor to come back and then to like save the day again. Like, no, she had to give him up. She had to, like, they couldn't use him then to like undermine her. So I think that all, well, I had the same things in my head, but I think that as they happen, you're like, oh, you know what? This is better for her character, for her to let him go and evolve past him and for her to become the hero she's supposed to be by
because
letting
she
him go.
cheated. Because remember, that's
Right.
that's
That
the
was-
lesson.
right.
That's the lesson from the first scene.
I was going to say
She
that would almost be
cheated.
beneficial to have implemented as
lot of people didn't
flashbacks
see
throughout
that.
instead of as a chunk in the prologue.
I wish they would
imagine if
have
they-
done that like Man of Steel wise, like
Yeah, exactly.
flashback.
So imagine if
Season.
the you got it but you cheated lesson didn't come until like after the first act was over or whatever. And because by that point you're like, oh, I see what they're talking about, cheating here as people are getting wishes, instead of like a out of context info dump at the beginning of the movie.
Right.
Which this is all edit, like Garza, you could make a great fan edit from
Right.
this without any additional footage. I think you cut all that stuff out of the first act, you chop up that scene and spread it out a little bit.
And put it in as a flashback, like all of a sudden it's like she's like asleep, or when the moment she's asleep, she has a dream that she's back in mascara, and then all of a sudden she loses, she's crying, which that kid was amazing because that was like
Lily.
I was like, God, yeah.
Lily's
I was
great.
like, God,
Everybody, I mean, except for Chris Pine because he's always great. Everybody, I think, upped their game significantly.
Dude, Pedro.
I remember
Right.
the reason why I think they put Chris in here is because, and no disrespect to Gal, but her acting with Chris in this fucking film was fucking just top tier, dude.
I remember watching Wonder Woman and being like, she's good. Like it's not that she was bad, but like it felt like she was at her peak. And I remember feeling a little bit bad at that time because I was like, she could be so great, but I feel like she's already stretching herself with this role.
Specifically with that line of "You lied to me," or that was a lie or something. You're just like,
but this movie,
yeah,
I mean, she is 5 times the actor she was, and it feels effortless too. It doesn't feel like she's like strained. Like as a movie star, oh man, she has come so far. I'm really excited to see what else she does.
I want to see Death on the
also
Nile. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
and also the girl actors, I think, drastically improved from the first one, as well.
Well, that's the thing, though. It's like you could see it in this film, which is why I was like, I feel like Patty was like, "Oh man, you're so good. I kind of want to do a redo with Chris and you, because maybe she could see it. Because I mean, obviously, she directed Monster, which won Charlize Theron an Oscar.
Yeah.
So I mean, and it's weird though because like you could tell the difference between Gal under Snyder and Gal under Patty. Like it is night and day different. And there's a difference in it, and that's why I'm excited to see Zack Snyder's Justice League. But again, to go back to what you originally said, Dave, Pedro Pascal, for him to get that fucking arc, because you were right, and I even listened to Chris's spoiler, or not spoiler, but non-spoiler review. I mean, dude, you see this guy who is meant to be like this all powerful like businessman, and then you see it like, oh wait, no, that is literally a facade. Like he is a full-on fucking fake person.
They established that right away with the kid, and I'm like, there it is.
He wants to be this way, right? And you're like, damn. And then when he finally gets that, like the whole time, like his portrayal of a villain, it's not up there with Lex or Zod, but it's fucking damn near close.
It's what it needs to be, I think, is the big thing.
Yeah.
Right? Like we're talking about 80s things that were in this movie where it felt like an out of place character or whatever, or maybe things that didn't execute the way they wanted to. He was very much an 80s villain, I felt like. I think he's a lot more complex.
Absolutely.
Like he's a lot more complex than like the than like Lex in the Donner Superman movies or anything like that. But he's got a very similar kind of like 80s, like the Captain Planet businessman, where there's an element
I fucking love it.
Charisma kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
And the fact that he was like, okay, I know exactly what I'm gonna wish for with this stone.
That was so
be this stone. I was like, that's
now.
an ultimate capitalist.
And the way he goes through the movie then, and he's like, oh man, I really wish traffic would clear up. Don't you wish that?
Yeah, I know.
Like in my head, I'm going, this motherfucker, like, because that's essentially what you're doing, like as a salesman, right? You're telling people to agree with you, right?
He also had a guy too. He also had a guy where he's like, "Hey, wouldn't you wish I like did this?" And the guy was like, "Oh yeah, totally." And then he's like, "Well, wait a minute, I already grant you."
Like, don't you wish I had an appointment? He's like, don't you wish I had an appointment with the president today? And he's like, I do.
That's what it was. Yeah,
Great.
yeah.
Wait, have I asked you already? He's like, yeah, I got a Porsche. He's like, what is it with you AIDS and Porsches?
Yeah.
Like, dude, it's so
That was a
fucking
great line.
legit, dude. And that's why I'm saying, like, you get to understand, like, that was so fucking genius to me, where I went, holy shit, I wouldn't even thought of that, because at the end of the day, you get that kind of power, like, it's like you're free of a genie, right? Like, it's like, I wouldn't think that if I had a genie and 3 wishes, I wouldn't be like, I want to be able to make any wish I want come true. Like that's a wish, right? I mean,
Yeah.
that's essentially what he fucking does. And I was like, holy shit, dude, that is so brilliant. And then to be able to go, well, because of this specific stone and what it does, I know that if I become this wish, whatever anybody else wishes, I could take from them.
Yes.
So I was like, dude, that's
That-
so
that was
fucking
good.
brilliant.
That was
The other
good.
part of this was that I think people are missing with Maxwell Lord is this is the first villain in a while that I actually connected with,
Right.
like on a level, because I saw that this was a tragedy for Maxwell Lord. You know, this guy. I mean, I worked in business for 18 years before going into what I'm doing now. I was in sales. I understand that structure. And anybody who's been in a structure like that, where it's like you have this pressure on you to succeed, and you got to do all these things, and you're just trying to get it in get ahead in life. And he finds this resource, this magical resource, but this nonetheless this resource that he can use to his benefit. And you could tell that he put a lot of time and thought and effort just by the fact that when he first gets it, it's like, this is what I want. Boom, done. But also, what I love about this, and I talk about this a lot in how I relate a lot to superheroes, the father-son aspect of this film, where Pedro, his character, man, as Maxwell Lord, he's trying so hard. He wants to impress his son. He wants to leave his son something to be proud of, and he's missing the entire point of what it means to be a father. That it's not about being this great success and being respected by the rest of the world that's going to impress your son or to make your son into what he should be or mold him in the proper way and make him look at you with those eyes. It's being there for your children. It's supplying the child with the basic necessities of what they need. That's why you see so many times in life, it's the poorest people who have the biggest giving hearts and are the happiest. People think that money and power are going to somehow make them happy, and they don't. And some of the most miserable people are people who either become rich by some means or they win the lottery or something. You see that they're like totally destroyed just a couple of years later because it's not that brings you happiness. And I think that this movie really drives home that point in a huge way. And man, just using that his son over and over again to plead to him. Any of us who are parents, man.
My 4-year-old has started the past couple of weeks. Every day he asks me, "Is today a big working day, Daddy?" And then I'll put him to bed at night, and he's like, "Do you have to work tomorrow?" And I'm like, "We are like He's at the age where he's aware that I have a schedule, but he can't keep track of it himself, and so it's just always. We can't say later anymore because he's like, we say later. He's like, does later mean tomorrow? And it means no, it just means not now. And he goes, okay, because when you say later, it doesn't happen. I'm like, oh,
yeah, I did. Like, okay, why don't you just rip my fucking head off?
Oh no, I'm getting my son who likes to go, why are you on your phone? I'm like,
I
don't know where I don't know where he got it. But a while, like 6 months ago or something, he started asking. He doesn't do it as much, but he would say, he's like, "Can you father me?" And I was like, "What does that mean? Like, what does father mean?" And he goes, "I don't know, just spend time with me."
Oh man.
I think it's those moments that stab right to the heart. I mean, my kids are older now. There's 15, 16, and 18. And the thing is people always comment about my kids that like they're so respectful and they're together and they're all doing things and they're all involved. And they're like, well, what's all that about? And I tell them, it's like, well, because from an early age, we tried to include them in everything. Anybody who even looks at our channel, my gosh, like the kids are on your channel. And so the things, we have our moments where we're like talking about real adult stuff and we got adult panels and we do that stuff. But, hey, we got moments where we just sit around and watch a movie trailer, but we included our kids and everything. But even with that, like trying to work a full-time job, trying to do other things. I'm a musician, so I'm out playing and I'm out doing stuff. And when the kids were younger, man, for my son to look at me and just be like, hey Dad, can we just go out tomorrow and throw a ball around? And you're just like, yes. And then what's worse is when something comes up and you're like, hey man, I really, really want to do this, but this is very important. And you recognize as an adult the importance of what you're doing.
And I can't explain to you in a way.
Yeah,
I can't tell you why this is okay. Like,
yeah, it's like, just bear with me. Just, just stick with me here for a minute, buddy, and then especially Landon, he would look back and go, hey Dad, remember that time that we did this, and this? can we do that again? I really like that. And it's been a long time. And you're like, yeah. And that, it's just like, it's those little things that the kids remember. It's those little things that kids want out of us as parents. And sometimes yes, we have, responsibilities. We have things that take us away and mean those things. And then sometimes I think it gives us clarity as to how we spend our time and what we're doing. Like tonight, I was late for the show tonight. Dave sent me an invitation. And I was like, yes, especially when I saw what you guys were talking about, I was like, yes, I definitely want to talk about this. And it's been a while since I've talked to you guys, and I love talking to you guys. But yeah, it was like I was doing a family thing. And so it's like I realized at that moment, it was not going to be a good idea for me to just go, hey, family, I love you, but I'm going to go talk. I'm going to go talk to you guys.
Hey, Enosh,
as much as I wanted to.
It happened to me on Christmas Eve. Chris sent an invite about the live stream with Zach, and I was like, dude, it's Christmas Eve. I'm at my in-laws. This ain't happening.
Yeah. It's funny though, because I keep seeing all these comments. I don't know, Dave, if you have a bunch of whining bitches in your fucking comments. Dude, there was a lot of fucking bitching going on with, oh, you guys are grasping at straws. Y'all are talking out of your ass. You don't know
my favorite is a
shitty
just
fucking
admit it
film.
already. Just admit that it's bad. It's like people can't comprehend that. Like, you don't like it. That's cool. But
yeah, dude. Like, if you don't like it, like, dude,
I'm
fuck
responding
off. I
to
don't
the way
give a shit.
Yeah, I'm explaining the way I felt about it, not trying to like, engineer.
I'm not telling these people you have to like it because I said so. I'm just explaining things that I saw in the film. Like, I'm not. If you're getting so offended by the things that I'm saying, and you're going, no, but it's a shitty film. Guess what? That means I'm making a point, and it's hurting your fucking psychology. And you're going, no, I can't agree with that. I can't.
How it is.
Can't do it.
I'm sorry if I go see a movie and I like it because I relate it to something. Yes, in my life.
Exactly. Like, dude,
come at me and ask me why I like a movie, and when I tell you why I like that movie, what it means to me, then you're gonna gripe and complain at me because this is my personal life. Well, I'm sorry you don't like it.
I know. It's like it. I'm sorry that the people that are watching that are complaining about our 13-year-old girls. I apologize, dude. Well, guess what? I'm a father. I don't know. I can relate to a lot of these.
You spent like the first 2 hours of the show, or how long have you been? Is it been
2 hours? It's 2.5 hours. Yeah.
So you spent about 2 hours. I feel like being pretty negative and taking it down.
Well, that's the thing.
And now we're talking about the parts that like we enjoyed. I don't.
Yeah, it's weird because you know what? If you would listen to this, you'd be like, "Oh, those guys are shitting on that movie." Dude, I fucking loved it, man. Like, it's top 5, but. Yeah, at the same time, I can still talk about.
Oh, you know how it is, man. I mean,
that's why I think
a daily thing for me.
Learn, like I was saying earlier, with like the Johns and tone and stuff. Is I feel like there's a lot of people who don't know how to like they've. I don't know another phrase for it, but word thinking is one of the phrases that I like to use. Where people don't analyze things; they just kind of associate it with like this is like that, and that's bad. Therefore, this is bad. And so like they'll take like, for example, the tone of something like this, and they'll say, okay, this is like that tone that they tried to change Justice League into, therefore this is bad. It's like that tone isn't inherently bad. The problem with Justice League is that they took Snyder's movie and they ripped it apart, tried to put it back together in that tone. That's why it was bad. There are movies that are that tone, that were conceived in that tone, written in that tone, shot in that tone, acted in that tone, edited in that tone from the beginning, with years of development that are enjoyable.
Yeah.
This one is in the middle ground there, but it doesn't, just because it's similar to what Jeff Johns also likes chocolate. Cancel chocolate. Like, I don't know if he likes chocolate.
Jeff Johns likes chocolate. Well, I got to throw this out now.
Yeah, get that out of there. Get that out. Get that out.
I did boo at the when the credits were going up at the beginning of the movie, when Jeff Johns' name came up. I did one of these. I got in my obligatory boo. And when I saw Zach and Deborah's name, I cheered a little bit. And I was like, yeah.
I mean, what you're wearing a Dodgers hat now, right?
No, it's a Tiger hat.
I've got a Dodgers hat. I wear a Dodgers hat.
Well,
Yeah.
trust me. Yeah, he wears tiger hats. He wears tiger hats.
Is the tiger hats? Okay, I thought it was that.
Because
Yeah.
he's
Yeah,
from
it's
Michigan.
tigers.
So-
Yeah.
I guess I got to get rid of this too. Okay, I guess I'll put on. I'll put on
Hey,
this one.
there you go.
I know he wrote Earth One, man.
That's also an '89 Batman. So that's a good ship too. So you see what it's like, right?
Okay, hold on.
Only the
There
No,
it
no,
is.
that's the '78 symbol. That's a good Batman too. So, dude, I'm telling you, man, that's how these people are. That's like, look at how this comment is, right? I'm
Okay,
gonna read Edwin.
okay.
I'm gonna read Edwin
I'm done.
Acevedo's comment. Okay, he says, "When you can't defend your crappy movie takes, attack the chat." Great job, guys. Motherfucker, are you kidding me? I've literally been spending like what, an hour, I feel like, talking about theoretics and everything that is involved in the film. And all of a sudden I can't defend it.
Mhm.
When was I going against it? I don't
No,
know.
well, no, because people make declarations instead of arguments.
Yeah.
And like if your argument is this is bad, and like it's just a like the just admit it. It's not an argument.
Well,
Like,
and he's,
okay,
and he's,
no.
telling- he's
Like-
actually saying to other people that we're butthurt. The panel is. I'm like, dude, we're 2.5 hours. You've been watching us for 2.5 hours, and
I
your
watched it.
only thought process is like, oh man, they're denying. They're just hurt.
How is it butthurt to like something? I don't
I don't know.
understand.
It's weird. I don't get it.
Like nobody here's mad at anybody who didn't
I
like
know.
it.
I
You
don't
know,
know.
I swear.
Speaking of which, though, I would like to talk a little bit, not right now because it would be drastically changing the subject. But when we get there, the Rotten Tomatoes and the release strategy
Oh,
and the
yeah.
embargoes, and there's some business side stuff that would be fascinating
Oh,
to break
yeah.
down once we're done with the movie.
Well, this is all I'll say. You know, again with Pedro, I mean, he was literally the standout fucking part of this movie. Like,
Well, and I
I
love
wanted
the
to
fact
see more
that
of him.
he recanted. At the
yeah,
end.
well, and that's the
Um,
thing. Like, I
There are
didn't
other
think
versions of this movie
would
where
go
he gets his neck snapped, or
I know.
or like for example when they're showing Alistair in danger, I was like, this is a little bit too heavy-handed for him to like get run over by a car or something.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
I,
didn't think
so
it would
I,
go that
so I
route.
doubt it's going to happen, but like there are a million villain arcs that are this literal arc that
Yep.
end with him losing his family
Yep.
because he won't let go of his power.
can't.
And the fact that and what changes it with this is when she shows Steve the Linda Carter Wonder Woman story.
Yeah.
She says she puts the lasso on him and he's like, I'm not lying. And she's like, no, it's not. The lasso doesn't just reveal the truth, it can also
Actually
show it
you.
to you.
Show it, yeah.
And so the idea at the end then is
He's
that
strapped around his leg.
he has the lasso of truth around him, and it is not making him tell that. Well, it is making him tell the truth, but also it is showing him the truth, and it is showing the truth to everyone. And the whole
Well, dude,
whole
but also
philosophy
whenever
of
it
it-
shows flashbacks, and I'm like,
Yeah.
God damn! Like I know why he's trying to do what he's doing with his
and,
kid.
well, and the whole philosophy of the movie also is that the god that made the wishing stone is the god of lies.
Yes.
right?
Beautiful
And
lie.
the lasso
Beautiful lie.
and the
Exactly.
lasso. Okay, yeah, I'll get into that then.
Yeah, sorry.
The
I
lasso
was
of
like trying to steer you.
the lasso. Someone's got to do it.
Yeah.
The lasso of truth is obviously it's the opposite of lies, and so the idea is that the greed or the lie that you can have without effort, without cost, that you can cheat and not have to pay for the consequences. And so what the lasso reveals, not just to Lord, but to the whole world, they don't just hear her words. They don't just like the lasso reveals truth, and truth is an absolute, and they know that there is a cost. They know that they have to recant. It's difficult to do, but when people see, and they actually see, not just like hear an opinion and think, yeah, that's valid, but they know the truth, the reality is exposed to them, and they know what they're doing. They make the decision to let it go. The reason I love A Beautiful Lie's use there is, and I think knowing BVS really expands that scene. Like, yeah, the song is called A Beautiful Lie. It plays while she's talking about truth. That's cool. But what does a beautiful lie mean in Batman v Superman? What is the beautiful lie? The beautiful lie is Batman thought that his parents' death could make him become a superhero, and that by becoming a superhero, he would fix the part of his world that was broken, or in other people's world that was broken, and it didn't. And so he thought that was the lie, and therefore the only way for him to be a hero is to be a dark vigilante, to cross the line, to break the rules, to
to the fever, the rage that makes good men cruel. That's the lie to Batman. So to take his theme about that lie and play it over her saying you can be the hero with the truth. You tell the truth and you can save the day. Now, maybe that's not, she literally has a lasso of truth. So like it works with her, but it contrasts her against Batman in a way that shows this is what makes Wonder Woman different. Batman couldn't do this. Batman would have had to kill Maxwell Lord because that is at his disposal, right? But Wonder Woman has the truth and she can be that hero that Batman thinks is a lie. Superman can't be real because because that's a lie. Wonder Woman can't be real because that's a lie. No, she can, and she did. And that's why I think that while it doesn't match tonally and everything with BVS, it does bring that forward. And to me, it brings that entire plot into that moment. And I'm looking at Batman watching this moment and thinking like, no, that's not real. The truth doesn't set you free. And she's like, no, it does, and it will. Just do it.
It just takes them fucking 40 plus years. But
yeah.
Well, I was gonna to go with that first question. That is the only thing I was like questioning. I was like, wait, what is creating this? Like, is he like? How does? What is this
magic? I thought I just thought it was the.
I mean, I get that, but like what? Like what?
Remember, every time someone every time someone makes a wish
in the
movie, there's that little wind that blows. So
because it's all of them.
It's all the wishes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, that could be a good explain. Like, I wish it would have maybe. I don't know how you could see or show that, but you're right. I mean, that could be a possibility, but it's kind of like, but Wonder Woman is magic, so technically it shouldn't.
But technically, it's magic. I don't know. Like it.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Like Superman, I can understand. It could definitely do something with Superman if he was there because it is magic. That's a weakness for him.
Absolutely.
Yeah. When it comes to Wonder Woman, it's like, well, but her lasso is magic. So I don't. How does it find its way to his ankle? You know what I mean? Like if she couldn't get past it, how does it find its way? Is it because he's distracted? You know what I mean? Because at that point in time, he's talking to her like, you should have just kept with, the pilot.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, but I don't know. I don't think it's unreasonable. We saw her fail. I don't think it's unreasonable for it to have gotten around his leg and for that scene to work. I will say that, like, after saying that thing about why I love that monologue and the use of a beautiful lie and etc., the notion of not just a like climaxing with a monologue, but with the Maxwell Lord being like, you can have it at the same time as she's like, just tell the truth. Is like as a scene, like blocking a scene, it's a bad setup for a scene. I think they did the most they could with it, but like it's just there's nothing. Literally, she's sitting against the wall. Has nothing to interact with. She's not even talking to his face, so they can't play off each other or emote.
This is something Tim brought this up in our review on DC Film Squadcast that just dropped over your podcast are found. That she wasn't given emotion, or she emoted. I brought this up. She emoted so well in the White House scene when she's got the crap beat out of her.
Oh yeah,
she emoted so well when saying goodbye to Steve. But then during the big climax speech, she's just.
You want to know why?
Delivering it.
You want to know why? Well, this is my personal belief. I don't know. It was deliberate that it showed her, but you never saw her. Like, let's say it reversed the angle, right? And we see her on the wall, kind of looking at him. The reason why is because I feel like that was a reshot, because I don't think that was supposed to happen that way, right?
I was kind of curious about that too. It does,
and the reason why it felt kind of off and why it's not emotional, you want to see an emotional shot of you see somebody literally face up and you realize at the end that the person that is talking to this close up is something they're talking different. Westworld episode 9, season 2, I think, or no, it's season 7. Kikse, forgot. It's the one where they highlight Ghost Nation and the Indians. There's a part where you realize as he's literally talking the entire hour, right? And he's telling the story and he's explaining certain things and he's talking to the child, right? And at first, you're kind of like you're like, why is he speaking specifically in his own language? And then he'll speak English to her. And then at the very end, you realize he's actually talking through the daughter to the mother because she can connect with that. And at the very end, you realize that they've been communicating that whole time. And the emotion on the face is it's literally just directly on her face.
Yeah.
It is so emotional.
If she had been in like a heated like back and forth with
Correct.
Maxwell Lord, she couldn't do the "I wasn't talking to you, I was talking
Correct.
to them." It's like, no, you were talking to me. Like you were literally responding.
Like, you were literally just talking to me. You were just staring right at me. But
that's why I say it's a problematic like way to set up a scene, because you limit, like you give Gal nothing to work with, and you make. I think Pedro pulled it off, but it was a ridiculous ask to be like, just be a crazy villain in this blue tube. Like,
just go buck wild.
Yeah.
We got some fan questions, guys, some video submissions. So I'm going to go ahead and start pulling them now because, we got a couple that have to do with Wonder Woman 84. Sweet. So first we have Mr. Scully right here, who's going to, all the way from Ireland. He's going to have a little fan question right here. So here we go.
Hey Dave, and all the guys, how you all doing? Just wondering what you might think about Patty Jenkins maybe not doing Wonder Woman 3 because of her, what I would say, kind of thinly veiled disdain for Warner Brothers and their streaming plans, and the fact that she's moving over to Disney for a bit of Star Wars. I'm highly doubtful. But what do you guys think? And happy Christmas.
I love that accent, man.
Love him.
Oh yeah, love that accent. I love the fact that he was like snacking on something too before. Yeah, what do you guys think? Do you think Patty just she got herself she got herself a Star Wars movie. So do you think she's gonna come back? I mean, me personally, I think she's gonna hand down the reins to somebody else with Wonder Woman 3, to me.
For the way I feel and her jabs, and even today when she was tweeting out, "Oh, it's cutting room floor," dude, I cannot see her coming back.
No,
if they even do a Wonder Woman 3, like,
yeah, I think it's weird because to me, like I was talking about Wonder Woman 3 or really any of this stuff is so weird with the state of the franchise. Because I get it, it's multiverse, you don't have to link everything up, but there's this shell, or not even a shell, it's a rebirth of the OG plan. That's kind of will they, won't they right now. And that's always been the thing for me with people like, we want Man of Steel 2. And it's like, I would love to see another Henry Cavill Superman movie, but like before the Snyder Cut was confirmed, or even after it was, it's like, you can't, the problem with a Man of Steel 2 is that can't happen until after Justice League 3, unless you're going to change the plan or cancel the plan. And so if that's the case, then not fine. I'd prefer for that to happen. But like if that's the case, then that's kind of the direction you're going. Unless you're going to be like, no, there's just two continuities of Henry Cavill in movies, which I think probably they don't want to do. Yeah. And I feel like it's probably the same thing for Wonder Woman 3, unless they do another prequel, which I don't think they could or should do. So they've got to set it in the future, which means
Wonder Woman in the 90s with some gangster rap, and
well, everybody was bringing up
Snoop Dogg.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? That's my genre.
I'd watch that movie.
Yeah. Not gonna lie, I'm with you. I'm with you on that.
And so I think that's a where people are like, oh, I don't know, she couldn't do Wonder Woman 3 until after Rogue Squadron, and so it's going to be like 5 or 6 years. And
then you got Cleopatra also.
Yeah, exactly. And that's like a long time. I agree. And it seems like maybe she's kind of 1 foot out or 9 toes out the door already. But at the same time, like, and this is why the DCU situation is so weird, because there was never a 20 film plan. So like, who says there even needs to be or is supposed to be a Wonder Woman 3? Maybe her arc is concluded in Zack Snyder's Justice League 2 or 3, right? Like, what is that? What journey that takes Superman on a journey? It also takes Batman on a journey and Wonder Woman on a journey. And if you're going to start playing with them around that timeline, unless we're only getting the one and done, which I think just at this point, you can't say we're not. You can't say we are definitively either, but we're in a weird spot where like I don't think you can assume that that's not going to happen. Or so when you're coming to like making plans for the next film, how do you schedule Wonder Woman if you don't know what you're going to do with Zack Snyder's Justice League 2 and 3? Yeah. That story I think should take place after Justice League 3 or whatever, however he completes that story, if he's able to complete that story. So whether it's Patty or not, I don't think that changes the timeline. And I think the odds of her returning are greater if she has that timeline. Because if they try to do it soon, she literally can't. And so that's kind of where I stand on it.
I would only say the only way that she would come back, and the only way I would want her to come back, is if literally her and Zach work on the story. Because unfortunately, I just nothing against Patty. Don't get me wrong, no hate, but obviously she allowed Jeff Johns to influence this film a lot, which is why I feel like it's tonally different. Because I felt like the mall scene and stuff, that was Jeff Johns. Like Johns was like, oh yeah, let me write this, and oh look at this, I can't. Oh yeah, that's why. Hey, guess what? Is the Snyder Cut going to get released? Maybe they should release the Snyder Cut. Fucking asshole. Well, guess what? Now they're releasing it, and you were getting shitted on. So, because I know that he said maybe they could release the Snyder Cut when they were in the mall shooting that shit. So I know that that's him, and I know that that's the fucking foundation of what his thought process was. Okay, so for them to listen to Jeff that much, and then kind of begun to like read Johns this shit in the end, what happened, I'm like, dude, I don't know. It's like, it's weird to me.
And I feel like there's I've mentioned a few times. Well, I was talking earlier about how I think the balance between like the greed and the lies and the truth and kind of the relationship that they blend with all of those different themes. I think there's a really complex story or message to be told using those themes and contrasting those themes. At the same time, you're talking truth, love, etc. There's also a really simplistic thing, like with the first movie, how she's like, I believe in love, and it's like, okay, that's a little bit less like you just took a step down the ladder on rungs of like complex emotional messages to make in this movie, right? In the first one, and so in this one, while I like what they were going for with that, to me, I can read two competing philosophies on what the truth is or what lies are and like what their relationship is to greed, because it would feel like it would at times flip between being like, is it, I don't know, like, I don't think that being anti-capitalist or like being anti-greed is inherently anti-capitalist, for example. This may be a really weird example. And the movie would, I think, often lean into like a more anti-capitalism angle, which felt way more like simplistic from what they were kind of going for, with more of a personal belief and like overall concept of greed. I don't even know if I can. I'm still trying to kind of totally process this thought, but it felt like they weren't on the same page about exactly what they were going with. Because every once in a while there would be like a jab at like someone they would include and the type of wish they would make, or and it I don't know. It felt like there were two different philosophies on like what these core foundational ideas were, and every once in a while you'd see one come up, and as a result, it ended up being muddied. And maybe that's just a lack of clarity in the script, but also it makes me wonder if there were two voices competing over how do we establish what truth means and how that combats lies.
I saw somebody that was like, literally, not one person wished for world peace.
You know what? I mean, I even said it in my spoiler review. I mean, and the ending when everything was going crazy, it kind of reminded me of Bruce Almighty, that whole ending, like where everybody was just, wishing for everything. I was like, that's what, it kind of hit me. But anyways, back to the question, Enosh, what do you think about Patty? You think she's coming back? What do you think? What do you got?
I don't think she comes back. I think she's got a lot of irons in the fire now. I think she's going to go on and do Rogue Squadron. I feel that she's going to keep that relationship with Gal and do
Cleopatra.
Yeah, Patra. They're going to do that, but I just have this feeling like if we continue on with the story of Wonder Woman, and I agree, it's greatly going to depend upon what happens with the DCEU post Snyder Cut release. I feel, and I think we've all talked about things that are in the works that we feel are in the works, some know are in the works, or whatever, reporting that are in the works. That's all gonna dictate where all this goes afterwards. You know, are we going to see continuations of this universe? Who are we going to see continue after? You know, we know that there's some form of the DCEU that's going to continue from here, but who is included in that? I almost look at, you know, we talked about a week or so ago, we kind of talked about Marvel's Endgame and how, you know, they had all this time and they brought it to this end and it just felt like it was over. And I feel like almost, you know, with Zack Snyder's approach to it, it was like, okay, we put all these people together and they're facing the greatest threat, which is Darkseid, you know? And so where do you go from there? So as much as now I feel like the MCU has a problem moving forward, trying to throw characters at us now that we really don't care about. Eternals, I'm looking at you. I couldn't give a crap about Eternals. You could tell me that the Eternals were the coolest thing on the planet and that they would cause world peace, and I still wouldn't watch that garbage because I have no interest whatsoever. That being said, like, I feel like post Snyder Cut, post whatever we see, if there's a Justice League, you know, 2 or 3 or however that ends up coming together with the storyline that we're told and presented with, I think there's going to be a moment where we see, okay, what stories are left to tell here? Do we continue on with a Wonder Woman post here? Do we continue on with a Superman story post here? You know, with Ben Affleck now being attached to the Flash movie and that multiverse, you know, thing, how does that play out? I think these are all questions that we're going to get answers to, but we're not going to have all the answers right now. And I think that's going to take time. It's going to take time for it to expand. There's going to be a lot of people griping and complaining because they don't have all the information right now. And, oh, this should be done this way. And I don't agree with it and blah, 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 just as they are in the chat. But that being said, we'll get the answers, but it's going to take time. What does an Aquaman 2 look like in this universe now? What does Shazam look like? What does Black Adam look like? Those are all things that are going to have to just play out. So with Wonder Woman, I feel, you know, by the time you get to Zack Snyder's Justice League and what happens to her there, she's obviously had all this backstory. I think it's been one of the cool things about going back in time with Wonder Woman, seeing her evolution. We're seeing these things happen in her life that she didn't just show up on the scene at Batman v Superman. And now going back and watching Batman v Superman, you see that she comes into this thing as confident as you possibly can, where she's like, yeah, I've fought things from other worlds before. This ain't new to me. This is not, you know, this is my shtick. This is what I do. And so I feel like going forward, there has to be a really good story to tell if you're going to tell it there. I agree. I don't think that it's necessarily that you go back and what now, you know, you tell a story from the 90s or the early 2000s or something like that. I just kind of feel like that goes against what we need. So if there's going to be a story afterwards, we're going to have to wait to see where her character falls in all of this. And, you know, then if they do that, I think by the time they do that, they're going to pass the baton off to somebody else. I think that there'll be a nice little, you know, homage. There'll be a little thing where, you know, Patty talks about, I think it's great that this person or that person is now, you know, taking the reins, and Gal will say, you know, this was the right person for us to, you know, kind of transfer this whole thing to. And, you know, I feel like that's where it's going to go in the end.
Regardless of whether or not it's Patty, although I've got a suspicion that she's going to be like cold on it and turned off to it now, and then she's going to do Cleopatra with Gal in the process of doing that. They're like, you know what we could do for that third movie?
I could see that too. Yeah.
And that's what'll, and I think that if the Snyder stuff pans out, she'll have that time to do that. And then I think the logical, if it's a Wonder Woman trilogy, and regardless if Patty comes back or not, but especially if she does, I think the logical third movie in that trilogy is going back to Themyscira and defending it or fighting someone off from there, Cersei or whoever.
Yes.
I think I don't know. I think you guys disagreed on this earlier, but I think even bring back Asteria, or is that
Hysteria? Yeah.
Asteria.
Well,
I think have Wonder Woman meet up with her, and together they find their way back to Themyscira, and like it's a buddy cop. It's a buddy cop. Gal Gadot and Linda Carter. Like,
and I know people will gripe about that and complain that it's too cheesy to bring Linda Carter back. But look, for everyone that I've seen complaining about it and saying that you know, post-credit scene is whatever, I was smiling ear to ear. That woman is a treasure. She looks awesome. And I would love to see that, and no, it would not take me out of it to see her as Asteria. And
Gal as
well, it's a great way. It's a great canon. Like Linda Carter was the DCEU's first Amazon to live in the world of man. Like, I love that idea.
It's good. What about you, Scott? With that question from Scully,
I think there's everyone has said pretty much everything because she has been taking her shots.
Yeah.
This is a weird press tour where you spend the build up to the release of your movie talking about, oh yeah, that first movie I did, yeah, they made me redo the third act.
There was a shift there also where they were building up over the past year, like they're doing the build up to the press tour where it was going to be the Patty and John's tour, right? They were doing these joint interviews and stuff, and then all of a sudden he just dropped off the face of the earth, takes Wonder Woman banner off his Twitter profile. Zach is promoting the movie, and then Patty is just like, yeah, they screwed everything up.
And then she talked, and she was kind of diplomatic with her Cinema Blend interview where she talked about, Jeff and I came up with Wonder Woman's 3. I don't think the story really works anymore. It's just, but you're right there. The amount that suddenly Zach has stepped up as a producer to do that promoting role.
Dude, where's what's his name? Fuck it. He produced Man of Steel, BVS.
Charles Roden.
Yeah, Chuck Roden.
Yeah.
Where is he at? Why isn't he promoting?
His head has been down for a while. He disappeared after
this. Is that how many producers literally are not only promoting it but asking a fan question? Right. Here's the deal. And I think Zach is the reason why Zach is promoting it is because, unfortunately, if this film had come out in theaters and there was no pandemic, I don't think it would have made as much as the first one. I honestly don't. I don't think there's I can watch. Dude, it's great that I can watch it again because I watched it again on HBO Max. But I'm not going to go spend money to go watch this movie again.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm already spending it technically, but
I might watch it again before it leaves in 30 days.
Right.
Oh yeah, I'll watch it.
It's a blessing that this thing came out on HBO Max and people are talking about it right now in the way that they are, because I don't think.
Well, that's almost the new box office.
That's an interesting point, right? Because I plan on tomorrow watching it on HBO Max for the first time to see what it's like at home. Actually, we were going to do our spoiler-filled review today, and we decided to hold off because my son wanted to. My oldest Isaac, he wanted to watch it at home first. Again, to get that experience and then look at it, from a different point of view.
That's such a great Star Wars reference, Enosh. Very well placed.
There you go. I think for me, I think I'm going to watch it tomorrow on HBO Max, get that home theater, experience. And then I really feel that next week, I'm going to go see it again in the theater because I've been a big proponent of the theater experience, and even going yesterday and talking with the theater manager, just picking his brain because our theater manager has been in the business for 30 years. He's getting ready to retire. He's had this experience and he's got a lot of insight in this, and it really makes me think about these things in that kind of aspect. And so because I love the theater so much, I'm interested tomorrow when I do finally watch it on my TV, even though it's a 65-inch screen. Am I going to have that same feel that I had? That's why I had said straight up on my channel, I am not going to watch this movie on Christmas Day at home. I'm in Michigan. I was literally going to drive to Ohio. I was going to skip seeing it. I was going to skip seeing it.
Yeah. Somewhere else. Fuck that.
Well, I know, man. I know. Look, that's how.
Fan. I know. I get that.
Dude. That is how committed I was to this, man. I'm telling you, John. That's how committed I was to this.
I understand that.
I will freaking drive over the border into enemy territory.
Yeah, exactly.
And go watch this film because I want to see it the first time on the big screen and have that experience. I'm also interested in if people, especially all these people who are griping about all these little things because they could sit back at home and, pause it and go to the restroom and stuff. I literally had somebody yelling at me today in a DM telling me that they hated this movie because they hate movies that at the end, none of the stuff really happened. What? And that's a problem, I think, of of maybe watching it at home. We get lazy when we watch something at home because, hey, I can pause it. I can go and make something to eat, come back. Everybody gets, you start because somebody calls on the phone and you're over here doing all this stuff and you miss plot points. And this is one of my problems with everything coming to the home is that people already don't pay enough attention to movies. That's why people missed out on Batman v Superman, is because they totally floated right by all of the plot and they floated right by all of the seriousness of it and just saw stuff like, oh, well, why did he say Martha? Like, it's stupid, And like,
I agree with you that it's messier, but there is more conversation about it at the same time. The problem with BVS was people saw it and they came back home and they're like, oh, the Martha stuff was dumb, but they didn't.
But it feeds off each other,
but that was all they had to say about it because they didn't have the movie to reference to talk about it. They were just talking about the way they felt about it in the theater at the time.
Yeah.
Whereas like you see this it's a really weird like film Twitter discourse going on over this whole thing from a variety of angles.
I was going to say,
but the fact that it's available is making people feel like they have to be part of this conversation now. Right. And so whereas BVS, they argued over like, is it a good movie or a bad movie, which is a useless argument, versus with Wonder Woman, you're getting that still, but you're also getting like actual discussions about the movie because people are like, oh, it's right here. Let's just check the scene and then we'll talk about it. Which is what didn't happen with Batman.
So I went to go see it in IMAX, right? Which, again, I was fucking pissed off because I was like, Patty, you fucking told me to go see it on the biggest fucking screen. So I was thinking there's going to be fucking, let's total it up 30 fucking minutes of IMAX, right? I'm like, dude, great, awesome. Fuck off, Patty. There literally was a total maybe 5 minutes, all right? With the opening scene being one of it and the ending, literally no action, just the ending being the other. So I was like, okay, well, obviously I didn't need to come to IMAX. Yeah, and so when I watched it again at home, I have a 65-inch, I have 5-point surround. I don't have Dolby Atmos, but still, it's still surround sound. It's still great.
Yeah,
like I enjoyed it. Like I was like, all right, I could have enjoyed it watching it at home versus going and seeing it in IMAX. I only saw it in IMAX because, again, I was like, dude, BVS. You see the opening, you see Nightmare, you see the fucking fight in IMAX, and then you have the ending in IMAX. Like that's 4 sections of BVS and IMAX that are important, right? You have the night
and the haircut.
Oh, yeah, well, yeah, but that's what I mean, the ending. And so with Wonder Woman 84, I was like, I literally did not need to see this in IMAX. Like, and they have the version on HBO Max. So I was like, I would have enjoyed this at home in my own settings. Plus, I have closed caption, subtitles, which I can understand because there's a couple lines in there that I was like, wait, what? What did they say? Like specifically with Son, like I didn't know when he first made the wish. He said, "I just want you to be, to be greatness. Like I want you to. I wish that you're a greatness." Like, oh, that's what he fucking wished for. I didn't know what he, I was like, I lost it.
It's the one where his son started to make a wish, and he was like,
no. And I was like, oh, okay. And then again, when you hear him saying he wished for something, I'm like, he already made the wish, so it's useless. But I understood what he was wishing for because the kid had an accent.
Yeah.
So it's like, had this movie not come out on HBO Max, I don't think people would be talking about it as much. No. And I think there wouldn't be this discourse because I think that's driving the talk of this movie because, I mean, I'm not going to say that it's a forgettable movie because that's not what I mean, but people wouldn't be up in arms defending this fucking film or talking about it in a negative way so drastically had you not been able to watch it on HBO Max. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah. No,
I don't like
the new box office is going to be like word of mouth. The trendiness, the hashtags.
Well,
obviously they're going to be looking at the subscriptions, yes, naturally, but they're going to be looking at the way that people are talking about this and using the hashtag and everything like that.
The SEO and the analytics are a whole new new ballgame.
Well, and the pandemic throws all sorts of things out of whack, but I think it was really interesting that I think Deadline today predicted it to have the biggest pandemic box office opening.
Yeah.
And that's with the split. That's with the HBO split, right?
Yeah.
So I think that the kind of on its face that a lot of the fears about like, now who's to say that it wouldn't do twice that if HBO Max wasn't around, but I don't.
Because
It wouldn't be
only
twice
the
that. It
US.
might do like 10% more, 20% more. But a lot of the people that watch that into MX wouldn't have watched it in the first place, which I think is what part of why you're getting the discourse that you are, is because when it's more accessible and there's more people watching it, and there's also a pressure to be involved with the conversation, and you're having people live tweet it and stuff. Anytime you raise the noise floor, especially on social media, that 1 to 5% of like just will you shut up, dude, people are that much louder also. And on social media, they're not drowned out by the crowd because the algorithm puts them right in your news feed or whatever. And the way that you interact with people online is different than like if you were literally in a crowded room with your news feed. It's just going to be, you choose where you're going to be or whatever. Whereas online,
and looking at my AMC app, by the way, as I was looking at different show times and stuff, when you look at the more premium screens, like the IMAX screen at one theater or the AMC Prime screen at the theater that has like the leather seating and stuff, remembering that we've only got 40% capacity available, screenings are selling out. So,
okay. Yeah, my theater, my IMAX, which can hold 270 plus people, right? I mean, there was a lot of people for it being, sectioned off and done in a certain way. But I was going to say, so for this film, just like what Queen's Gambit happened, right? Everybody was talking about it, regardless if they were liking it. Obviously, there was a lot of positivity about Queen's Gambit, but I was just like, I guess I'll watch it because all these people are talking about it, right? And so that's what I think is happening with this, is that people were going, is it really this bad or is it really this good? I got to figure it out.
Well, I think too.
I
think too. One of the things I just actually finished watching the Heaven's Gate documentary on HBO Max.
Oh, I watched that too.
Yeah, which it's fabulous.
That's the Nikes.
Yeah. Oh, dude.
The
but one of the things they should, and I wish I could remember because I'm actually gonna cut the clip and actually use when we talk about this because. And I just didn't have it right now, but it's an interesting clip because it shows back in, I think it was like the 60s or 70s, there was this experiment done where they put a panel of like 5 people together. And then there was one person who was actually the person who was part of the experiment. So everybody else knew what their answer to the questions were going to be. And they would show lines on a screen and there'd be one main line, vertical line. And then they would show all these other lines of different sizes. And they would say, okay, which one of these other 4 lines is the same size as the first line? And the first 3 or 4 of them, everybody started going down the line and they would say the correct one, the one that looked right, so you'd have a long line and then one that matched up. And so you go, okay, B is the same size. And after they got to about the 5th one, everybody else on the panel started saying the wrong one. They would all agree that one other line was actually in tune with this one. And it was amazing because the one guy who's sitting there, his perception then was changed because he started thinking, well, maybe I'm wrong. And so he would go along with these other voices around him because these other voices were saying things. And every time, even though, and they talked about it, even though his own mind and eyes could see that this was this way, he still went along with everybody. And I think we get a lot of that effect as well, especially when it comes to films and like, especially how vocal people are now. Everybody thinks they're a critic. Everybody thinks, that their opinion is better than somebody else's. And so,
well, nobody understands the role of criticism.
Yeah.
And so you combine that with the fact that they think they're a critic, and it's like,
they're just literally complaining about something.
Well, and so that's why we get situations like people go see Batman v Superman, and they didn't think that the movie was horrible at first. They thought, they had an opinion. Maybe they didn't like it, but then they got home and then they started reading all these other people talking about the Martha scene. And they're like, I didn't like it. And now all of a sudden, I find it all the time. I don't know if you guys find it all the time, but I'll be in the middle of the stream talking about something that I like. And I'll get a million, like just stupid reasons why I can't like that thing. I mean, even in the chat tonight, we're getting these, sound bites. It's all freaking sound bites that that they got from some other YouTuber somewhere or some other article that person didn't like it. So they feel like they're in the right. And all of a sudden it starts to manipulate their own mind into thinking that this was their belief all along.
Well, the moment I decided to go, fuck Rotten Tomatoes, I don't know what the fuck.
I don't
get it.
I don't even use that kind of language, and I'm about ready to drop an F-bomb on that, man.
I went,
That's what I want.
Thank you. Thank you.
The moment I realized, I was like, what the fuck am I even looking at this shit for? Was when I saw that BVS was like at 27%. And I remember I was like, that's so fucking irregular. So I went to go check. Like, I remember specifically, like my daughter, my daughter loves dogs. So she was watching Beverly Hills Chihuahua. So I was like, I'm just curious.
I thought you said she has great film choice. No, sorry.
Oh, yeah, I know. There's some times where I was like, what are you doing, kid? And so, like, I looked up Beverly Hills Chihuahua, and that thing was like at 44% or something like that. Like rotten, but still 40%. I'm like, there's absolutely no fucking way that these critics are saying that BVS is worse than Beverly Hills Chihuahua.
But that's the thing. They're not saying that.
They're not.
Nobody said that.
Because it's because of the fucking way that they grade this shit, whether it's rotten or, positive or whatever. And I'm like,
exactly. And people don't understand how Rotten Tomatoes works and misapply the numbers. And I think that was something I was going to say earlier about when I said I don't want to get into the business side of that right now. Something that was really fascinating that WB did with this time around, which really based on the way the strategy is going, it wasn't WB, it was Warner Media, because they're actually like savvy with the way they've been doing all of this.
You can tell that they were, because
they pulled a Marvel. And people are so mad, but it's like, but the way that like Disney and several others have been, what happens is that Rotten Tomatoes gave people a system, and what do you do with if it's with any system, especially if you're running a business,
you play
basically your job is to play the system, right? Like tax code. Tax code is like, it's not a law. It's here's a set of guidelines. Use these guidelines to make as much and spend as little as possible. Like that's like if you're a business. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And so for them, that's what Rotten Tomatoes is. And Warner Bros. Did like an extreme version of it, but you see it with every single movie. Is they were very selective about who got to see pre-screenings based on people they knew were going to be more positive to it, which it happens with every single Marvel movie. And then they gave only a social embargo. Social embargoes are always more positive, partly because people want the clout from like the I saw it early, but also there's a psychological aspect, which I think goes to kind of what Enosh was talking about a little bit earlier. You don't know yet what the temperature of the room is going to be, and nobody wants to be the person that goes out the gate being like, this is trash, and have everyone else be like, this is awesome. They're like, oh, I didn't mean to be so harsh. So everyone is like balanced to positive, plus the fact that they're like hand selected to be more positive in general.
And it's a female lead. It's a female.
And so you get this positive social media buzz, and then you let that sit for a few weeks, and people just know that there's been this artificially created buzz that's positive for the movie. And then eventually, like a week or two later, after the positive initial reaction fades, then you release the review embargo, and all of the reviews from the handpicked, you stacked the jury, basically all of the carefully selected positive reviews come in. And the way Rotten Tomatoes works, is that it is a percentage of reviews that are positive or negative. So if someone gives a 6 out of 10 or higher is typically a positive review, and a sometimes a 6 out of 10 or a 5 out of 10 and lower is a negative review, and the ultimate score is what percent is positive versus negative. So you could have a straight 6 out of 10 movie that is either a 0%. If every single person gives it a 6 out of 10 movie, there is a scenario hypothetically where it is a 0% on Rotten Tomatoes, and it's an average of 6 out of 10, or it could be 100% on Rotten Tomatoes, and it's an average of 6 out of 10. That almost never happens. It almost happened with Joker though, where Joker has like the highest average that I scrubbed a bunch of numbers. I'm sure there's other examples, but Joker is like the biggest example recently where I've always had this hypothetical scenario in my mind of like, this system breaks and this type of movie would prove it. And Joker came out and it did, where it's got like the highest average review score for the range of like everything else that's in that, whatever the percentage range that it's in. I don't think it's rotten, but it's like 60% something, I think maybe now, or 70%. Everything else in that range is like an 80 or 90%. Like if like it has a very similar average score, or at the time it did, at least, to like one Captain Marvel, for example, is always a good comparison point. And like Joker had like a similar or actually a higher average review score, but a lower Rotten Tomatoes tomato meter score on it. And so anyway, so WB or Warner Media gamed that by having all the positive reviews hit first,
and then like the people who couldn't see it then until opening day on Christmas, by the way, don't all see it opening day. If they do, then they have to write a review and post it Christmas Day. I don't think a ton of people took their Christmas off to write a review for this movie. So then a lot of them hit the day after, and by that time, and it's streaming, so people aren't waiting for, whereas if it was releasing in theaters on a Thursday night, the reviews would hit Thursday afternoon or Wednesday afternoon. No, so by the time this wave of bad interviews came in, or bad review scores come in, people had already watched it. It dropped to Rotten Tomatoes, and people are in the middle of watching it. And nobody and the negative reviews haven't even had a chance to be written yet. And so like from a business like strategy perspective, like it's I don't know if I want to call it sleazy or smart, but it's WB finally playing that PR game in the way they've been failing to compared to other blockbusters for years. Right.
Warner Media.
But that's where they've been beaten all along, is in the perception and
well, that brings up this is an interesting point, right? Because Warner Media did this on purpose. They knew what the fuck they were doing, okay? And there was a reason why they released it on HBO Max. There was a reason why only certain critics or maybe certain people saw the film prior. This is Wonder Woman 84, which is, I mean, it's not big of a, nothing is happening in the film that's like so fucking controversial, right? Mm-hmm. We haven't even gotten to Zack Snyder's Justice League, and the F-bomb coming out from Batman is so fucking unbelievably controversial.
Yeah.
Fuck. The moment it fucking drops, like, I'm curious on how they're going to play this. Are they going to give out screeners to this? Because if it's a movie,
I think they'll do the same strategy.
I mean, but okay, so who do they give it to, right?
Well, because I mean, they have an idea. I mean, with who's going to review it bad and who's not. I mean, you got an idea. Maybe you'll get a few negative ones, but I think you got a. And so, what I think is really interesting about that also then is with this movie in particular, the reason that, like, I don't know if everyone notices it, because I've seen a lot of like fan arguments. They're sometimes cloistered from the professional film Twitter, or like the I'm a reviewer for Variety and this is what I'm tweeting about. Like that part of the discourse isn't always a part of the fan discourse, but normally with like these DC movies that have like the bad Rotten Tomatoes scores, and what you end up with is the critics who are like defending the reviews and the fans who are mad about it. But what's happening this time is the critics are all fighting, because the ones that got to see it early and dropped their positive reviews are now the ones that didn't get to see it early and didn't like it are like mad that it got such a high WB is lying. And so I'm like, so blame Rotten Tomatoes. You're mad because there's a system that exists that balances, that pits your scores against each other. That's what you're mad at. Of course, WB did that. It's just a smart way to do it, because Rotten Tomatoes created a system that incentivizes WB or Warner Media, whoever, to release it that way. But it's just hilarious to see that the fight that normally happens between like bloggers and fans, where it's like you're just a biased shill, and that's the only reason you liked/disliked that movie, is now the exact same thing is happening between critics, to the point that like you're even seeing people,
the verifieds go after each other.
It's awesome to see that.
You're seeing stuff that like they're implying that like these people who like have mocked fans for years over like every time they're like, oh, the paid off Disney critics, and they're like, oh, you're so stupid to think that they're paid off. And that is like, critics aren't paid off in that way. This is a great example of like when you say that they're paid off. No, nobody's like handed money and told you get a positive review. But like they will say, this person is more likely to give a positive review. We'll give them a screener ahead of time, and we'll embargo everybody else.
Yeah, we'll take them out. Used to be like we'll invite them out to New York.
Right. But it's not even that. It's not even that overt though, because they're not going to say like you're the person reviewing. Like most like sites that send people to like a set visit tend to separate the critics from the.
You ought to know
going on set visit. Well, that's why like for like anything that I've gone on a set visit for, I wouldn't do a review for it. That's like a policy we have.
Oh, okay. Cool. Good.
And
that's awesome. That's awesome. I think that.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
That's tremendous.
But that also sucks because of what I know. So whatever.
Yeah. Well, I can write about it, but I'm not going to write. I'm not going to give a review. So my opinion on it isn't going to affect Rotten Tomatoes.
Yeah, sure, it's not.
But you know, I think it puts you in a good place, because like just like there's some comments going on right now that we're attacking people who just have a different opinion. And first of all, nothing I've seen here that anybody has done has attacked anyone for just not liking the movie. I think just the exact opposite.
I think they're literally bitches. That's what they're
exactly. And just to finish my thought earlier, everyone jumping in to just go, I've got my own brain and I've got my own thoughts on this and everything. That's exactly what the people who were part of that experiment that I told you about, that's exactly what they said, because they were quick to defend their own points of view, because my brain can't be controlled by the others who have this other opinion, and I'm are kind of being forced on me against my will, even though I don't even realize I'm being manipulated into thinking a certain way, because this is my thoughts, my ideas, and especially the world that we live in right now, where everybody is so defensive, and it's like, no, this is my opinion, this is my thoughts, this is, you can't control me, you can't make me what to think. And when I was watching it with my wife, you know what I said? I said, I get this because I like The Last Jedi. I would be the guy sitting here going, nope, that I don't care what all of you say. That line is the same thing. There's some people, yes. I'm not saying everybody succumbs to that. And I'm not saying that everybody who doesn't like Wonder Woman 84 is like being mind controlled under it. I'm saying I find it interesting when you see all of a sudden this rush of people all saying the exact same arguing points, right? And they sound like the same. It's literally, you could put them all next to each other and they're all the same. You see there that they're being influenced even though they don't even realize it.
Yeah. Well, right. But so what does that mean for Zack Snyder's Justice League? Like truly,
I think that I think that this rollout, probably despite the insanity of like everyone fighting, I think they're probably convinced in the box office, the theatrical box office, and I'm assuming the streaming numbers based on the engagement on Twitter. I think they're going to do a very similar strategy, and so you're going to have Zack Snyder's Justice League is going to have a positive Rotten Tomatoes score.
Wow, that's going to be fucking
going into release, and it's going to nosedive after release. But everyone's going to have already seen it and be talking about it when the bad reviews hit Rotten Tomatoes.
Mm-hmm.
And so people are going to be mad that they're,
like, what do you think? Like, dude. You got to remember that I think Zach's highest rated movie is like a 60 or 62 or something.
Well, yeah, but that's because that's
all right. So what I'm saying is like, where are you seeing?
Let's say 62%. So let's say there's 200 reviews. That's 120 people that gave it a positive review and 80 people that gave it a negative review, right? So let's only do 120 reviews at first, and it's going to be those 120 people are the first people that are going to review it. It's going to have 100. It's not going to have 100%. But if you did that have 100%, but then at the end of the day, it's actually only 60% with 200 people. But because you didn't, you only you embargoed everybody that wasn't, or not embargoed, but you only gave screeners to the people that had a propensity to be positive about it. And you know what? I think that like I can understand why people are mad about it. I'm not really a big fan of the practice, but it's kind of like one of those like it's if you're playing the game,
it was a monster created, and guess what? The Warner Media has to be.
It's their job. Yeah, it's their job to put the best foot forward, and like I think that Rotten Tomatoes is a problem in the way that it's run and the way that its system is structured and the types of movies that
I'll give you a comparison that literally relates to me, right? It's like anytime anybody goes in to buy a car, right? At the end of the day, somebody can walk in and go, I want to buy this car at invoice. Well, you don't ever go to like Best Buy and go, I want to buy this TV at your cost, or I want to buy this Blu-ray at your cost, because at the end of the day, anybody that's in the auto industry, that was something that you would say. You'd be like, well, I could sell to you at invoice and we'll work from there, right? And so not me, but we created that monster. So how do we combat that, right? We got to learn how to adapt. And that's what Warner Media is doing right here. They're going, well, we created this technically monster, right? We're going to figure out a way to work it in our advantage. That's the only way you can.
Well, and what the critics are mad about is I know this is so hard because I don't want to speak in totally blanket terms here, but there are a lot of people who are critics who they like their job because they can shape the discourse, and that is a lot of power to have when you get that first run review and when your opinion impacts Rotten Tomatoes. But imagine if your job is to tell people how a movie is, and you interpret that as like it's your job to influence the Rotten Tomatoes score, for example, and your review doesn't hit Rotten Tomatoes until after everyone has seen the movie already. I would be pretty pissed if that was the way I saw my job. I see my job personally as it's my job to help people appreciate and understand the intent and the execution and the meaning behind things. Even if I don't love it, I'm more interested in finding out the how and the why than I am labeling it good or bad. But that is the discussion that is being forced to happen now. So anybody who invested their career or put any of their personal value in their influence granted to them because of their control over a review score, now basically what this creates is what should happen is it should we get people to open their eyes and be like, oh, let's either change the Rotten Tomatoes algorithm or get people to stop reading it because enough movies nosediving immediately after everyone has already seen it is going to have people be like, okay, the system is useless, which is going to make them adapt it. And what's going to happen is people, as they should have done all along, as they did before Rotten Tomatoes, is they're going to say, oh, hey, I like that person's reviews. I'll follow their opinion. Yeah. Like, why do you need to aggregate? Like, the act of bringing everyone's opinion into a collective and then representing it with a score totally destroys any nuance in film discourse. And for the people that were in the majority or who were getting the review scores that sided with their opinion, it benefited them because their opinion on what types of films should and shouldn't be made and how they should be discussed was the overriding opinion. And now that exact same system is being used to not just diminish their opinion, but like destroy its influence.
And it's funny because the MCU, for all that they did, they're the ones that created this monster, right? They're the ones that are going to end it because if you look at it, and I say MCU, but I really mean Disney, but when has anybody, and I do mean because I have no idea, when has anybody ever brought up the Mandalorian's Rotten Tomato score? Do we know it? Like, I have no idea about it.
It's like 90%, but like TV is judged. But TV critics also rank things differently because like you see, like there's a lot of bad stuff on Rotten Tomatoes with like 90%. TV screen. I mean, bad stuff like people dislike it, not like bad stuff like, oh, I don't like Captain Marvel, but a lot of people do. TV is like a totally different beast with Rotten Tomatoes and almost useless for practical purpose. I don't care what a Rotten Tomatoes score is, and even if I looked it up, it wouldn't influence if I want to watch it or not.
The reason why is because people get to watch it at the same time. You're not seeing people review the episodes 2 days, 3 days before it comes out.
Well, if you have to get up off your couch and go pay for a movie ticket and sit in a movie theater with other people and pay for popcorn, you're going to be like, you know what? I'll wait 5 minutes and read a review first. If you have to sit on your couch and press play and decide for yourself whether that's good or not, nobody's going to be like, drop it on streaming, but I'm going to wait until
take it away for sure.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. That's the main point. That's why I'm saying, like, dude, Rotten Tomatoes could tell me that The Mandalorian is 27%, and I would have no idea. I would be like,
yeah, well, it's different for TV too, because I think
what I mean though is that they'd be talking about it, right? People would be saying the Rotten Tomatoes is grading The Mandalorian at 27%. Like, it'd be bringing it up. I have yet to hear a single thing about any kind of Rotten Tomatoes when it comes to the online talk. That's what I mean.
It's all turning into hype.
And the other thing is, you look at like what matters. Sorry,
no, I'm like, we got 2 more questions. I'm just like,
okay. Well, I'll say I'll keep it one short then instead of
the 6 for Steven. Come on, Dave.
Boring.
There we go.
Just kidding. I had to pull that out. Pull that out.
Just summarize. Nobody cares about Rotten Tomatoes.
Rotten Tomatoes reflects the review score, and so it has a little bit of an impact on the discussion. But like taking box office out of the conversation is also huge because it has that doesn't matter. Like people to be like, oh, Snyder doesn't have hits or Snyder has box office bombs. It has no bearing on whether there's no relevance in the discussion of, is the film good, is it bad, how much it made, how much it cost. None of that should matter, but because it's these metrics that are being put up, that's what dominates the discussion. And now none of that matters anymore. The review score doesn't matter and the box office doesn't matter because people are going to watch it and discuss it before they even know what any of those things are. And that's what matters now.
I just think it's a shame when people go to a movie and they've already pre-decided that they're not going to like it just based on because a bunch of idiots put together their scores of a film. When in reality, I've never agreed mostly with critics.
And I could have walked in going to Wonder Woman 84 going, I'm going to hate this movie because Jeff Johns was involved. I didn't think that way. I was just like, I just want to see the film and see what it's like. Like, I didn't give a shit that Jeff Johns was involved, even though he's a shit fucking person in life and everything. I was like, I'm just gonna watch this film. I don't know anything about it, and I watched it and I enjoyed it. Like, dude, I don't. You know what I mean? It's kind of like when I was watching Titans. Like, I knew that there were certain episodes that he was involved with, but I still fucking liked the seasons. Like, I'm not gonna sit there and go, "Oh man, I'm breaking my own heart," or I'm like doing something wrong because I.
Am I going to break down every little thing that I watch, and just because there was an a-hole involved in there somewhere,
Right.
I got to say, well, I got to hate the whole thing?
Yeah,
No.
I got news for you if that's your stance.
Then you're not going to like anything.
Exactly.
And that's the problem.
Dude,
That's the problem.
Like,
Yeah.
Believe me, like I get that and I understand that, but it's like, dude, I don't like just because Jeff Johns was a shitty person who I can understand as a shitty person was involved with this movie. That doesn't mean that, oh, dude, it's the worst fucking thing.
I know.
So anyways, go on, Dave, with your second question.
I know. I was going to say, I'm like, okay, we got another Wonder Woman question.
I just want to point out that I'm not the one. I said my thing and then I stopped, and those guys kept on going. Just they didn't.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
Okay, fine.
I was just kidding with you, Steve. No, we got another Wonder Woman question from William at the Sci-Fi Center who wanted to ask this.
Wonder Woman 84 is the first Gal Gadot version of Wonder Woman that has existed outside of the confines of Zack Snyder, having directed her and co-written her other 3 appearances. Do you think there's too much of his DNA for the character to exist outside of the Snyderverse? And do you think that hurt Wonder Woman 84's premise and story?
Ooh, can I go first?
One. Yeah.
Go first.
Garza,
I
go for it.
completely fucking agree, and it's the reason why I don't want to see another director with Henry Cavill and Superman, because unfortunately, dude, watching Diana in BVS, okay, and it's the reason why I had a problem with Wonder Woman, and it definitely is the reason why I'm like Wonder Woman 84, like her. The physics, the way she should not have been running and not sliding, but I mean,
yeah, the running is a little wonky.
It's so fucking bad because guess what? I saw her literally fucking fly towards Doomsday, and I'm going, that is fucking badass. That is so cool. As a geek and a nerd, I went, dude, that is so badass for her to just sit there and just leap and do that yell, and even when she gets hit and she's like smirking about it, because Snyder's DNA was built into that first appearance. So then to see her be so like, whatever, Wonder Woman, I got it, I understood it. So then to see her this time, I went, that fucking running, man, like the physics and all this, like, dude, I just don't, I get it, but
Scott's got something too.
Yeah, it's too much. It's too much of Zack Snyder's like blueprint that we got in BVS, to where because Patty hasn't followed any of that style, it just hasn't worked for me. It's clashed. Go on, Scott.
It will bother us. General audience doesn't give a shit.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
No.
And
he was asking us.
Well, I'm just saying. I'm saying for me, doesn't work for me personally. General audience doesn't give a shit. Wonder Woman fans like my wife don't give a shit. My wife loved this movie. My wife loves the first movie. For my wife, there's no delineation. All she sees is Wonder Woman.
Yeah.
And did she have a good time? That's all my wife cares about.
My wife.
My wife.
I'm just Heather had a great time today. She got what she wanted out of the movie. She got her little popcorn tin. She said Wonder Woman 84 was awesome. I don't agree with that, but guess what? I'm me and she's her.
Yeah.
And well, it's funny because Avery goes, because I asked her, I said, so what did you think? She was like, it was great. I mean, it wasn't as good as the first one. And I was like, okay, like that's her thought. And obviously, when she's even comparing those films, like I wouldn't even have to question like, oh, well, what about with BVS? Because she'd be like, you kidding me? Like, no, BVS is, like you guys mentioned, a different tier. There is no, these movies exist somewhere else compared to BVS. Like, she's watched BVS so many fucking times.
It's just so weird for me to not be able to, for people to not be able to walk out of a movie and be like what, you're gonna go see Tom and Jerry and be like, that's nothing like BVS. Like,
right?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Like, why does every movie have to be the same structure? Why does
doesn't.
That's
Oh
why
my gosh.
My daughter can understand. That's why she was like, "Oh, it was great. It wasn't as good as the first one. That's cool." But she's not sitting there going, "But
Fuck.
dude, how come it
I
wasn't
said-
like
I
a
said-
BVS Doomsday fight?" You know what I mean?
Look,
Like, just
Scott hit it because I've said the same thing about Star Wars. Star Wars is something. Look, we as fans, like these diehards who are like in here every day trying to dissect it and talk about it, and like we got our whole lives up in collections on on this thing, right, and everything. Like, look, I get it. We're gonna dissect every little part of it and everything. But the average person, you know how many people I talk to who just know that I'm a Star Wars fan, because they come over or whatever, and they're like, wow, this is amazing. Your whole house is filled with, you have a Star Wars bathroom. That's awesome. and then I start talking about, some of the discussions that we have, and we talk about the sequels or whatever, talk gets to the sequels, and people are literally will look at me and go, there's people who don't like them.
yeah.
And it's those
Really?
moments, it's those moments that I sit back and I go, I wish I could be you sometimes. I say the same thing.
I'm talking about my in-laws who don't even know who's a Marvel character and who's a DC character.
Yes,
it happened on Christmas Eve.
I love.
And I think fans forget that's like, and I'm not exaggerating. That's like 95% of the box.
Yes.
So
that, and it's hard because you spend your time around all these people that like know all this inside and out. But like literally, and you can tell it when you're sitting in a theater because people are leaning over like, who's that? Is Captain America in this one? Like, and half the people that are experts on it are wrong because I'll be sitting behind someone in the theater and they'll be like, oh yeah, this is the one with the cameo from such. I'm like, what are you talking about? That's not, especially with Star Wars.
But I love it when somebody says to me, you know what, that last one, that wasn't my favorite, but I love Star Wars. And I'm just like, yes. And that is what I literally, that's how I live my life. I try to live my life with some of this stuff is even if I don't really care for something, I realize, like, especially with a franchise like Star Wars, there's how many movies now, and now we got cartoons and we've got all these branch outs and stuff like that. And every time I look at something, I just go, okay, maybe that one wasn't for me.
I can tell you this.
It doesn't mean that I'm going to boycott the entire franchise and act like the whole thing's burning to the ground.
It's because it's online. That's why. Because my daughter, she doesn't have that filter. Like she can understand the sequel trilogy. And again, I've mentioned this several times. I showed my daughter all of the films, and after the end, after we saw Rise of Skywalker, right, and she's seen it a couple of times. I'm like, so which is your favorite? She says, A New Hope.
New Hope.
She doesn't sit there and go, oh, well, Force Awakens. Like, dude, she doesn't even really care about those films.
Yeah, she just likes it.
She just likes them. She's like, all right, they're cool, but they're not. That's not A New Hope. And if she can understand that, process that, well, she's not sitting there online going, why are all these people bitching about The Last Jedi or The Rise of Skywalker? Right? Yeah. She's just going. I get it. They're cool, but I love Luke, and she was fucking absolutely stunned, but she also understood it. Of why Luke showed up in The Mandalorian. Like, she was like, I love it. Like, she wasn't sitting there going, oh, maybe they're going to retcon The Last Jedi. Like, she was just like, I just love that. Yeah, she was just like, I love that Luke is showing up. That's great. I love this episode.
Imagine a bunch of 7 to 10-year-olds like start like online petitions and griping and complaining, going like, we were down with the sequel trilogy. It must die.
Right. But to Will's question, but is it going to make something that doesn't follow that mold harder for me personally to enjoy? Yeah. Yes. I mean, it's still why you go back and listen to our DC Film Squadcast back when we were the Suicide Squadcast review of Wonder Woman, and my bitchy little self could not get over the ending of the movie going, that doesn't fit with BVS. That doesn't. And that's why when I watched the movie a couple of days ago, I went, "Oh, fuck that! No."
Well, I feel like despite all the insanity, there's been an element of the past 4-5 years, whatever, that has been,
whatever it is,
that has kind of broken a lot. Not everybody, unfortunately, but like me, to be like, how much of this stuff, like getting to the point where like, you know what, I prefer multiverse at this point. Like I liked the tight contained, like I wanted that at the time, but you know what, after going through all of this, that desire creates a situation where like, okay, if you want the tight continuity, that means that someone's missing out.
Yeah, it's pretty much
And so it got to the point where it's like, you know what? If we have to choose between like who gets their way with the continuity, no, just make them all. Just make them all. And maybe I won't watch those. Not a big deal.
Right. Because like when
as long as I get the ones that I want to watch, great.
Right.
Like,
Because then I go and watch a trailer like The Batman and I shit my pants and I'm
Yeah.
like, yes, give me that.
But this is prime on why this is so important that it's on streaming, right? Like if this movie had been made with the intention of being on streaming, would it have been the same kind of film? I don't think so. Like
No.
I feel like it would have probably leaned more into the camp. It would have been more campy.
Yeah.
And because at the end of the day, they knew that they were going to be releasing it in a different way. And so that's why I'm going. That's also why I think they're doing this for Zack Snyder's Justice League, and why they were going, oh, you know what? Even though we were all talking about it, it should be on HBO Max because guess what? It's the perfect thing. It's streaming. You don't have to worry about box office and all that. And it's going to be controversial. We already know that. So everybody leading up to it, we already know all that shit's going to happen. But we're in a different time frame and a different mindset than 2016. There is no, oh man, there's just one scene that, it's the Martha moment. Like, dude, the Zack Snyder's Justice League is going to have fucking heads chopped off, okay? There's not going to be oh man, there was some Martha moment. Like, dude, it's going to be like, this is supposed to be a kid's. That's going to be the biggest gripe. I'm calling it now. Is the violence. That's it. Everybody's going to be like, I can't believe this is the Justice League film. Like, this has Batman and Superman and Wonder Woman. These are made for kids. Why are there so much violence? And it's going to be like, dude, go to 2017 if you wanted that fucking kids movie, okay?
We're going to see that comic panel of Batman taking the gun from the kid a million times as if that's the only Batman comic that's ever been written.
Seen that shit? My God.
There's that one, and there's the Superman one where he stops the goth girl on the ledge. Nobody's ever drawn anything. They stopped making Superman comics after that one because that Superman 78 is like that's all they ever, right? That's the only ones that exist. Nothing else.
I gotta say this. So after watching Wonder Woman, and she has the line in there about how she hates guns.
Yeah.
So last night I come home and I told you guys I watched, the Wonder Woman TV series, right? Before Wonder Woman gets to come back to civilization, they literally have the contest that she has to win is bullets and bracelets.
Yeah.
They literally come out and they hand them dueling pistols, and like each one, like Linda Carter pulls out a 6-shooter, the other girl pulls out a 6-shooter, they go around and they're like boom, boom, and bam, bam, boom, boom, bam, bam. And I'm just like, oh yeah, okay, so Wonder Woman hates guns. Sure, why not?
That goes to again the subtleties, right? Jeff Johns, that's him writing it out, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I hate guns. You have to say that. You have to physically and verbally state that you hate guns.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So that's why you're crushing them versus her.
The fact that her introduction to guns was Antiope getting shot.
Correct.
Lessened it a little bit for me.
Sure,
but
sure, I get it. I get it with it. Look,
and
I
it's
think
okay
we all
for
get it with Garza
being
said
that
it
way.
perfectly. Garza said it perfectly. Why is it that it has to be like, oh, we're going to push this in your face because this is what we want you to focus on? Instead of it just being her having a reaction to it, and that you could go back and you could say, I can understand why Wonder Woman would have an aversion to this in this story, right? Every story doesn't have to be the same, right? That's why you can have Batman back in the 40s, right, with guns himself, and then it can come full circle to guns on the Batmobile, machine guns blowing everything up and putting a bomb down some guy's, pants in Batman Returns and smiling about it, right? But you can't. But on the flip side, we can also have a Batman who has an aversion to those things and these different stories, like Scott was saying, where it's like I can enjoy and absolutely relish in Ben Affleck's Batman and Zack Snyder's version of Batman that goes in. He's a weathered hero.
He's doing something that is against the code.
Yes, and he's going against the code. He's going against those things. But then I can go back and I can watch a different version of Batman, or even whatever this, the Batman, Robert Pattinson's version comes out to be, whatever that is. I can appreciate it all. Why can't we understand it? It does, even if it's not a multiverse that we all connect and and it's really cool like that. But just being able to watch different things for what they are, being able to watch a Christopher Reeve Superman and be inspired by that, but yet absolutely be in awe of Henry Cavill's Superman on the same token, and what his Superman accomplishes and what his Superman brings to the table.
I think, Enosh, what's happened in the discourse over the last 5+ years is too many people have seen versions weaponized against the version that they like.
Yeah.
Thus, we have to dig our heels into the ground and basically do the inverse by using our versions as a weapon against other versions, because I have to let you know how much this version means to me.
Well, and I saw that today, and somebody was like, if you like the Wonder Woman 84 version, you can't talk about you can't say that the Donner version is shit or something. It was something like that. And I was like, fuck you, dude. I can literally say that I love the Wonder Woman 84 movie and fucking shit on the Donner movie, okay? I don't give a shit about the Donner films.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I don't give a shit.
That was
but guess what? I like the Wonder Woman 84 movie. Like, you know what I mean? And so I was like, I almost felt attacked. I felt attacked, right? I was like, fuck you, dude. You're not going to tell me that I have to like the Donner films.
And I'm being the old man that get off my lawn.
Well,
I need the scene
someone's
from
gotta
Gran
do it. Ben left like an hour ago.
I mean, why not? I am the Gran Torino gif of Clint Eastwood at this point. So, but it's just like, why do we have to be right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, that's the thing. I am perfectly fine with someone telling me they don't like something that I don't like. Yes. What I don't appreciate is someone telling me that I'm wrong for liking what I like. I have personal friends who we dislike each other's things that they absolutely love. What I will not stand, and I will shut you out, is when you try to make me feel bad about what I don't like. All I'm going to do is say, this is why I like it. And if I invite you to say, no, why do you not like it? Like I was telling Dave at the beginning, like when Tim and I do reviews and we disagree on movies, like he loved Aquaman, I didn't. I really dug Birds of Prey and Shazam. He didn't. But guess what? We still do a podcast together.
Yeah.
Every week.
Absolutely.
My co-host fucking loves Marvel. I hate it. Like, dude, I don't. If he was here, he'd give me shit for saying that. But he does like a lot of Marvel.
He wouldn't do that. What are you talking about? He wouldn't do that.
Okay, if you were to watch our Endgame review, it gets fucking heated. Yeah, there's a point where we get heated where I'm like, dude, the film was shit. Okay, and he's defending the shit out of it, but it's like, I'm sorry, but I also want to answer Daniel Deltos's question, just because it was super chat. So he asked me if I was going to be making any awesome DCU trailers. Yeah. That's my plan. Like I feel like I already have the track that I wanted to make, where I'm showing all the worlds and all the everything that's involved. Because hopefully we see some kind of apocalypse fucking version in Zack Snyder's Justice League. I feel like maybe, I don't know, but just to have that kind of world and Atlantis and Themyscira, it'd be cool to have it all there. So yes, I plan on it, but we'll see. I think it's pirated quickly.
With what Tim was, or Scott.
Wrong host.
Wow. I don't know.
Wow.
With what you were saying, I thought it was really interesting that I actually think Dave Garza and I all three were tagged in it, but like right after the movie dropped and I had seen it and had a positive reaction. Somebody like tagged us and it was something like, oh, really? This is the hill you're going to die on, pretending that you like this movie or whatever. And I just responded to just like, sorry, I guess we had a different experience. And then they came back again and were like, well, how could you possibly think that X, Y, and Z is okay? It was just utter complete trash, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And they threw it in my opinion at the end.
Capitalized in my opinion. I was like,
they threw it in my opinion at the end. And I was like, so you're just saying that because you don't want me to tell you that you're wrong. Yet, like, meanwhile, I'm not allowed to
like it.
So like, it's my opinion that I like it. Like, and I don't care. Like, I'm gonna like it even if you don't. Like, it's like you don't like it. That's cool. Go not like it somewhere else.
Yep, exactly.
Like I didn't even invite. It wasn't like I was asking anybody. Like, hey, I'm gonna invite everybody to come out. And it's the reason why. I don't know if you guys saw it. I think most of y'all did. Which is why I threw out my hot take tweet of Wonder Woman being better than Tenet, because I'm like. At the end of the day,
we didn't take that seriously. Come on,
I know. And Sure.
I about it. I didn't take it seriously.
I know. Am I being serious? I don't even fucking know. Like, I haven't seen Tenet twice. Okay, let's just put it this way. I've only seen Tenet in theaters, and I was pissed off because I was like, I should not have risked my fucking life for this fucking film. I'm sorry. Fuck this movie. Did I watch Wonder Woman twice? Yes, because I had it at the option at home. If I would have had Tenet at home, I probably would have watched it. Maybe my experience would have been like Steven, where I would have enjoyed it. I don't know.
I wish Tenet got a proper non-pandemic release. Having said that, man, would that have been a good streaming movie? Imagine imagine people talking about that one if they could rewatch it and have it on hand afterwards. Man, that would have been like a monster hit on the streaming.
I think it would have been too, and I think it would have given me not only a different appreciation for it, but it would have allowed me to have watched it with subtitles and understand half the fucking shit that was happening, right? And to get a better feel for what I was seeing on the film, because obviously with Wonder Woman, I could get the it was simple enough for me to understand it. With Tenet, it was like, dude, like I understand. It's simple enough to understand what's happening. But I still don't understand what the fuck they're talking about.
What was weird with me for Tenet when I finally saw it was that you're tracking. You have to track multiple timelines. We have to make guesses about what timeline you're seeing happening in any given person in the scene and track them. And while you're doing that, you're not actually following anything. You're just kind of like storing it in your short-term memory. Like this might be relevant soon. So I'll have to remember this diagram in my head. And then it's like, oh wait, no, that one wasn't relevant. But no, I forgot that one. I was looking at the wrong.
Oh, and they're okay. Now they're overlapping. Oh, okay. I get it.
But so you understand what's happening in a large sense, but like in each individual scene, you're like, wait, who's going where and why? And what's the.
And so when it comes to like Wonder Woman, like technically Wonder Woman 84 is a much more enjoyable film. Was it made better than Tenet? Absolutely not. Like no production value, fucking, the overall like feel of the film. No, it's not made better than Wonder Woman 84. But I can watch Wonder Woman 84 way more than I can watch Tenet.
Wow.
Well, Johnny, thanks, man.
Look at that.
That's actually my real life friend too, by the way. So thank you, Johnny.
Oh, sweet.
Even though I saw him like
he knows you in person, huh?
Yeah, I know. You saw him in the chat. And some people were like, I think Mr. Forth was like, oh, yeah, Dave's just running on autopilot. I'm like, yeah, well, I'm letting everybody talk because usually I'm doing this shit by myself. I'm just saying. I'm glad that I have a panel that I can actually let get out there. So, but thank you, John. You're awesome.
It's also why I don't put my thoughts out there usually until the reviews come out, because my review comes out because, well, that's kind of. I need downloads. Why? I have to sell the milk. I'm not going to give the cow for free. I mean, like it's just like, and how it works. But it's also like, why do I put my opinions out there? Because we have generated audiences who actually give a shit what we say. And it's like I don't need you to agree with what I say because my audience, for some reason, after 5-something years, actually gives a shit what my opinion is, and not everyone who listens to me agrees with me.
Of course,
and I don't ask them to.
But it also means that I know for me and Ben, like they know we're not gonna just fucking chill for a fucking movie. Like they know we're gonna give our opinion. We're not gonna sit there and be like, oh, it's the best thing ever. And it's a reason why I keep getting all these people that are like, you're gonna tell us what you think of Wonder Woman 84, right? Because I got a lot of those comments when I was making it like it's better than Tenet. They're like, please tell me you're going to have a review. And I'm like, yes, tomorrow. But, it's because they want to know what the thoughts are. They know that at the end of the day, I might be joking. I might be serious. They don't really know, but they're still kind of going like, I got to hear your fucking thoughts, man. Like, what is it?
Well, that's the point. I mean, if like, why would you have any kind of media presence at all, be it YouTube, podcast, whatever, and then not express your opinion, and I totally agree with you, Garza. Like that's the whole thing. It's like sometimes it amazes me that people care what I think about stuff. Right, because sometimes I don't even care what I think about a thing. People are like, what do you care about? What do you think about this? And I'm like, I really don't have an opinion about that.
But you know what the difference is, Enosh, is that we don't tell I've never heard any of us tell anybody you should not watch this film.
Yeah, we don't do that.
We literally say, go and watch it, get your own opinion. That's it. Like and that's what the difference is between some critics when they, you'll see people that are like, you should not see this film. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing telling people not to see
I
it?
still
Like,
remember-
Or because I told you it sucks, now you don't have to see it because I let you know.
No.
Now you know.
I have power. I have power.
Tim and I, our most negative review in 5 years is also our shortest review because we were like, we're this is all we like. I think we barely made 30 minutes because we were like,
what movie?
The Kitchen.
Yeah,
I heard it.
Well, yeah. It was good for what it was, but
I didn't even think that. So it was. That's the thing. Is like,
well, you've also read the
And
comics.
that's the review.
that's
I know,
the review.
I never read the comics. You probably have, so
I had. Yeah.
Exactly.
So, but once again, but that's also my point. Is like when I don't like something, it's like, okay, I'm done because I don't have things to say,
and that's
I
kind
don't
of
want to say it.
That's like what gave birth to BVS by the minute was. I mean, a number of things did, but like that's what we were talking about, like in the first episodes. Is it's so not just boring, but useless and unproductive to evaluate whether or not something is good or bad, and like I don't have any, and that's why I don't have interest in like reviewing movies or being a reviewer or ranking movies or anything because that doesn't do anything for me. I'd prefer to take a movie I hate and break down a scene and find things that I like about it or find new ways to look at it than just determine that it's a bad movie. Like, okay, great. I labeled it a bad movie. Now, like that's my job is to go through life labeling this entertainment is good. This entertainment is bad. Like, and that's like my purpose or is it to be like, oh, I can take this from that and enlighten my entertainment or my mind with that information. This is useless. I'll not consume that anymore. Like that's all it is. And so this binary, especially when there's a fight over like, is this good or is this bad? It's like, I just tune out. Like, I would much rather.
Wonder Woman 84. It's like, dude, what fucking difference does it make, man? You
Yeah.
just watch it.
Well, the fact as with like BVS, the fact that there is such a discussion about it to me, even though I don't like a lot of things about it, the existence of the discussion I kind of justifies itself.
Wait, before anybody takes it out of the context, you're talking about the fact that you don't like the discussion about it, not that you don't like BVS.
Right.
That's what it sounded like. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
In case we need to clarify,
Exactly.
I do think BVS is a good movie. I do.
Well, because
appreciate it.
whenever you said that there would only be 40 people, what you meant was literally 40 people would be contacting Warner Brothers at that time. That was not a slight.
No, not logic. What are you doing?
I know. I just wanted to make sure it was clear.
Let's not get into that.
Hey, Dave, I think you've got one more question,
We
right?
got one more question.
Well, I was gonna say.
Okay.
Shut up. Wait for that one. I can do the drops for you, Dave, at this point. That's my job. My job is to be your drop.
Like, shut up. Just shut up. Sorry, that wasn't the drop. That just came.
Came out. Now, there's one more question that has nothing to do with any of this. I was like, it's
good.
And I'm kind of curious, because I'm very close to this movie and the source material to this movie, and I'm kind of curious of what you guys think. So here we go from Darren.
Hey, what's up, Dave? What's up, everybody on the panel, whoever's there? Okay, so one of my favorite movies growing up was The Mask. It's actually still one of my favorite movies to this day. And if you know the source material, you know that it is very different from the movie. So my question is, if you know the source material, do you ever think a director will have the balls to make a comic accurate version of The Mask on the big screen? And who would you like to see direct it?
See, that's why Dave was quiet this whole time, because he was like, "Oh, don't worry, I have something to say for this."
Yeah, that's right. I'm like,
can I just say that
anything on this?
I have no idea about anything when it comes to comic accuracy and all that. All I fucking remember is Cameron Diaz was thick and fucking great in that first one. Like, fuck.
Yeah.
I felt in love with her. Like,
oh wait, we're not talking about the movie with Cher. Matt?
No, I don't even know.
No.
Okay. Then I don't know. Yeah, sorry.
And I never saw the second one. I just remember the first one and just it being like came out what 95, 94 or something. You know, so I was I was born 86, so I was fucking 9. You know what I mean? Like I didn't understand all the shit that was deeply in there. All I remember is Cameron Diaz was hot as shit. And
Introducing Cameron Diaz, by the way.
I know. Yeah, for me,
That was the first movie. That was the first movie.
when she's like, she walks in, and I was like, "Fuck!" Yeah. Like that was me. I was like,
"Oh yeah, out of the rain, out of the rain."
Yes.
Both.
I was just like,
yeah.
and that's how obviously I knew. Obviously, I was into women, even though I think I knew I was into that before. I was just like, "Oh my goodness!"
That moment.
So I don't remember anything like. I don't ever think like it was serious or that. I was like, "Oh wow, they're doing some fucked up shit in here." I just remember literally being a horn dog in the fucking.
Well, the comic book is some fucked up shit.
Yeah, that's the thing. I was about to say, I'm like, I mean, is Scott the only one that knows the comic book like I do?
I know I've heard you talk about it before, but I've never read it.
Oh, I'm telling you, like I mean, Scott, you've seen it. Like, you've read the comic book, right?
I've read some. I've not read the whole thing, but I've seen some because I remember I used to get those. I used to order comic books through the mail, back in the day, and I remember seeing those Dark Horse just the covers. You just look at the cover and you go,
"Oh, the cover of the first Mask graphic novel. He's got a bomb in a pie, and he's like, here you go, a little bomb that has a fucking fuse on it." Yeah,
and he looks scary as shit.
Oh, he is. Oh yeah. I mean, and the thing is, when it comes to the movie, I love the movie. I mean,
the movie's great. I love it.
Great. I watched it 4 times in the movie theater. When I was in the 90s, I was on a huge Jim Carrey kick. And when it came to the Mask, it was just like, there was something about it because it was based on, it was like it was a superhero-esque story. And I think that's what drew me to it probably the most than Ace Ventura and Dumb and Dumber and all that stuff. But it was pretty funny because I think I've even said it here before was, my mom one time bought me a comic book of The Mask Strikes Back that she just found at the grocery store, and it was like not it was like one of the later versions, Mask Strikes Back. And I'm looking through it and I'm like, wow, this is not like the movie at all. And then all of a sudden, like, we go to Universal Studios probably like, I don't know, a year later or something. And we go to the Universal Walk and I find the full on graphic novel of like the first issues, like combined, the first story of The Mask, like on the shelf. And I tell my mom, "Hey mom, it's The Mask. Can we buy this?" She has no idea. And she buys it for me. I read it. It's graphic. I mean, okay, for instance, the scene in The Mask movie where the mechanics get it. Oh yeah, it's all funny, and they get fucking mufflers shoved up their ass. Right. It's whatever. Call a proctologist. No, in the actual movie, one of the guys gets hung up by a cherry picker, and the chain is going through his mouth, so he's dead, and he's got wrenches in his head, sticking out of his head. Yeah, and then the other guy has literally the muffler stuffed down his throat, Jesus. So his whole head looks like a fucking muffler. And his eyes are bugging out. Like The Mask was a killer, like a literal killer. And whoever puts on the mask turns into what they call Big Head. They call him Big Head. And no matter who puts on the mask, basically turns into like this, like essentially killer. And it's insane. It's absolutely insane. I mean, there's some panels in the book that are beautifully drawn, and it's like he's literally just like flamethrowers shooting missiles at the cops. It is batshit crazy. And I made a video, I don't know, whenever Deadpool came out, and I said, now that Deadpool is out, somebody needs to do The Mask the way it's supposed to be done now. Because he breaks the fourth wall, he speaks to you and everything. I mean, like, it's literally like Deadpool, but it's The Mask. And I'm like,
so who would you have to play him or direct?
I don't know. I mean, I don't. When it comes to who could actually direct them, I mean, I don't know. Anybody who has the balls to do that. I mean, obviously, if you want to take like a Deadpool direct,
I was going to say, make everyone mad. James Gunn.
Or,
yeah.
Or was it Phil and Lord?
Yeah,
I feel like they would probably get that comedy.
I don't know if they've got like quite the twisted kind of side. That's why I said Gunn, because he's got the Guardians of the Galaxy and like Slither.
Have you never seen Clone High, like the MTV show that was on?
No, I haven't. I've only seen.
If you don't know that they're twisted fucking little humor, watch Clone High. Like, if that show were to come out now, there would be so many fucking complaints. Like, they would not be able to release the first fucking episode, okay? I'm talking about the way they portray Gandhi, the way they have Lincoln, Joan of Arc. You're just like, I mean, it's hilarious to me, right? I mean, this is a show that Gandhi gets called. He becomes a rapper because he makes this song called G Spot Rocks the G Spot, and he's like he is the G Spot. That's what his whole nickname is. And so, like, dude, that show, they had 10 episodes. There were 30 minutes on MTV. It came out when I was a sophomore in high school, so 2003. Yes, exactly.
That's
my point. Exactly, dude. Like, it was. I bought let's put it this way. I bought a shirt that had G Spot Rocks a G Spot. It had Gandhi on it. Like, dude, it was like the shit that they got away with. They would not be able to get away with now. But if they were to, I feel like they could create the mask. If you're talking about it being fucked up, but also have humor in it.
Oh, totally.
It would probably be a great fucking fit for the mask.
I'm telling you.
They did some, like, it was almost like random, like crazy shit. Like, there was this one time where Abe Lincoln is trying to impress Joan of Arc, or no, Cleopatra. Sorry, she's all self-aware and only cares about herself. And JFK is the one that's dating her, and JFK is having this big kegger, and but he doesn't have alcohol yet. So Abe Lincoln is like, you know what? I'll get the beer, and JFK is like, all right, well then show up at 8. And so they leave. Lincoln's like, fuck. What am I going to do? How am I going to get the beer? Because they're in high school. And Gandhi just pulls up and he's like, tell them they heard you wrong. Just tell them that you said you'll get the beards. And Lincoln's like, dude, that makes no sense. And he's like, yeah, but if you think about it, that'd be a pretty sweet party. And it just shows this fucking random fucking like party. All these people have beards. And some random person's like, great party, Gandhi. Gandhi just raises his fucking thumb. He's like, yep, got it. That's the fucking like, dude, it's a random, like.
So they could probably do it.
Yeah, it's like so random of a fucking humor setting that I'm like,
what about,
it's still fucked up.
Sam Raimi.
Sam Raimi could probably do something like that too. I don't know. Like I said, you guys have to literally just grab yourself that book or look at some of the panels for the mask, for the original mask. I mean, it's called God damn it, what was it called? Like the original books when the series that came out, something Mayhem, Mask of Mayhem or something like that. I don't know. But there was like a couple. There was the Mask. There was the Mask Returns, the Mask Strikes Back, and then the Mask Hunt for Green October that came out.
Green October.
Oh yeah, I got into it, man, because I love the movie so much. And the movie's great. I mean, obviously the movie's great, but like it is so watered down and so Mickey Mouse. It's
the other scene I remember was the guy playing the henchman. The bad guy gets the mask, and then I don't know if he gets the mask first or not, but when he plays or when he puts the golf pin in the mouth and he fucking hits it. Oh, yeah. Dude, that scarred me. I was like, I never want to have my mouth.
That hurts. That hurts.
Okay, okay, here it is. If on Comixology, you can get the omnibus that comes with the Mask Returns, and the Mask Strikes Back for $12.99.
Jeez.
Doug Mankey is the artist.
Okay.
Doug,
there you go.
Who's that?
And he's
okay. He has done so much DC recently. He did what was a book I don't know. He's one of those guys that when you see, like, if you've seen his art, like
it's recognizable.
It's recognizable.
Yeah.
Somebody wrote in the comments they were asking me about the Clone High series, and they're like, "Hey, do you remember the butler, the robot? His name was Butlertron, and he would always call everybody Wesley." And in my head, I'm going, "Yeah." In my Ben Affleck fucking exclusive article on Real Anarchy, and I don't have any alcohol. Like I wrote in there, like, "Hey, it's the exclusive article, semicolon, and a rope of sand." And the reason why I wrote that is because I wrote draws in the reader without giving them too much, but keeps them like excited. Well, that's something that's said in Clone High when he's writing his like dissertation on these clone students. Like he says that, and it's just so fucking stupid.
See, and I love the fact that William Powell, who asked the question, obviously Sci-Fi Center, he talked about, he was talking about all the masks that he has. There's one called Southern Discomfort. Like there's a series.
Nice.
And like my mom is.
Seth Rogen.
She was on there.
Evan Goldberg.
I think I'm telling you, man. I'm like I said, when Deadpool came out, I was like, okay, when are we gonna get an authentic version of the mask? Like, as much as we like the Jim Carrey version, the Jamie Kennedy version could go fuck itself. Yeah.
Hey, dude, your mom's watching, man. You remember you gave me a hard time for cussing? Now I'm not going to cuss anymore.
It don't matter. And she, don't worry.
Now I feel bad. Sorry.
I think Reese and Wernick would be good. I think I of the ones that I've kind of been perusing, I really think Seth Rogen and Evan Goldberg, at least as producers, would be great. They've done some, especially they're like dipping into the comic stuff. I think like look at what they did with. Are they both on The Boys or just Seth Rogen?
On The Boys, yeah.
Yeah. And so I think you got the combination of like, Pineapple Express and The Boys, and they've got kind of the full spectrum of what I'd be looking for, and from what you've described The Mask to be, at least.
Well, what about actor though? Because I don't. Would you rather have a known name or?
I have no idea how to if I should be looking at a Jim Carrey type or not, because I haven't read the comic, and that's going to be a big differentiator. Dave would know.
Yeah, Dave. Like, was Jim? Is that kind of the way? I mean,
like, yeah, no, like Jim Carrey, like embodied like that. Oh, that's right. It was called.
Yeah. I like Gregor's idea there, Bill Hader.
Yeah, I was gonna say Bill Hader sounds.
Bill Hader's not bad. Yeah, I mean, like, look at. I mean, this is like the cover, like the first issue, like Who's Laughing Now? Yeah, I mean, no, and then you got like stuff like that where like he literally can put on a face of somebody and then he just peels it off like that, and he's just like, hey, look at me. I mean, it's totally insane. Like Jim Carrey embodied the character. But I mean, the character was, it was family oriented. It was this right here. This is the softer version of it when the movie came out. But I mean, literally, this is the graphic novel I was telling you about. He's got a bomb inside. He's wearing like a leather jacket with fucking spikes on it, and he's I mean, he's like an insane killer.
I feel like, unfortunately, and I don't mean this in any kind of negative way. I feel like I'm making fun of it more or less, but yeah. I feel like because of the culture that we're in right now, that this movie would have to be about a person of color that's a woman, because it wouldn't allow another white male to make this film. Like, I feel like that would be what we're into.
But I was gonna say, what about like a Charlie Day?
Charlie Day would be great.
I'm telling you, like the character of Stanley Ipkiss in the comic book. This comic book is not a guy that works at the bank that looks like Jim Carrey. It's a more of a loser guy. Who's balding? He's wears sweater vests.
Yeah, Charlie Day. Yeah,
Charlie Day, or even what's his name? The guy that plays Glenn is his name. His real life name is Glenn.
Glenn,
the main guy,
or something. I forget it. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. No, maybe I don't know. I'm just saying, like, somebody needs.
Because he could be comedic, but also serious. Like, I always think of this one line when he's like in his car. And it's always like, you stupid bitch. like that's but also thinking about when he's talking about, but when he's talking about like the boat situation, he's like, well, because, of the implication.
Yeah, Glenn Howard.
Glenn Howard. There you go.
Okay, or here's another good one, having just seen and loved Fat Man, Walton Goggins.
Oh, geez.
Oh, yeah.
My God. I know.
He's good in Tarantino movies, too, so he could be serious.
Man, and Fat Man is fabulous.
Right? Yes, I love that.
Oh, man. I am so excited that I like accidentally like kind of backed into an interview with the directors of that.
So did I.
Yeah.
And I was like, yes.
I was interested, but then watching Dave's interview like really sold me on it. What was really cool then was I watched it again with Amanda on Christmas Eve, and then jumped on Twitter afterwards, and he was super active on Twitter, retweeting and engaging with people. And I was like, oh, I bet everyone, they put their kids to bed and they're like, let's watch something that's like, a good Christmas movie or whatever. They're like, oh yeah, this looked interesting. Like the nature of that movie, I can see on Christmas Eve. I bet that exploded like insane.
Oh my gosh. I watched it with my family, and all my kids loved it. I loved it. My wife loved it. I was like, she looks at me because we watch Christmas Vacation every year, and she just looked at me. She goes, "This is your new favorite Christmas movie, isn't it?" Absolutely.
It's the perfect 2020 Christmas movie to the end. Yes. 2020 with the movie about Santa Claus.
Yes.
Well, don't tell them to say because I haven't seen it.
Oh man,
I'm gonna watch it. Jeez, now
I didn't ruin anything.
No, well, I know, but I just didn't want you to.
Okay, well, you better hurry up before I do. I'm gonna start spending you spoilers every day. You don't see it
right now.
Hey, no, dude, it took Dave like goddamn 18 weeks to finish Raised by Wolves. Even though I know. Him, so stop.
It's all right, Dave. I just finished that last week, so we're good.
Oh, what you think?
Oh, dude, I loved it. Loved it.
Absolutely.
Oh my God, there's so many things
going that way, right?
Oh
You're
my God.
Wait, Wait, it's going that route? Oh,
yeah, there's so many possibilities, and like I went down that rabbit hole of like going on YouTube and trying to piece stuff together, thinking like, what are other people thinking the same thing I'm thinking?
Yes.
Like, is it? Oh my gosh, is this just what I'm seeing? Or
The beautiful thing is that he actually used a real religion. The Mithraic were real. They were like, in the 400 BC or whatever.
Yep. Man,
They were all males, though,
what a great show. Cannot wait for the next season of that.
Sweet.
I know the way that it ended. It was just like, oh, it's gonna go that. Okay, interesting. Yeah, it kind of blew my mind. I mean, yeah, it did take me a little bit to like finish that. I apologize, but this is just one movie, Garza. Come on, this is one movie.
Don't let him bully you into thinking you have to apologize. How dare you apologize? Take that apology back. Recant your apology.
That's very true.
You can't it.
You gotta watch Fat Man.
Wonder Woman, man.
I even recommended it to Snyder when he was on the stream on Sunday. I was like, I think like Snyder would appreciate.
Oh, he also liked it on my Vero post when I said I was watching it. He actually saw that and was like, "Ooh,
you talking about Batman?"
So
yeah.
Why do you think Snyder talked about not only the action in his question to Patty, but also the lasso, like stopping the bull? Why do you think? Because that was deliberate. I feel like that was not he could like.
He's been like he's about as subtly like wink nudge elbow to the ribs to certain parts of his fan base to like he's like I'm trying like I don't know, not that like you have to like adopt his PR strategy and like everything that he likes, but I think he's kind of like I don't think it's that outrageous to say that he benefits from not only like his chances at doing like more with this character are improved by this movie doing well. So take that as you will. That sounds like teasing. I'm not teasing anything. I'm just saying like I think that from a business perspective, this character doing well is good for him. Even if it's not exactly the movie he would have made, especially on HBO Max. Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, I mean, there was that whole argument of when people were kind of going like, "Oh, she doesn't have a sword and the shield. What the hell? They're watering her down and this, that, and this." So to me,
it's like she wouldn't have used them. Like,
well, and I think, but once you see the context of the movie, like. Almost all the action in it is like something she encounters, and she's got her armor on under her suit, so she would have needed to be carrying her sword and her shield all over Washington D.C. with her while she's disguised as it.
What does she need her shield for in any of this part of this movie?
Yeah, exactly. Right? Well, and then the only time that she actually goes to like equip herself, which it would be the time that she gets the sword, is when she gets the Golden Eagle armor, and she knows that she already knows at that point that she doesn't want to kill them because
it's close to
it's her friend.
She knows. Yeah.
So I don't know. I think that it would have been. I don't know. I don't think they had no obligation to like clarify that ahead of time or anything. But once you see the movie, it makes complete sense. Like, who's gonna watch this and be like, it would have been better if she had a sword.
But there was also a promotion, right, of where to find her swords.
Guns would have been better if she had guns.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Just fucking Tech 9s. Like,
I'm telling you, man, just pulling them out, just laying everybody out, just one after in the gold armor, gold guns, big gold.
Like Gatling guns on the back, on the wings of the armor.
Themyscira for bullets and bracelets, and just pulling them out, just like
down. So what do you think? What do you think that?
She's got her lasso pulling people out from underneath their legs and just shooting them while they're down.
But you remember,
lasso around the neck.
There was a
choking them out. You tell me the truth.
There was a promotion about her sword, like where her sword could be, or something like that. You remember? I mean, I don't.
Oh yeah.
You guys remember that?
Yeah.
So it's like kind of like, well, why was that? What like find her sword? It was like, well, did she lose it? Like there was no like indication in this
next
film
to the armor. There was something long.
It was packaged up in the closet.
Oh, you think that was a sword too? Yeah.
I think the sword was on the. If you're looking at the screen, armor's here. Sword was to the right. I think the shield was to the left.
Yeah.
Okay.
So she kept it nice in her.
And also, if you're talking about like continuity wise, she comes back for BVS. Doomsday, she's not gonna be like, ooh, I can't use violence against him. Like
Yeah.
that, and then Justice League, you get Parademons and Steppenwolf and everything. Here, like she literally, Steve goes and gets a sword for himself, and she's like, no, this isn't their fault.
Yeah, well, and I know people were like, kind of like,
She also remember, she also has to replace the sword because remember the sword she took with her, Ares turned to ash, so she picked up another sword
somehow
over the
and it can cut fucking Doomsday, which is Kryptonian fucking flesh.
She
So
also found the Golden Eagle armor. So obviously, in my head canon, I'm going. She found.
Well,
hold on, Scott. No, you're putting too many things together, like actually making sense out of stuff that they didn't absolutely spoon feed to you in a movie, like in Marvel, where they're like, "Hey, this piece is this piece, and this piece is this piece, and you can only enjoy this if we tell you exactly what happened off screen the whole time. Don't start using your brain to put
the other
simple
thing
things
too
together now."
is that when she told Steve, hey, you can't use that, the reason why is because like these are like human beings, like they're not in a war. Like when he was in
the argument
in the World War
Well,
I,
also they're not acting under they're being compulsed by supernatural means. Like they are innocent bystanders.
and technically you could say the same for the war, right? But at the end of the day, no, there's this war going on. Like people are fucking dying and killing each other. There is no oh, maybe they're under a possession. No, they're doing all this on their own accord. So,
well, that's kind of the point of the first movie, right? So
exactly, right.
The whole thing, yeah. The first movie was like,
and then you got to think about in these 70 years. Obviously, they didn't need to continue doing maybe these extraterrestrial things, or she didn't obviously need to worry about keeping her sword sharpened because nothing was threatening the world. And really, Man of Steel was the first big event, really, that's worldwide, right? I mean, it doesn't break continuity, even though, like Dave said, does it fit the world? No, not really, but they're still reporting.
Not totally, but like, I think that's something that's really interesting that I've appreciated because of Star Wars. I don't love every single way they've handled the new canon, but one thing that is cool is the fact that we actively have comics, books, movies, TV shows, cartoons all happening in the same universe and all tell stories that are appropriate for their medium. And so you've got like the Jedi and the Clone Wars behave differently than they do in like the prequels. And I don't mean behave differently, like have different philosophies and stuff. Like they're the same characters, but they emote differently, or like the lightsaber combat is different because of the nature of an animation. You're not going to move 100% realistically. They'll jump higher, they'll do more flips or whatever. And that doesn't mean like it's an impressionistic thing. So that doesn't mean like, oh, in that scene, Anakin does 8 flips in the Clone Wars and he can only do 7 in Revenge of the Sith. Yeah. So therefore they broke canon. Like no, that's not how that works. It's a story that's being told using the medium necessary. So I don't mind switching tone between stories so long as they don't introduce something that's like, if you're making a character progression or if you are establishing lore, those things are like concrete, you can't change between those. But like the look and feel of the universe and the tone and the colors and stuff, that's all just the lens of the, we all see and hear things differently just because we have different eyes and ears, right? So I don't mind.
It wasn't the 70s.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, because then would have been a whole soundtrack of disco, and like then people would have complained even more.
I will say this, though. I was utterly fucking shocked, and even I think Patty even said this, that there was no, there weren't going to be like needle drops.
Well, she said that a year or two ago, where she was like, "This movie is not 80s needle drops."
And I get that, but at the end of the day, keep in mind that is, I mean, when you think of the 80s, you think of the music, right? I mean, there was never I didn't hear a Madonna,
exactly,
whatever it's called. But you didn't hear any of these songs that were
which is great because after Ready Player One and Bumblebee and all these other movies, like I have these. I mean, I've been playing for my kids. Like I have all these.
It's like Scott's internet finally gave out.
No, but to go to his point, like I wasn't expecting the 80s films or the 80s music. But at the same time, I didn't know if it was going to go that route, and so
compilation albums.
Oh, there he goes. So he's been talking.
You're back. You're back. You're back.
We didn't hear anything that you said, by the way.
All I was saying was, after all the compilation albums like Bumblebee and Ready Player One that I've bought because I've been playing it for my kids, it was nice to have a movie that homages the 80s, take place in the 80s, but I didn't have to hear the same 5-6 songs that every 80s movie set in the 80s picks out.
Which is brilliant, I think, because if that was the case, I would have felt like this movie is obviously taking place in the 80s. Other than the mall scene, this movie could have been taking place just on an alternate timeline, just in different whatever. Like there was no, I wasn't seeing DeLoreans popping up, and I wasn't seeing, other than some of the coworkers with their pop collars, there was no kind of like, this movie is the 80s. You guys need to recognize it. Here's the fashions over it and overtly, and here's the music, and here's the style. Like they weren't saying gnarly.
It wasn't in your face.
Yeah.
Like, because when you watch that first trailer with the Monday song, you're like, okay, is that it? As much as like that trailer popped, it was just kind of like, all right, but is it going to be that where there's like a bunch of 80 songs that are just going to be all throughout this? And there wasn't, which was a pleasant surprise.
There was none.
It's funny, there were people on Twitter.
The president also didn't do a Reagan impersonation. It was like the impressionistic of Reagan, but it wasn't like.
Well, they brought up the Star Wars thing, and Avery got that. She just laughed. She thought it was just a Star Wars reference, but anybody that knows about Reagan and I read something literally about it. They literally called their program the Star Wars program.
Yeah,
so, during the
did anybody else, and I don't know if you guys talked about this before I came on like 2.5 hours ago. I feel like for the whole different stream. Yeah, thank you. I feel like I just got here. You guys are starting to like go into like my territory of like 4, 5, 6 hour streams.
Oh wow, yeah, it's 4.5 hours.
We're at 4.5.
Yeah. Wow. So, but I was curious, like part of I liked seeing her saving people, but part of that made me feel a little kind of, I don't know, just kind of off a little bit, because I agree that she probably has to save people. She's a superhero, but it's like she working so much in the open. Like, like, are you telling me that she's like moving at like flash speeds now, so that people didn't actually see her just swing in and do all that?
God, I actually answered this question on Twitter today.
And then it's like, I was glad that she used her tiara to break all the cameras, but she only broke 3 cameras, and it was after she had already done like a bunch of stuff.
And so, I was wondering if she was going to be called the Red Streak also, because
the red blue blur,
red streak, whatever,
I think I don't know the 80s as well because I was only alive for a couple of years, but
I don't either. I was born 80s.
Just based on my understanding of technology and media and etc. at the time, I feel like the word of mouth about that type of thing would not be as prominent. Like if that happened in a mall in DC today, and like someone got barely a glimpse of it on their smartphone or whatever, it'd be on Twitter, and like the whole world would be like, what is that? That's good. It'd be subreddits dedicated to what is the red and blue streak woman. But like in the 80s, you hear it on the radio where they reference the past year there's been 6 incidents or whatever, but there's no, even if they have footage, like what are they going to put it on the national news? Like what's the word of mouth? Like how many people is this impacting? And so I think that I don't think that she was that broadly in public, but even the ways that she was, word of mouth, I don't think is gonna spread it around really in a way that's gonna like make.
Well, it's also think of the crime too. It wasn't earth shattering. It's not like there was a global event. Like it was just
right.
I mean, and also with the way she ended, like with Maxwell Lord, nobody's gonna know that she's the one that did that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even if she was talking through, it wasn't like it was closed caption or subtitle saying Wonder Woman in parentheses is saying these lines. It was just
I get that. I guess it was just more that like people actually saw her. I mean, she's interacting with kids, she's interacting with other people, she's saving a bride who falls over, a bridge or whatever that was. And she's just swinging in doing this, and it's like, just the time that it would take for somebody to do that, people would see her just like open.
They would.
Sweet.
I'll tell you this though. This is a true
more
story.
than just a blur. I
Oh,
guess.
well, I think
bullshit.
I'll say I could
I'll
do
say
that
that
with.
somebody who grew up in the 80s. The 80s weren't that archaic.
Well, they
Yeah,
were.
I didn't mean to say it's archaic so much as
I
it's
know, I'm
not
just saying, there
like,
was word of mouth. There was like reporting. You know what I mean? There was stuff
Right.
going on. I mean, it's not like today where it's like something happens an instant over on the other side of the planet and all of a sudden we
Right.
know about it. But
I'm just saying
you
like the nature of like the type of things that went viral because of the way it would go, or the equivalent of like viral, you know.
Yeah, I just
think
looked
was
at that whole segment almost like the first time Christopher Reeve's Superman shows up in Superman the movie, where he's just like doing all these little things and people are taking notice. Like she's moving so out in the open, in broad daylight, right? And then at a mall in front of all these people, I get it that there's like this moment of fear that everybody's running and stuff, but literally you got a little girl sitting there like looking at this lady and she's winking at her and holding the guy upside down and almost posing for a second. That's the kind of stuff that I just like. It doesn't make me hate it. I just go, somebody would have, it would have been more than just, hey, there was like a blur.
Well, and I
you know?
think I would prefer if they didn't have that. I think to be
Right.
clear,
Like I said,
I would cut it if I had the ability, but it's not something that I think that I would put that in the jokes. Like Scott and I said, it's just kind of like, I don't like that, but it doesn't really ruin my experience. It's just kind of,
and that's why I brought it up. I was just curious what you guys
I was going
thought.
to say, I know for a fact, and this is personal, like this really happened. I can't explain it other than just what I remember, right? But I remember I was a kid. I probably was the same age as that little girl that got rescued or whatever. That would be a big moment. And I know for a fact, for me, I got lost in a mall. And somehow or another, some guy this gentleman ended up finding me and getting me back to my parents. I have no idea how I got lost. I have no idea what the fuck I was doing, what this person looked like. All I can remember is that this person got me to my parents again. Like I was lost. Like it was in a mall and there was a lot of people there. Yeah. I have no idea what happened and what transpired, but I don't even know what the fuck this person looked like, much less what I was doing. And I was probably the same age, if not a little older than that girl that was in the show or in the movie. Now, maybe that experience she could have remembered. Maybe it was traumatic. Maybe, she didn't seem like she was traumatic. She was just like, oh, cool. You look awesome. Yeah. You know what I mean? So it's almost like, dude, if I can't even remember at a time in my life when I was probably scared shitless because I didn't know where the fuck my parents were.
Yeah.
And I can't even think of like the situation. All I know is that I was lost. Somebody found me, took me to my mom, and that was it. I don't know what the store was. I don't know what.
And I can accept that. Devil's advocate. That person who saved you probably didn't have a golden lasso and was swinging from one side.
And they kind of like slid you to some stuff.
Right.
But
even then, though, I still don't remember the act of getting found by this person and being walked. You know what I mean? Or
I get it. I get it. Yeah, I get it.
I think I'll also say, and part of why I'm willing to like not let it, I guess, let it slide maybe, is that I think I believe that the movie is asking, it's almost doing it intentionally, like to ask us to not take it that seriously.
Yeah.
Totally. Which I think is part of what frustrates me a little bit about it tonally is that it asks for you to have it both ways at different moments in the movie. So at times it'll say, "Oh, don't think think about this too much because this is just fun escapism," and then later on they're like, "But really think about this stuff." I'm like, I shouldn't. I'm okay with movies asking me to do different things. Like I'm not going to try to put a movie like into a box that way, but you're making it very difficult for me as an audience member to know how to take you seriously, or because if it's gonna be escapism, and then fine, I'll get in escapism mode. But if it's gonna be escapism, and then you're gonna be like, but this, I examine the implications of this, but not like the fact that, for example, she told Steve, don't use the sword on them. Like this is not their fault, they're not in control. Yet you also see the thing going around on Twitter, which I think is a little bit ridiculous. But if you apply that same level of scrutiny to it, with the fact that she slept with Steve and he's in somebody else's body and that person therefore couldn't give consent, those two moments conflict, right? Because she says to Steve, they're not in control, don't use the sword, it's not their fault. Yet Steve is controlling somebody else's body. Yeah. And they don't ask that same question there. So I think that there's a I don't appreciate the tonal shifts in that capacity.
And it's if they would have given that to us, right? And I think that part is the reason why. If they had kept the mall scene and made the film that way for that first act, right? For an hour's worth of the mall and that kind of cheesy over whatever, however it was acted and all that shit. Because I feel like it was overacted for a purpose.
Oh yeah.
If they had kept that way, I would not have been thinking, dude, I think Maxwell Lord's going to get his neck snapped, because I would have been like, they're not going to fucking do it. But because they switched it again, Themyscira was showing us, the training. We had the mall scene, felt weird, and all of a sudden we're getting this deep character dive, specifically with Maxwell Lord, and then we find out, oh, okay, well, in order for these wishes to be renounced, you have to either renounce it or you have to destroy the fucking thing. Because it was so serious from after the mall up until that point, I went, holy shit, we're gonna get a fucking neck snap of Maxwell Lord, like, because that's what it felt like. If it was all the mall, I wouldn't have thought that. I would have been like, no. And so, to Steven's point, you're right. Like, because it was even up to that White House situation, it was so serious. I was never thinking, oh, this guy in this body wasn't giving Diana's consent, because I wasn't going, what is he doing? Like, I wasn't thinking that way, Like, for me, I was just like, it's just
it's a weird complaint about it, and I know people are like digging it. And you know what? I think this is a good way to wrap this up. I mean, like I said, this is probably the longest vodka stream that we've had. 4.5. We're at 4:37.
Last one of the year, dude. Makes fucking sense, right?
Go big or go home, right? I mean, I knew it was going to be a long one. I was like, you know what? We're going to break down this movie, and I was sending out the invites and just kind of being like, hey, let's get some people on this thing and let's talk about it. But for sure, as per usual, thank you to everybody who joined the live chat. I mean, geez, my mom's still awake. Look, she just
dude.
I mean,
it's 2:40 where I'm at.
Yeah, I know. It's only 12:30. Yeah,
it's 3:40 here. So
yeah, Jesus, man.
Yes, I know. I feel bad. I'm always like in the past with you guys. But anyways, let's go around the horn. Of course, Scott, we'll save you for last. And please give a shout out to Mom Film. And Steven, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Stephen Colbert. You can find me on Twitter at smcolbert, right for Screen Rant. Got a few things from Wonder Woman 84 that I'm trying to get out. I talked about some of it tonight, but it'll also be in longer, more organized form. Also, I co-host BVS by the Minute with Andrew Dice, and we've got several up in the past week. So Garza can't complain.
I know.
Oh, I can, because I was hoping you'd give me one for Christmas, or at least the day after Christmas.
Well,
I keep refreshing. There's nothing new.
Andrew Dice is going to be a daddy anytime the next few days. So,
well then, so you're inviting me to co-host because I'll produce. Great. You know what, Andrew Dice, take your time off. Take a couple weeks, maternity leave, however you like. Me and Steven, dude, we got it. We're good.
Oh man, Steven internally is going.
Dude, that is so perfect. My God. That is so perfect. Sorry, Steven, go on.
All right, go ahead. Are you done? You're good, Steven? Good?
I think, SnyderMinute.com, I guess. That's where you find that. Yeah.
Screen Rant and all that stuff. All right, Enosh.
Yeah.
All right. My name is Enosh Fee. You can find me at the Poindexter Lounge on YouTube. We also offer it as a podcast on all the majors. And we talk about the things that we love. Things, everything from TV shows to games, movies, toys, everything in between. We love DC. We love all things DC. And we got some great interviews on the channel. We've got some great things lined up for the coming year. And we do watch parties. We do, huge long streams, call-in streams like this where people can call in and talk about the nerd thing that they love, and we get these awesome great discussions that just take on a life of their own. Sometimes they get into these awesome great debates over stuff, and it's just fantastic. And so we love to have fun. We love to nerd out with all of you, so come on over and check us out.
It's good stuff.
Giving Scott a run for his money.
I know, pretty
Yeah,
much.
that's it.
You and Scott have like those voices meant for this stuff. Anyways,
Man, dude, that drop, man, is so like
perfect.
It's so good. Like, like I was just laughing at it. Like, man, that's so good. I feel bad because like it was perfect for what Steven probably was really thinking. And so like, I was like, yeah,
it could have been quick. It could have been a quick one. Yeah.
No, but like because it was so drawn out and dramatic. Like that was what I think Steven was really like.
It always lasts longer than I expect every time that one. Wow, Cage has some pipes.
Well, hopefully I will be on BVS by the minute. Yeah, exactly. Now you could say that. Now you could be thinking about that. But no, really, I'm on. I write for Real Anarchy. Zach reads it and shares it, so that's cool. And then I'm on Real Emotion podcast, which we'll be talking tomorrow about Wonder Woman 84 spoiler review. Which, if you were here for 4.5, almost 5 hours, and didn't you just joined us? By all means, we'll be doing a spoiler review tomorrow. Every Wednesday at 10 Eastern. I always get confused because Dave, we go on right after you, and I'm always thinking it's later, but you go on
tomorrow?
No, on Wednesdays.
Oh, on Wednesdays. Yeah, it's always an hour after me, or like right after me. Yeah, so you're on. Like I go on at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. You guys go on 7 Pacific Time, 10 Eastern. There you go.
Okay, cool. Thanks for helping me out. So, yeah. Scott.
All right, Scott McClellan, bring us home.
Of course, you can find me on Twitter, ScottDC27. You can listen to my podcast, DC Film Squadcast, wherever your podcasts are found. We just dropped our Wonder Woman 1984 review while I was on this stream, so it is available now. You can find us also on Vero, Facebook, YouTube, and the entire network of shows at squadcastmedia.com. Yes, I am Mama Film Junkie's favorite. Love you.
See, there it is. Yeah, I mean, I will just say that, he is. It's true. Anyways, guys, and you guys know what to do. Make sure you hit that like, thumbs up. Make sure you subscribe, hit that notification bell, all that stuff.
I forgot to say, I hope everybody that has literally watched this for almost 5 hours has an amazing new year, because I think 2020 is it's been a shitty year for all of us, no matter what you're doing. And so I think 2021 is going to be great. I just have a good feeling about it. So
yes, and we're looking forward to you getting that interview with eventually on your live stream. She needs to show up on your live stream. I'm just saying, guys, get your girl. That'd be good. Anyways, guys, yes, everything. Thank you for everybody. And Merry Christmas. And next week it's going to be interesting too. I don't know when we'll have a Vodka stream. I might just take a break. Who knows? But yeah,
I'm still here for the every time zone New Year's stream.
Yeah, I know that is a possibility. We'll see what happens. But yeah, but
probably not. But it's a good idea.
Yeah, thank you for everybody clicking in and sticking with us through this whole time. And we love you. And as per usual.
And also, I'm excited to watch the Snyder Cut because Joss Whedon sucks.
Everybody got that?
Fucking hard fact.
That's right. We ended with that one. All right, guys. We'll talk to you later.
Bye.